I think the UK needs to do a response.
5 things you really need to know to improve your micro. Some of the
3 things you might not know about radars.
Overrun! 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 Yes!
No. No. I didn't know this.
Yeah, the US Navy is moving steadily.
Have US Navy some engagement? This is a disaster for Hungary. Hungary was the one that suffered the most.
Yeah,
I have a perfect overview of everything he has.
Welcome to the studio. Thank you.
Stuff the map mode underneath the ledger.
yeah. Maybe we before we
I'm
say
too
what the
excited.
outcome was of the plan. Maybe we should
2.2 million casualties and the meat war. It has been a while, so
Yeah, 12 hours or so, not counting. Hello and welcome to this grand game of the 30th of March, and this is a very special grand game, isn't it, Victor?
indeed it is, because this particular grand game we are doing a donation run for Ukraine.
Yes, the charity game for Ukraine. So we, all people that become patrons today, will give all our earnings to protectukraine.nl, and they will drive with a car to Ukraine and support the Ukrainian army in their defense against the Russian invasion. Not with weapons per se, but with Kevlar, night vision, and other juicy stuff. And yeah, so if you become a Patreon today, you not only support the Hygge channel, but you also support the Ukrainian people's fight for democracy and freedom.
Indeed, give them support equipment.
Yes, exactly. Lend-Lease for Ukraine. We have a really nice game for you today. It's 17 Axis players versus 12. Other way around. 17 Allied players and versus 12 Axis players. And we are already in the game. Actually, it just started running. We are, as you may have noticed, a bit late as usual in getting started. But this is nothing new for you
seasoned viewers.
And I can see already in the chat here we have T o'clock. He's not playing today, but he's viewing. Saxolive, good old classic, and Milo 613, another classic. Welcome, guys, and yeah. I hope you will enjoy the stream today.
Yeah, and for any newcomers, we are playing Hearts of Iron 4, which is a World War II tactical game. And we are starting in January of 1936, and we will be moving on towards the war's end at some point. And it will follow a somewhat historical path, and some things may not follow a historical path. So we'll see how it pans out.
Exactly. And the game will run until one side capitulates or until we call it quits, usually around 9 p.m. or something. It's a hard stop. And if it comes to that, we do have a points scoring thing to go on to decide who wins and who loses. And it's decided upon who controls the most major cities in the world, you could say.
Indeed. We have had some games decided on points, actually.
Yeah,
but it's not too common, I would say.
No. And we've had a really few exciting games lately that's come down to the wire. So we're hoping for a good, exciting game today as well. And yeah, maybe we should start going through the lineup for today.
Yeah, let's. We have on, I'm scrolling to the side here. On Germany, we have Ivan playing as the main controller. And he's a 4-star general that has been with us since the summer of 2022, and in the last year he has been playing increasingly major nations, and he also played Germany last time, if I recall correctly.
He did, and that time he unfortunately lost, but I think he's got a real lust for revenge this game, so be prepared to see some solid gameplay from Ivan here. And he's got a co-op as well.
Indeed he does. We have Thomas, who is a relatively new addition to our community, and it is, to my knowledge, the first time he's playing a major nation, and it will be fun to see him coordinate with Ivan on this Germany here.
Yeah, it's a new constellation, new team. Thomas, of course, is from the Netherlands in real life. Today he will be invading the Netherlands, so I wonder how that feels.
Yeah, indeed. Netherlands is also one of those countries that are going to be in exile, so to speak. We will get into that later in the game, but they are basically Indonesia.
Yeah. And the other major Axis power in Europe is, of course, Italy. And on Italy, we have Sarge. And Sarge is a solid player, experienced player. He's got 5 veterancy stars, and he has a good attendance record, attended almost every game since he joined the community. And he's played many different countries. I think he's played Italy several times before as well.
And recently has been playing a lot of countries that are somewhat Navy focused. And since we've had some expansions, I don't know not any major Navy expansions, but it's always good to keep the Navy fresh in your mind because it's a rather intricate system.
Yeah. And so the other major Axis country is all the way over in East Asia. And here we have the Latvian duo, Einar playing the first main controller. No, sorry, Jugis is the main controller, and Einar is the co-op. Or maybe it's the other way around. There might have been a mix-up here, but anyways, they are friends in real life, and they join the community at the same time, and they are solid players, both of them.
Yeah, and also when you are friends in real life and you're playing a co-op, then you can decide on your own chain of command, so to speak. You can coordinate a lot better, and Japan is one of those countries that really benefit from coordination because you have the island hopping, you have to control the navy around all these islands, but you also have quite a front on land.
Indeed. And we just got confirmed here from the tech bros that Jugis is the main controller. So what you see on the screen is correct. And speaking of the tech bros, we also have the expert section here today with us. So joining us, we have Falk and Badger. And they will be doing, anytime we need some in-depth knowledge or some deeper analysis, we will call upon them and they will give you viewers something to think about.
Yeah, so. Indeed. And Johannes is one of our guide makers extraordinaire. So he knows a lot of stuff. And you have seen him, of course, on our YouTube channel, to which you may subscribe as well if you want to support the channel.
Yeah, and Ukraine.
We're testing our mic here as well, so someone please confirm that it works. Hi, everyone.
Can you hear us? Can you hear our experts, people in the chat?
Yeah, I think they will confirm.
No confirmation as of yet.
Yes, it works.
It works.
Nice. It works. It's magical when things work.
The production quality has gone exponentially better since we started this out. Now we have the experts, we have these group presentations, we have our green screen, and that's all thanks to your support, all of you beautiful people out there that support us on Patreon and on YouTube, so we're able to do these grand games. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Indeed. Thank you. So maybe we should go for the Allied majors then.
Yes, let's do that. On the United Kingdom, we have, let's see.
Snistan.
Yes, we do. And
Snistan is a member of the Central Committee. He's also my younger brother. He's not usually very heavy on the prep. He usually has quite little prep, you might say, but he's still a solid micro player, and he knows the game mechanics. He has a co-op today, which is Ian. Ian is joining us from Canada, so I think it's in the middle of the night for him.
Yeah, that might affect his gameplay. I don't know.
Perhaps his responsibility is the Navy and the spy agency mostly, but I think he'll do more because there's a lot to keep track of when you're playing the UK.
Indeed, there is, and also Knistan is quite known for having some non-conventional tactics. It's always something new happening when he's playing. And
definitely.
We've recently had a new expansion. We have had a lot of changes recently. So it will be interesting to see how the meta shifts up with this United Kingdom.
Definitely. Yeah, we are playing on the Graveyard of Empires expansion and also on our own HOI4 mod, which is a multiplayer mod based on their Finest Bra mod. Their Finest Bra being a mod used solely for multiplayer from people who play a lot, you could say.
Indeed.
So we're hoping it's nice and balanced. It was very recently updated. One thing that's new is the focus tree of the British Raj. We've had some griping and moaning from Jonte. We will present in a bit, but apparently the the famine never really ends. So yeah,
well, that's sad to hear.
It's sad to hear. Sad to hear for the Indian people, but yeah, we'll see how that affects everything. It's a bit of a YOLO gamble. If the British Raj falls in a few weeks from the Asia axis, we will know it's not balanced.
Yeah, there have been some critiques of this expansion, but hopefully it will be improved soon.
Yeah. So we seem to have a lost connection here and a rejoin. But we could continue on with the presentations.
Yeah, indeed. And on United States, we have Simon and August. And as you see here on the pictures, on Badger and Falk, they played Japan.
Yeah, so it's not the first time that they've played together. And yeah, I don't think I've seen them on the US before, which is of course a big responsibility. The US is supposed to be saving the day, basically, later on.
Indeed, and that's often how the games pan out. Like, is the US able to do a D-Day invasion? How can that affect the pressure on the Eastern Front? And so on, because the war is often decided on the Eastern Front, but the Eastern Front may very well be decided by the United States entry into the war.
Yeah. And the last major allied nation is France. And on France, we have Pontus playing. Pontus played France at the not the last Badger and Falk, but the one before, and he had a really nice French outfit with the striped shirt and the beret, and he even drank red wine during the stream and ate smelly cheeses. So he really went in for it.
Yeah, he goes hard with the costumes.
Yeah. Let's see later on if we can get an interview with him, and he has his camera on, and maybe he's doing it at home as well, just to get into it.
Yeah, we will see. And France is one of those countries that will be in exile at some point, so they can show up a bit everywhere, so to speak.
So I'm getting the word here that we already have 2 new donations, 2 new Patreons, and as well as 1 upgrade to a Tiger 2 tier. So a really nice job already, guys. This is way above expectations, really good. I forgot to say that if you are an existing patron and you decide to upgrade this month, all the extra proceeds go to Ukraine this month. And for all of you signing up to becoming a Patreon, you get access to all of our guides that the Badger and Boppus have made during the last year. It's becoming quite the library right now, actually. Lots of good content. And if you want to cancel in a month, that's fine with us. If you want to keep supporting us, that's even better.
Yeah, and if you're a paying Patreon, you also get extra guides.
Yeah.
So you become an even better player, because with 50% extra guides, it's 50% better gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. At least 50% better gameplay, I would say.
Indeed.
Because they go really in-depth, Badger and Boppus. If you want to know how, I don't know, air support works or supply consumption, they really crunch the numbers. They have Excel sheets that are taller than me.
Yeah, indeed. Boppus is a very, very Excel-heavy player.
Yeah, you could say.
And moving into the game here, we have at the start, here we have 1 war going on, which is Italy versus Ethiopia.
Yeah, and no big surprises there usually. The only question is how long Italy stays around and trains their troops. Sarge, of course, playing Italy right now. We will see the Spanish Civil War kick off in a little bit. That's usually the first time you get to see a bit of micro from the different players. Both the Comintern and the Axis will be sending volunteers. Which does have a bit of a bearing on the game.
It has a bit of an impact, especially on the Winter War, because if the Soviets send volunteers that do well in Spain, then they will have experienced troops for the Winter War, which is usually won by the Soviets, though. But still, it can affect some things.
Yeah.
And also, it affects France a lot, because if France get their volunteers surrounded and killed, then they will have a much harder time defending France in the later war.
Indeed. Another news for our patrons is that if you go to our Patreon Discord, you can find the info on our Patreon page. Today, you will get all the autosave from the game immediately as they are saved. Another feature that Boppus set up for us. So If you want to get into the game and really look in depth, because me and Victor, we will miss a lot of things going on. So if you want to check things for yourself, maybe give some input to the experts, please do.
Indeed. And then you can also see like, oh, I would have done that better.
Yeah.
And you can see how it pans out.
Yeah. It's a nice way to look at the different players' builds and whatnot. We do have some pretty skilled players.
Indeed. And we see here on Italy that he's running quite a large deficit on steel here, which he will probably want to rectify at some point.
Yeah, probably not worth it trading in the beginning, as you want to keep all your civilian factories building. As you can see, he's focusing on infrastructure and civilian factories there in the beginning. Quite a common strategy. So the production will be a bit. Oh no, now he's got all the steel he needs. Maybe he is trading.
Yeah, it seems like he is. Let's check out the trade here. Yeah, he is importing 1,500 steel and 150 rubber.
Yeah. So maybe we should go on with the player presentations. So we will be seeing the Spanish Civil War soon. So maybe we can check at the Axis Euro miners. And playing Spain, we have Sticky, one of the players from the Shetland Islands, joining us today. Sticky is a very experienced player. When he joined the community, he had a few thousand hours of gameplay, I think, but not many hours of multiplayer gameplay. But that's been rectified since. So now he's a very experienced multiplayer as well.
Yeah, and he has played a lot of major nations. So it will be interesting to see what he does with Spain here, because Spain is one of those countries that if they join the war fully, they can go either a volunteer build and not join the Axis, or they can join the Axis. And that means that you have a more powerful Spain, but you also risk a D-Day in Spain. So that's a trade-off for the Axis. Yeah. But I do believe he will probably join the Axis, right?
I'm unsure, actually. I haven't really checked if he's going the volunteer build or if he's joining the war. But I guess we'll see. That's a surprise for you guys.
We will see.
And if we head over to the Balkans, on Hungary, we have Lolse. And Lolse is a new player with the community, joining us for the first time today, so we can't really say much about him. I think he's a Danish player.
He seems Danish on the image here.
Judging from the picture.
A very nice country, Denmark. I was there yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'm a bit tired today, to be honest. But we love Denmark.
Yeah, we are, of course, very close to Denmark right now. We are in the south of Sweden, even more south than we usually are. We are down in Skåne.
Yes, indeed. We saw here on the state map mode, we are about here. Yeah. And we're a bit upset also that Halland does not exist here.
That's a scandal, to say the least.
Indeed, not good at all.
Moving on, playing Bulgaria, we have Mosberg. And Mosberg is our OG technician guy. So at Bergagårdhof, he's the one together with Lucas doing the tech stuff. But today he's playing Bulgaria. Bulgaria's country that usually plays with motorized, mechanized infantry. So we'll see if that's something he goes for today.
They can do a lot of work on the Eastern Front. I mean, these Axis miners are really what is the spearhead on the Eastern Front sometimes. And then, well, of course, Germany too, but they can have a lot of impact. And we have seen some shenanigans from the Axis miners, the latest games. We had a Romanian naval invasion of the Baku oil fields that decided one of the games. Yeah. And it will be interesting to see how they perform.
Yeah. And some nice paratrooper play also recently from the Axis miners there.
And we have Boppes from Finland as well. Yeah. Who usually plays, I mean, his comfort pick is the Soviets. Yeah. And now he's on the other side.
Well, Mortal Vision, as he says here, Boppes on Finland will sour the Russians' game, and I think that's very likely. I do know that Boppes is aiming for a sort of a late game build, so he might not be strong enough for the Winter War, but it might not really matter. I mean, if you lose the Winter War, as long as you don't lose all your troops, that's no big catastrophe. The real trial comes later on when you join the continuation war.
If you manage to win the Winter War, though, it's a great buff for Finland because you get a shorter front here. Yeah. Because if you can keep this, then you only have 2 tiles to defend here, and you can storm into Leningrad quite easily. But if you lose the Winter War, then you get this broad front here between Viipuri and the Russian border here, which means that it will be harder to defend.
And As you can hear, Victor is in his comfort zone here. Finland is his comfort pick. So and he played Finland the last game.
Yeah, and it went well in the end, but I had some unorthodox tactics that didn't pan out in the Winter War. So we'll see if Boppus has been inspired by that, or if that scared him off from any shenanigans.
Yeah. So we had a question in the chat if it's if day one mills isn't the best thing to go for, and
I mean, there are two schools of thought here.
Yeah,
right?
Badger is answering. It depends on the country and what the country you play. Meta is for most countries to go for civs. If you ask Boppus, he would say mills all the way. He doesn't believe in civs at all. But it's a matter of taste as well, I think.
Yeah. Indeed.
And the last player here on the lineup that we haven't presented yet is the Romanian player, which is Gidon. And Gidon is from Germany. It's also his first game with the community. So welcome to the community, Gidon. We don't know how he will do, but he's probably played the game before. I can say that much.
It will be interesting to see if we get any shenanigans here from Romania, because they are the only Axis minor with a Navy presence, so to speak. But it's very easy to shut them down in the Black Sea for the Soviets. But if they don't, you might see some naval invasions going across, especially as the Eastern Front develops and the borders push on.
Yeah.
Because you really want to deprive the Soviets of these oil fields here. As you can see, 1,800 oil here around Baku. And if they run out of fuel, then it's trouble.
Yeah. Romania is probably the biggest Axis minor, so it's quite a bit of responsibility for Gidon on his first game. So it's very exciting to see how he will do.
Indeed.
Yeah. So those are the Euro Axis minors.
Let's see how far are we away from the Spanish Civil War here. I'm checking some focus here. Sometime, I would imagine.
Yeah, it usually kicks off around this time, right? June 36th. That's usually when we see the Civil War kicking off.
We'll see. It breaks out. Is it by decision, or how does that work? The start of the Spanish Civil War. 7 days. Right 7 on time. Days.
Yeah, pretty much. So as soon as that kicks off, we will see which players decide to send volunteers and who do not. They are not allowed to send tanks according to our rules. They are, however, allowed to send cavalry. I think we decided yesterday. A question from Mosberg. So you might see Mosberg on Bulgaria sending some cavalry to the Civil War.
Yeah, and as Saxeliv said there, some of the presentations take time, like they will forget Mongolia until they see one Mongolian division roaming the Eastern Front.
Saxeliv has been here more than once before, so he knows our pros and cons, our failures.
Indeed. And I mean, we are so many players in this game. This is really a grand game. As a community, we like the quantity is a quality in itself. It's always fun to have players on these smaller countries that you may not notice that much, because it can really affect the game in interesting ways.
Definitely. We have Monty Mechanized Marines joining us, another one of our dedicated fans. Nice to see you in the chat, Monty. Let's continue on with the presentations, so we don't forget Mongolia until.
We do have the Comintern left.
Yeah, let's check out the Comintern. So, as we were saying before, it's not Boppus on the Soviets this time,
but instead it is. Let's see here. There.
Yeah, we have Rosen as the Soviet main controller, and Rosen is one of our strongest players. Probably he plays this game several times a week, usually. So just to say, the Spanish Civil War just kicked off, and the game is paused because of it. So Spain has some chance to set up his front lines and whatnot.
Yeah, indeed, and we have time for the volunteers.
Yeah.
Also, we do see that the Soviet here has probably made a volunteer force. I guess that these 7 mountaineers might be some of them that they are sending to Spain.
They have a group there called Volunteers with 5.
Oh, right, they do.
But no, that's not it. If you click the army
there, okay.
Yeah, it's 5 mountaineers.
Indeed.
With some artillery as well stacked in, and Rosen has a couple of co-ops as well.
Indeed, he does.
His first co-op is Morten, who's played with us a bunch of times. Pretty solid player overall. Doesn't usually play any bigger nations, but he's played co-ops many times before. Nice guy. And we have Seth, who is a newer player. I think it's his first game with us.
It might be, actually.
Or maybe the second game.
But it will be interesting to see how he coordinates with Rosen as a very experienced player, because we have seen Rosen as a main controller is very communicative and keeps up the spirits.
Yeah, definitely. Unless things are going bad, then he can be a whiny bitch. No, not really. He's a very strong player. He can be a bit temperamental at times, but
but that's good. You need to keep up the bravado in the war.
Yeah, definitely.
And not to forget Mongolia.
Not to forget the Mongolian People's Republic. Here we have Kalle, our Norwegian player, also very skilled, very seasoned veteran in the community. So
Indeed.
that's the Comintern.
Yeah, and Mongolia can punch above their weight. We have seen many games that have been decided almost by Mongolian rocket artillery, for example, on the Eastern Front, doing work through the infantry lines. And I think Kalle will be a very scary Mongolian.
Yeah, they have a bunch of good modifiers and advisors for mechanized, motorized builds. We might see them doing that purely or with tanks. We'll see. We usually don't see any infantry builds on Mongolia.
We will see.
Yeah, as you can see, they don't have much manpower to go with.
Moving on to Spain now, where the war has broken out. You can see the front lines have started to form here.
Yeah, we should be able to see now which countries are sending volunteers. If we go to the diplomacy, no, there we go.
And we have one division from Germany and one division from Japan arriving in July here to the nationalist side. And on the Republican side, we have volunteers from the Soviet Union.
So just one division each from Japan and Germany. That's a bit weird, I think. They should be sending at least 3 each.
They might send more later, I guess, or is there just one?
Yeah, so it seems we need to do a rehost, but we will wait until the Spanish Civil War prep is done, just so you know. We could go on with some more player presentations, I suppose.
Yeah, let's. Who do we have left? Allied miners?
Yeah, we have a bunch of allied miners. We have the Commonwealth nations. We could do those.
Indeed.
So the strongest Commonwealth nation is probably the British Raj. And the British Raj today is played by Jonte, who is a member of the Central Committee. He's been with the community since the founding. And today he's playing a British Raj that has a completely new focus tree. His prep time, which is very limited since he became a father, was spent on the old focus tree. So it'll be very exciting to see what happens with the British Raj today. Will the people starve? Will he hold out against the Asia Axis invasion? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it's good to have like one of our most experienced players on this totally new focus tree, because if there's one guy that will be able to handle strange things happening, I believe it is Jonte.
Yeah.
And it might set up for a scary rush.
And here the expert studio wants to weigh in.
Does need some...
Yeah, we have the experts here.
The experts are butting in. Let's see what they have.
In. We want to talk about one of the biggest changes for our games regarding the British Raj. They have a new focus tree, which is completely different from the old one. And we can see that Raj has decided to go for the non-independence tree. They do not want to become independent from the United Kingdom. And this is what's called This is called a so-called coward's move, because of course you want to be independent.
Maybe we can bring up the focus tree while you're talking about it.
Okay, so let's see here.
If you take away the player pictures just for now.
Are you? Oh, don't know.
Yep.
Okay. We now have 2 paths here. Well, actually 3, but 2 major paths. It's non-independence and it's independence. For the non-independence path, which our player has chosen, they're going to the East Indian to their country. And this means, amongst other things, that they can decide to become a warehouse for the allies. They can get stronger production buffs, but that will come at a massive cost to stability. Similar to how the Manchu non-independence tree works. And what's most interesting about the East India Company trade company path is that they can purchase territory, non-core territory from the rest of the allies.
So that means any non-core territory, or?
It means, okay, now I crashed, but that's fine. It means any non-core territory from the allied faction. I think it might be from, no, it's, we'll see, but it might be from the entire allies, but I think it's probably from the UK. UK is one of the only countries that actually have non-core territory. So for instance, they can purchase the entirety of Africa should they want to.
Interesting. I wonder if they will take advantage of that in this game. What do you guys think?
It is the first time we're having this tree, but I think it comes with a cost, and if I know the players correctly, I think they will be conservative in the use of this mechanic.
Right.
Yep, we are now in the lobby here, or not in the lobby, rather in the multiplayer screen, because we are waiting to rejoin the game. But what are the expert couch's take on the major players? How do you think, for example, like the Eastern Front and the island hopping will pan out with these players?
People want to lose to the other one, but someone will have to.
And as I understand it, Rosen on the Soviets, he will be going for a sort of infantry-heavy build in the beginning, trying to slow the German advance down. But once he gets the newer tank models, the newer medium tanks, he will try to go on the offensive. Any comments on that?
And we lost the expert audio.
We realized that, now we're back. So no one heard what you said, Martin.
Sorry, which part did you
not join as well? So the whole.
Yeah, he was saying it's a hate game of sorts between the German and the Soviet main controllers, Ivan versus Rosen. Could you elaborate on that again?
There's a playful rivalry between these two players, and I think there's a lot of feeling involved in this game between them. And to answer your question about the Soviet build, it's a very classic Soviet build. It bets on being able to slow the Germans enough for the tanks to kick into gear. It can be dangerous because if you take too heavy losses in the initial phases of the war, you might not be able to hold the front line anymore, and then you die.
Yeah, I mean, we will see how it pans out there, and we have the Axis miners as well backing up. Do you think we'll see any like naval invasions of the Baku oil fields or any shenanigans there? Or do you think it will go more according to history?
I think the players who are on the Axis team a lot of them are special tactics players. They enjoy doing bullshit, and I think we will see a lot of bullshit this game.
That's nice.
I like bullshit.
Indeed we do. And it's fun for the viewers as well.
Yeah. I guess we could continue presenting the Commonwealth a bit while we wait for the game to rehost. So on Australia, we have Francis. Francis is a pillar of the community, I would say. He's the one that rages out when people aren't on time. Keeper of the time.
Yeah, indeed. And we have had daylight savings shift now as well, so we were scared that people were going to be 1 hour late, but people fixed it.
Yeah. I think Francis will do a strong game as Australia. We might see him help out the Raj defend. Both of them will probably help out in Africa in the beginning, since the war in Asia kicks off a bit later. I think Francis will have a good game as Australia. It's not too big a nation, and he can really optimize it, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. And joining him in the Commonwealth is also South Africa.
Yeah. And on South Africa, we have Löfstedt, who's been in the community for quite some time now as well. Also a solid player. I'm unsure if he's played South Africa before. South Africa usually goes for heavy tanks. I think now he will go for medium tanks in the beginning, lend-leased medium tanks, and then he will make his own domestic heavy tanks later on. And they are usually quite beastly, very strong. The drawback is that you don't have very many of them. So maybe he'll get 3-4 of them out. So if you lose 2 of them, that's like half your army.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, we've seen that more than once. Last game, South Africa got naval invaded by Italy and capitulated. It was Jonte, who's playing Raj now, played South Africa then. So I think this time I saw some comments in the Allied chat that he needs to make sure to cover his ports.
Indeed, you need to garrison your ports.
Yeah, definitely. And the last Commonwealth player that we have not yet presented is Canada. And Canada is played by Sean. Sean has been with us now for, is it a year almost?
Yeah,
half a year maybe. Also solid player, nice guy. Canada is, of course, one of the stronger allied nations, usually the big tank nation. Like South Africa, they have lots of nice modifiers for their tanks. The Canadian tanks are probably the strongest in the game.
Yeah, and they also have the industry to produce it. Like South African tanks and Canadian tanks might be equally as strong, but Canada really has the industrial output, especially late game, to be able to churn those out. So when the D-Day comes, then the Canadian tanks will be an integral part of that.
Yeah. So the reason we had the crash and the rehost is that Boppus had the Axis armor pack running, and you're not supposed to do that. That makes for an unstable game. It's a bit surprising seeing it from Boppus. He's supposed to know better, but there we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many different packs now, so it's very hard to like find everything. I remember when we prepared yesterday, it was like hundreds of these different armor packs and Sabaton music pack and whatnot. And if you have those active when you're this many players in the game, it kind of messes up the stability, so to speak.
I haven't really tried the new Graveyard of Empires DLC. I know it's a bit controversial, so if you guys in the chat have any experience with it, I would be really curious to know your opinions on it. So yeah, we are now in the lobby waiting for people to join up again. We are at 24 players joined. We're supposed to be, I think, 32 with us observing casters as well.
Yeah, indeed. And as you also notice, we are back to the 1st of January 1939. Which is probably because we have the saves with the armor pack. So we might need to restart the entire game, sadly. But yeah, we will see how this pans out. Meanwhile, we will be joining you viewers here.
So and we have some nice comments here on the new Graveyard of Empires. Olotrolo says, I like it, just need some polish. Ticker 175, on the other hand, says it's undercooked and poorly done. Saxoliv says he plays one game of Afghanistan until the 1990s. My fleet is mighty, my sanity is gone. I bet it is. Yeah. I've heard it's controversial to say the least.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, many of the later expansion packs have been interesting in that it adds a lot of new things. For example, this ability for the Rush to buy territory will be very interesting to see how it pans out.
And of course, the last DLC, Götterdämmerung, introduced a bunch of special weapons and wonder weapons and whatnot. And that really opens up for some exciting strategies. And I know a lot of the players are planning their own special projects now. It's an expensive gamble. I mean, you need to invest in these research facilities. And that's industrial capacity that could have been spent on building guns and other stuff. So we'll see. The creativity can come back and bite you in the butt.
And it will be interesting to see how they prioritize there, because you might do a special project and it might see great effect, but then you don't know what could I have done instead. Like, would I have been able to perform better on the Eastern Front if I put that production towards tanks or... a lot of different alternatives coming up.
Definitely. So we're still in the rehost in the rehosting. Maybe we should restart our games.
We will see. I will go and refill my water.
Do so. Yes, we are in a HOI Grand Game, the 30th of March. A very special Grand Game today because it's a charity game for Ukraine. So all the people who become a Patreon today, all our earnings this month will go to arming the Ukrainian army. Not exactly arming with weapons, but a member of our community has applied to go with the car that will bring supplies directly to the front. So they will be bringing Kevlar and night vision equipment, stoves, all of those good stuff that they need to defend against the Russian invasion.
Support equipment for Ukraine.
Support equipment for Ukraine, actually, exactly. To put it in Hearts of Iron terms. Water looks nice. I think I will.
Yeah, you go and
I think I will follow your example.
Yeah, you had less beer than me yesterday, but yeah. And as we said, join us on Patreon, subscribe to our YouTube channel, because you get extra guides if you join us on Patreon, and that makes you a better player, of course, and you support this channel. The production quality that we have now would not have we would have not have been able to reach that if we didn't have the support of all you beautiful people out there. And for any newcomers joining us, this is the HOI Grand Game, where we are playing World War II rundown from 1st of January 1939 until the end of the war. Now I'm going to try to join here again.
1936.
1936, of course. There we are.
And we finally have a game being hosted again.
Indeed we do. And by the looks of things, we will be starting again from the 1st of January. But luckily, we hadn't gotten too far in the game. So we'll see how this affects things. The Spanish Civil War had just broken out. Maybe we'll see more volunteers now from Germany.
Yeah,
because
hopefully.
We were saying that one division, that's a bit weak. And we'll see if they reconsider now.
I'm getting a bit, we're getting shamed here for drinking water. We will get on the beers in a bit, I promise. This is a Higge stream after all, and no Higge stream without drinking beers.
Indeed, and we need to start drinking the beers rather early because we're driving home with the car later.
Exactly, so. And in Sweden, you can't really drink many beers before you are over the limit.
Yeah, indeed, 0.2. So you can be twice as drunk as a Swedish drunk driver and still be a sober Danish guy.
Yeah, we actually had a minister in the Swedish government who went to Denmark, a bit of a freer country, you could say, in some ways. And she had a glass of wine, and then she drove home to Sweden, and she was exactly on the limit, a bit above. So she had to resign, actually.
Yeah.
In Denmark, she might have been prime minister, and now she's disgraced. No,
she's not disgraced. She's the mayor of Stockholm.
But she could have been prime minister, maybe.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see. She might still be.
Yeah.
Indeed. We have a question here in the chat. In the Civil War, if you're just farming XP, is it good enough to put your volunteers on battle plan and go? No need really to micro. I would say that the volunteers are so few and there is so little going on at that point in the war. You don't really want to battle plan them because you have nothing else to do. So you might as well put that micro into getting as much bang for your buck as possible for the volunteers, I would say.
Yeah, and usually they have a co-op player controlling just those units, trying to micro them. You also need to be a bit careful because both sides have volunteers there, and there's nothing they like more than trying to encircle and kill the volunteers of the opposing side. So you really need to pay attention. We also have a rule against XP farming. So, for example, the war in Ethiopia, Italy is not allowed to drag it out forever and ever just to farm XP.
Indeed. Let's see, something has cocked up with the game again.
I'm a bit curious what's going on. Yeah, as usual, we have some stability issues. This is a common occurrence when you have 30-odd players playing. We have our own mod and everything, and there's a new DLC. There's a lot of moving parts to get this to run smoothly. Seva82, welcome back. He's asking how the mascot is doing. So
yeah, we have a new mascot now.
we have a different mascot today. It's quite a big dog running around here. Me and Victor are more cat people.
Yeah, indeed.
So
Like the kittens, they are nice. You can lift them up like, hello, look at this kitten. You know, you can't do that with the dog.
no. So yeah, we might see him on camera later. It's Badger's dog.
Yeah, we
Let's-
see
let's see
Badger
if he-
entering the studio room here.
Badger is coming here. Let's see if we can get the dog on camera. Maybe in a bit. We don't want to agitate him too much. For some reason, he's really interested in me in a sexual manner. Here he comes. So this is Nelson.
Hello.
Nelson, the streaming mascot for today. Say hello to the stream, Nelson.
Hello, Nelson.
I can feel
also-
Victor is shaking from fear.
Yeah, I have a big fear of dogs. I mean, the thing is, I'm not scared of dogs that I know that I'm able to beat in a one-on-one duel to the death, you know, because I don't trust animals that much. So
Yeah.
if I don't know that I would have been able to beat them in a
Yeah.
duel, then I'm scared of them.
Yeah. So with the kittens, you felt pretty secure in your abilities.
Yeah, indeed, I did. But also, I might I think very highly of my ability because in a fight with Nelson, I'm not sure I would prevail, but we would.
Did you see that survey done in the US? It was like, do you think you can beat X animal in a fight? And like 8% of Americans thought they could beat a grizzly bear in a one-on-one unarmed fight.
Yeah, so they compared like Brits to Americans, and it was like practically no Brits thought they would be able to beat a grizzly bear.
Yeah.
Like 10% of Americans.
Hell
like,
no,
"Ah,
mate."
cool.
Yeah, but the Americans, they really, they're confident.
Yeah, and there was like also like 10% thought they could beat a rhino. Like how? It's so I guess you can like outrun it. You can kite it. You can kite the rhino.
Run in really tight circles.
Yeah. All right, let's see. We are back in into the lobby here.
Yeah, we have 27 players joining. We should be around 32 or so. Victor should stay with the Chihuahuas. Yeah, but they are quite feisty though.
Yeah, I mean, if a Chihuahua was as big as a German Shepherd, they would be completely life-threatening.
Yeah. So if you become a Patreon today, all the proceeds from Patreon this month will go to Ukraine to arm the Ukrainian army with support equipment. So please become a Patreon on patreon.com/hickygaming, and you can support Ukraine. And if you do this, you also get access to our huge library of guides. You can also join the Discord for our patrons, which is quite active nowadays. We're getting quite the Patreon community there. And new for today is that the auto saves from this game will automatically be sent to the Discord. So you can go in there and you can start up your game. You can check the builds that the players are having, and you can let us know in the chat if there's something they should have done differently.
Indeed, and that will also be good for our players, the ones that are paying patrons, because they can also look over like, what did my opponent do? What could I have done better? So hopefully this new feature will improve the meta of the Higgy gaming community.
Yeah. So Falk just asked the chat if they think Victor can beat Nelson in a fight, and people seem to be quite optimistic.
They are confident in my abilities, yeah. But as we heard in the chat, also he looks old and wise. So
Yeah. He's not that old though, but he's not a puppy anymore. So all bad behavior is not excused. Islud Tingle is saying, if I have to fight a bear, I'm wearing a red shirt and brown pants just to hide the blood and the accident. Yeah, definitely. Seems like a good strategy.
yeah.
Okay, so we need to ready up.
Yeah, so you need to get the save. So if you chill out for a bit, I think.
I just need to chill out for a bit.
Or it seems like, let's see here. I mean, you should be ready. Try again.
I need to pick it up.
Yeah.
No country selected. Maybe I'll just then.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, we have 14 players here now, so we should be getting going here rather soon. Yeah, now it works.
Okay, so I'm ready. I think we're just missing 1 or 2 people, and then we are back in the game. And we are restarting, unfortunately, because Boppus had the Axis armor pack.
Indeed. And we'll try to get up to speed here. We have the Ethiopian War in the start, as we said before. We have the Spanish Civil War coming up after that. Then we have the outbreak of the war proper, and then the Winter War, and then war everywhere, basically.
Yeah.
Or the China War.
Also the China War. So the game is roughly historical, but also not historical at all. Spain, for example, is joining the Axis, or maybe he will just do a volunteer build, and then
we'll see how it pans out. I like the join the Axis part of.
That's the brave.
I see that we have the experts here in the picture again. Perhaps they have something to say about this.
Yeah, we just thought that you are discriminating some of the countries in the game, so you haven't mentioned the Allied miners as of yet in the lineups.
Yeah, we can get into the Allied miners. Why not? And maybe you guys could. No, never mind. Yes, yeah, guys, stick around and we'll present the Allied miners. So on Brazil, we have Alexander Björnsrud. Alexander B, and he's one of our Norwegian players. Today we don't have a Mexican player, which means that Brazil or the US can annex Mexico, and I think they will let Brazil do that because Brazil is a lot smaller than the US. So we could see the beefiest Brazil we've seen ever in Hearts of Iron Hygge Gaming Grand Game. So that's exciting to see.
Yeah, and Brazil is one of those countries that has quite a lot of manpower potential. So you might see a lot of Brazilian Marines doing work later in the war.
Yeah, they are a late bloomer though, so you will probably see them joining the war at the same time as the US. You will probably see them building civilian factories until 1939 or something. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye out for. Alexander on Brazil. Moving on Holland that we were mentioning before. We should say the Netherlands because Dutch people get really mad when you call their country Holland. Unless they're from Holland.
I've asked many times, and I don't think they seem to be that angry about it.
Do you think they're from the region Holland, though?
Yes, exactly. I think it depends on who you ask. So if you're from central Netherlands, or from the old Holland region, then I think you're happy with it. So I guess I have 100%.
If you ask someone from Gelre or something, they might get mad. Though.
And Netherlands is an interesting country as well because they are going to be in exile. They will obviously fall to the German invasion. Maybe not, we'll see, but probably yes.
Probably.
And that means that they become a government in exile, so they move over here to the Dutch East Indies. So basically, the Netherlands is not a European theater of war country, so to speak. It is a Pacific war theater country. Yeah. And they can do a lot of work with like submarines and marines around Malaya.
So as experts in the studio now, I think you kind of just assume that he will lose against the German Reich. Is it kind of playing the favors?
I've actually seen in the Allied chat his strategy, and it's to move everything to the Dutch East Indies and leave like 4 garrisons in the Netherlands proper. So I can with certainty say that he is going to lose, and he's going to lose quickly.
But we have done some data crunching here in the expert studio as well regarding the Allied miners, and we actually have 100% win rate on rubber Brazil as a meta.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's interesting. So maybe we'll see a rubber Brazil-Mexico this game with lots of rubber.
I assume you have a lot of data points backing up that claim.
Yeah, one game.
It was one game. But it did save the Allies that game, so it might happen again.
Yeah, we will see. And another country that is going to lose quickly is, of course, Poland.
Yeah, Poland, the unfortunate country to be the first to fall in the Second World War, played by Bakiras this game, and Bakiras has been with us for I think about 2 years now. Solid player as well, and he will of course be playing in exile. They'll get a bunch of off-map factories and stuff once they capitulate, and they can get quite strong. Don't you guys think?
Yeah, I mean. Poland is one of these very underestimated countries because what's added to the TFB mod that we're playing is that they have an off-map tree. So once they capitulate, they gain manpower and factories over time throughout the game. and they become a government in exile in the UK. So they are actually quite a heavy hitter by, 1942 or therearound. So absolutely not to be underestimated.
What happens if a sea lion does happen, though? Does that mean the game is over for Poland?
Not unless they actually manage to capitulate the allies. So if they do a sea lion and capitulate the allied majors before the USA manages to join the war, yes, it can be a game over. But
then it's game over for the entire faction.
Then it's game over for the entire faction. Yeah. And it's very seldomly that happens, because as soon as United Kingdom has a certain amount of capitulation score, the USA can join the war.
Right.
Yeah. And
so it would have to be a really quick sea lion.
Yeah, it would have to be a very, 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 probably a air lion, actually, or a Luftlöwe, which could also be called. I want to add something about the Polish. A massive part of Poland, especially for their early game impact, is that they get about 500 up-to-date fighters in their focus tree. And for the people playing mostly vanilla, 500 fighters in TFB are 1,000 fighters in vanilla. They're about twice as expensive to build in TFB. And this can definitely make a massive difference in the air war. UK normally has about depending on build, they normally have between 1,500 and 2,500 up-to-date fighters. So adding 500 fighters on top of that makes a huge difference.
So that makes Poland one of the strongest air nations early game, right?
Yes, for Danzig War, but they do not have the production capacity to keep those numbers up. But for early war, yes, they add a lot of air power to the allies.
So we are now finally in the game again. We are waiting for it to get started. We are just about an hour and 15 minutes late. As you can see there on the counter up in the upper right on the screen, we've already gotten some Patreons today, which means money for the Ukrainian army and some nice guides for the new Patreons.
Indeed. And as we said before, this is a Ukraine support stream. So all of the proceeds you donate to Patreon this month will be going to supporting the Ukrainian army.
Yeah. You can also go directly to protectukraine.nl to check what they are about and donate directly if you so choose. But then you don't get any free guides and stuff. So
yeah. And now we see here that we have the country is starting to prep up here. We are paused at the moment, but Germany is going to remilitarize the Rhineland as the first focus. And then we'll see how they do, because that increases world tension, as it's called. And that is one of the mechanics that you need to balance, especially as the Axis players, because if you generate too much world tension, then the democratic countries get more support for war things, so to speak. Because if you're a fascist or a communist, then you can just decide it's wartime, right?
Yeah.
But if you're a democratic country, then you need a certain amount of world tension to have the people support putting taxpayer money towards war rather than other civilian stuff.
Yeah, and a common strategy for the Axis side is to do a so-called world tension starve, where you try to keep the world tension numbers down, especially below certain threshold numbers, like 5% or 10%, as long as possible to really cripple the allied players.
Indeed. We'll see if they succeed with that.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see if they go for that or if they go for a more aggressive approach. We've seen both in our games. There are still some players we haven't presented. I think the Asia Axis miners. So why don't we look over to the East Asia theater again?
Let's do that. And on the Asia miners, we have Manchukuo, we have Siam, and we have...
No, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
The Asia Axis is a small faction, but they are very dangerous still.
Let's see. I am scrolling here. All right, my camera just moves around when I do that. There.
Yeah, so on Manchuria, we have Hasleberg, who's been with us for, I think, several years now, maybe 3-4 years. Yeah, he's also been at a bunch of our live events.
Yeah.
Solid player all around. I don't know if he's played with the Latvian duo who's playing on Japan before, but he should be doing a good showing. I hope they've trained a bit on the China War. That's the only thing that you can really prepare for, since the China War is against the AI. We have no player on China, and the allies are not allowed to send volunteers to China. So you can really get that practice in and get it smooth.
Yeah, that's one of the things you can really prepare, because when you're against the AI and you have these wave mobilizations that we will get into later as the war progresses, then you can really plan around it. Because as Napoleon said, war plans seldom survive contact with the enemy, but if the enemy is a computer, it usually does.
Yeah, I thought it was Clausewitz, but it's a thing with those classical quotes. They're attributed to many people. Napoleon usually gets a lot of quotes attributed to him.
Yeah, that's true. And do you think we will have Big Manchu or a Small Manchu?
I'm always a proponent for Big Manchu because I think it's beautiful and you get cores on all of China. This is a choice that the Japan player makes. The drawback is that Japan does not get all the resources as cheaply and accessibly as he does if he takes most of China for himself. So I've heard that the meta nowadays is Small Manchu is better. So I would guess that's what they're going for.
Yep. Remains to be seen. And last but not least in our player presentations, we have Siam, which is Thailand today. So their capital is Bangkok here, and they have this broad line towards the British Raj.
Yeah. And playing Siam, we have Yuri. He's been with the community for almost a year now, I think. And he was at the last Berghof. He's a Dutch player, and he flew into Sweden to play with us physically. So that was really nice meeting him. Yeah, really nice guy, solid player all around. Playing Siam, me and Victor usually say there's one golden rule. What's the golden rule, Victor?
It's to garrison Bangkok.
Exactly, you have to garrison Bangkok because as you see here on the screen, Siam does not have many victory points. It's basically just Bangkok that's the big victory point. So if you lose Bangkok, you lose basically.
Indeed. And also, I mean, this is one of those countries where you might see a very static front line because you have both mountains and big rivers and river and mountain towards the Raj. So usually it's a bit of a phony war here with nothing much happening.
Yeah.
And then eventually late game, you see a breakthrough either towards Siam or towards the Raj.
Yeah. So there are a few different strategies the Raj player, Jonte in this case, can go for. You need to decide where you place your defensive line, and you can decide to put it on the so-called Burma line. So you go from Rangoon there in the south along the mountain ranges. Maybe you could zoom in a bit and show the viewers what I'm talking about. Yeah, so you can have your defensive line there. You can use the river there as cover as well. Usually you don't try to defend the little slice of land going down into Siam there.
Yeah,
that's quite hard to defend and a bad idea. We have seen some players almost abandon Burma entirely from the start and place the defenses even further up. It gives you a short line, but you also lose some land straight away. So yeah, we'll see what it does.
Also at the point where you are able to naval invade, because we have some rules against naval invasions of Raj. But if you secure some ports here, then that really opens up your ability to invade Raj proper. And India is a big country, so it takes some time to get it. So you need naval invasions in order to do that efficiently.
Yeah, and it's usually a critical period of time when the war kicks off in the East. In the beginning, Raj is quite vulnerable to attack, and as time progresses, they become a real powerhouse and usually can go on the offensive. But in the beginning, they are quite weak, and they usually need help from their allied friends.
And we see Saxeliv here in chat. Okay, we have never seen everyone presented this fast. And that's perhaps one of the upsides of our technical issues, right? Because then we have had proper time to be able to prepare everything. And now we have the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War once again. So we are now back to where we ended last time. And we'll see if Franco gets any troops here from his Axis comrades.
Let's see if he gets more than one division from each, from Germany and Japan. As you can see, we were going speed 4 there for a bit to catch up a bit. Make up for lost time. So now we see Sticky here on Spain. He's doing his defensive lines, getting ready for the civil war there.
Let's see here. We have the Germans are training up 4 infantry divisions here. I'm not sure if these are going to be the volunteers.
They look very good.
Yeah, this is a fat division. We have both Marines and infantry and artillery. Combat with 27.
I would definitely bet that these 3 are the ones going to Spain.
I would imagine so, which means that we have 3 divisions now, which is, of course, 3 times as many than the 1 division that they were sending before.
Yeah.
And going over to the Soviets, they have grouped up their volunteers in a little army here, which is nice because then we are able to see it easier. And they are sending mountaineers. This is strong divisions as well.
Yeah, not as much artillery as the German divisions, but they are, of course, more in number. If we go back to Spain, we could see who are sending volunteers. It should be clear by now.
Yeah, let's check out. On the Republican side, we see volunteers coming in from the Soviet Union. Now we have a lot of negotiating market access and so because, nationalist Spain just started existing, so to speak. So we are filled up with notifications here. But as of now, the only volunteer request is from the Soviet Union, but we are going to see France sending volunteers at some point, I would imagine as well.
Maybe. We don't see it in every game, but France and the Soviets are the only ones that can.
And looking over at the nationalist side, we have Japan sending volunteers as well. We saw there.
Yeah, we saw in transfer.
3 divisions from the German Reich and 1 division from the Empire of Japan that will arrive on the 7th of July.
Have a look at Mosberg's Bulgaria. He was talking about sending some cavalry maybe, but I don't see him grouping up anything for that.
Doesn't seem like it at this point, no. Only 9 divisions here, one little cavalry though. But if it sends this, I don't know why it would.
I guess it's stronger than the Spanish Civil War divisions, so.
Yeah, but not by a long shot.
Not by much, yeah.
Looking at the Spanish Civil War, we have, as you can see here, the divisions that you get at the outbreak of the war as Spain, both the Republicans and the Nationalists, are very bad. And they will get run over by pretty much every volunteer division. The only exception for that is these troops in North Africa. That are Franco's North Africa Corps, and they are actually somewhat competent.
Yeah.
So this is the divisions that are able to do work for the Spanish player. Meanwhile, the militia is usually just filler.
So the game is unpaused and the war has started, and you can see Sticky there transferring the North African Corps to the south of Spain.
Indeed.
We haven't seen the volunteers show up just yet, but they will in short order.
Yeah, we do have another division from the Empire of Japan that will arrive at the 9th of July now. A 3rd division from Japan the 12th of July. So the Japanese volunteers are trickling in a bit, but the Germans will be here rather soon.
He's sending them in piecemeal. I wonder if there's a reason for that. I wonder if that affects world tension or something.
Maybe. Or he just forgot to press the button.
Or it just forgot. Yeah, it could be it as well. Never attribute to skill what could be attributed to incompetence, I guess.
And as we see here on the Republican side, we have 5 divisions from the Soviet Union. So at the moment, the Soviet Union is sending almost as much by itself as the Axis are sending together.
Yeah, but the Axis are outnumbering them though, and the Germans are a bit stronger than the Soviet divisions. Just to explain, there are 2 possible outcomes of the Spanish Civil War. Either the nationalists and Franco wins, and they win. If they somehow were to lose, though, we won't kick out the Spanish player. We won't force the Spanish player to join the Allies. Instead, we will let the nationalists take control, but the Soviets get a bunch of civilian factories. So that could still be significant if they were to lose them. But usually they don't.
Yeah, and that sets up the Soviets as well. If they are able to get those factories, it really helps their industry early on, and that can snowball a bit.
We have the answer here to our question from Milo in the chat. It starves tension to send them separately. So that was thank you, Milo, for enlightening us. That was a conscious choice by the Latvian duo on Japan. So you learn something new each day.
Smart move from them. And now we also see Mosberg's volunteer division from the Tsardom of Bulgaria arriving at the 25th of July.
Just one?
Just one,
Yeah.
it seems. I'm going to see if I can find the template here, but he is probably in transfer at the moment, so I won't be able to look at it.
So the war in Ethiopia just ended. No huge XP farming there. I wonder if Italy will send some volunteers to Spain now that they're not in war anymore.
Yeah, we will see. It's one of those Axis countries that usually does.
And it's really a good idea because there's not many ways to get experience before the war kicks off. And experience is very important in the game, especially since you need it for doctrines and whatnot.
And as we see here, we see the Africa Corps stacked up in a big doom stack here, pushing towards Toledo. They're probably going to try to surround Madrid rather fast. The volunteers should have arrived, everyone.
Yeah, I think the Germans arrived. I can't see them right now, though.
Yeah, we see the Japanese volunteer divisions in the south here around Cordoba. And the Germans are around Madrid here. 3 of dudes.
Okay, so it seems they are going for a Madrid first strategy.
Yeah, indeed. And they really would like to surround Soviet divisions, of course. But I haven't seen the Soviet. Yeah, here they are.
They are also close to Madrid.
The Germans and the Soviets have met up now and are fighting. And it seems like the German divisions are expectedly coming out on top here because they are heavier in artillery.
Yeah, Sticky was forced to move back a bit there, though, as the Soviets were coming in. But now he's joining forces with the Germans, and together they should be fine.
We see, though, that the Soviet volunteers are holding their own against the Africa Corps. So the only thing that are able to punch through these Soviet volunteers is the German volunteers. And we see the German volunteers trying to push up here in the tile above. Of course, they want to surround these Soviet volunteers, and they do not want to be surrounded. So we'll see who wins that tug of war.
Yes, we're getting word here that probably the Axis are aiming to keep world tension below 10%. And that's an important threshold for a lot of focuses on the Allied side. I think both the UK and Raj, I think, have focuses that are locked behind world tension being at 10%. So solid strategy from the Axis.
Yeah, indeed. And as we saw just on the little news reel here, the US Congress passed the Neutrality Act. So the US Congress is not that into European wars at this point. They will be eventually.
They probably will.
And now we see actually the Soviet divisions are a bit stretched here on the very front line. They are doing work, but they have to watch out here so they don't get surrounded. We see that the Franco-Africa Corps is actually pushing these 2 Soviet divisions here. And the Germans, of course, want to move into Madrid now so that they can get these little 3 ones in a pocket.
Look at that. 5 divisions from Italy just joined in Galicia up in the northwest.
Indeed,
so they are heading towards the front line as we
speak. Let's have a look at the Italian divisions. We haven't done that, and we'll see what they are sending. Sarge is sending his best, I would say. Like, this is a solid volunteer division. Also, the Mountaineer division, a bit weaker. But
still, special forces, they should be able to do good work there.
And also, there are 5 of them, which is quite a few.
Yeah, and now the Soviet volunteers are solidly outnumbered. Still no French volunteers, I think.
No, I have not seen any French volunteers.
Oh, I misspoke.
Okay.
Outside of Tortosa, we see 3 French volunteers.
Indeed, we do. Let's have a look at those templates.
Mountaineers.
Yeah, pure mountaineers with some support company, and they are, as the name suggests, fighting in the mountains here, the northeastern Iberia offensive here, trying to push out a bit from the coast. A quite usual tactic from the nationalists is to cut off Tortosa, so you get like 2 different pockets here. So you get the Barcelona and you get the Valencia, so you don't have them linked up.
Yeah. Now it seems the Axis strategy, Sticky strategy, was to surround Madrid, but the Soviets stopped them. So right now it's It's a fight on a broad, but look at that. The Germans are breaking through the lines.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the Soviets may have stopped them from taking Madrid, but they don't want to get surrounded in Madrid.
Yeah, and now they are forced to retreat as the Germans are pushing their advantage. They have a gap in the lines and they are running through.
And we have some information here that you need to build up planning to be able to effectively attack in the Spanish Civil War, because you get unplanned offensive debuff otherwise, which is bad.
Yeah, we could have a look at one of the battles there to see.
Yeah, let's see.
Right now
here.
it's only Germans fighting there, though.
Yeah, here we have some Germans fighting. Here we have a battle between the nationalists and the Republicans.
Yeah, and if you look at those attack numbers, they're down at 15.
Yeah,
9,
5, 6 attacks.
And those are very low numbers.
Indeed, they are. And we see the Germans actually pushing very deep here. I would be a bit concerned if I were these German divisions. Here we see the Soviets.
Yeah, here comes the counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, here's the counterattack, and the Soviets
they are counterattacking on 2 different tiles. The Germans are in trouble now.
Yeah, but they are holding their own, though. Like this.
Not on the left there. Out of sync.
Out of sync, yeah. A lot of out of sync players, and we are doing some hot joins. But
hopefully no rehost.
Hopefully not. And this is a bit of an exciting development in the Spanish Civil War here. I mean, this little salient is quite hit or miss for the Germans.
So if you're just joining us, this is a HOI Grand game. We're playing Hearts of Iron 4 historical. And this is a special Grand game because today is the charity game for Ukraine. So all the patrons that joined today, all of the proceeds of this month will go to helping out the Ukrainian army fight back the Russian invaders. So an extra good cause today.
Yeah, indeed. And also you don't only support the Ukrainian army by becoming our patron, you also get twice the guides, and then you become twice better at HOI, right?
Yes, definitely. Oh, we have Night Round in the chat. Hello, Night Round. A bit later broadcast. Best of luck today. You always smash it. Thanks, Night Round, and nice to have you in the chat. It feels like home.
And now we are back in the game here. We see the Germans are moving fast towards the sea here, and they are managing to broaden this front. I don't think the Soviets will be able to push through these divisions.
No, it looked hairy there for a moment, but right now they are kicking ass.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, this Spanish militia, if you have no volunteers here, then the Germans can just go to the sea, and Valencia is probably even undefended at this point. Indeed, it is. But as of now, no interesting developments with regards to the volunteers.
The French are still fighting in the mountains there, trying to push a bit, but they won't get anywhere of note. We see some Republican troops being surrounded there.
Yeah, but that's only the militia. But the Spanish Civil War is going in the nationalists' favor at this point, I would say.
Yeah.
Looking over at the German divisions, we do see Gerd von Rundstedt getting some experience here. Organizer, infantry leader, and hill fighter is what he is working on, and we have regular one still on the actual divisions. So we'll see if they manage to get some experience here.
Yeah,
they don't want to win too hard, right? The nationalists, because then you don't build up the experience.
Yeah, but you can't farm XP forever, or you are breaking the rules. So it's a nice bit of balance going on there.
Indeed, we have in the chat here, since last grand game, I've got addicted to snooze, hygge bad influence. Indeed, I'm going to have a snooze here. What are you snoozing today?
I'm snoozing Granite.
Yeah, I am snoozing General White Portfolio.
Okay.
No?
You do know that that's not entirely in line with the charity game for Ukraine, because they're owned by Philip Morris, I think. And, I think they are not boycotting Russia, so maybe you should switch to...
I will switch snooze. And looking at the front here, it's quite stable.
Oh, we have Clintbet in the chat, one of the players in our community who recently joined the Swedish army, and since he's around 30 years of age, he's sort of the grandpa in his platoon, but all the power to him. And I hear he's doing well.
Yeah, and also he's old and wise then, like our dog.
Yeah, and he's still fit like a bull. So he should be fine. And Sweden is a bit safer because of it.
Indeed. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Nothing much going on in the Spanish Civil War now. We see the Japanese are pushing along the sun coast here between Malaga and Almeria, but I don't think we're going to see any big encirclements this war. I'm speaking quite soon here, but nothing too exciting happening as of yet. No one is taking any unnecessary risks here, it seems.
No, Germany did take that risk in the beginning when they punched through the lines. They managed to encircle some troops, and now I think they're just taking their time, pushing slowly all across the line, building up XP. They're taking it slowly, steady, methodically, and I don't think the Soviets will take any huge risks either.
Looking at the war here, we have Republican Spain is 50% towards capitulation, and they have lost almost 252,000 men. Meanwhile, nationalist Spain has only suffered losses of 41,000. So firmly in the favor of the nationalists, this civil war.
Yeah.
As it usually is.
As it usually is. If the Republicans are winning, then somebody has fucked up, generally.
Yeah, we have seen that some, like 1 or 2 times, I think that the Republicans have managed to win the Spanish Civil War, but it's usually like if you get an early encirclement of like the German stacks of volunteers or something, then you might be able to. But if it's just volunteers against volunteers, you usually lose out.
Because as we said before, the Civil War units are absolute dog crap. So the volunteers are sort of like superheroes in comparison. And now we see the Germans finally reaching the coast, taking Valencia, and the Republicans are cut in 2.
And I mean, this might be bad, though, for the Soviets if they are still here, because if the Germans manage to take Alicante and Murcia, or, for example, the Japanese manage to do that from the south, then the Soviet division cannot retreat. So when the Republicans capitulate, if the Soviet division is encircled that does not have a harbor, then you lose it, right?
Yeah, and you are allowed to capitulate with your volunteer units. You put them in a port and you say, I give up, and then they're not allowed to be killed, basically. But right now it's progressing steadily in the favor of Sticky on the nationalist side, and you can see the Japanese pushing up the coast from the south. The Germans are pushing up towards Barcelona in the north, and it might be sort of a quick ending to the war here.
Yeah, we see a quick and solid civil war for the nationalist side. The Axis have done good work here, and we'll see here. We have some Soviet divisions up here, and we see the Germans moving in, so they might get an encirclement of like 1 French or so here.
Yeah, the French are running.
Yeah, and we see the Soviets have managed to get in to defend this tile here. But the Germans are moving towards the French here, but
you can see a bit of a cheeky try here from the Soviets trying to cut off the Germans there, but I don't think they will manage.
Yeah, I mean, the Germans are gambling a bit as well. If the French troop had been a bit more daring and moved here, for example, they could have cut off the Germans instead, but now it just seems like a back and forth here. Maybe we might get 2 German divisions encircled here. We see that the Soviets are moving into this tile here north of Valencia. And meanwhile, the Soviet mountaineers here are pinning the 2 German volunteer divisions. I think these 2 divisions might actually be in somewhat dire straits, but the Soviets did not move into that tile, so they will live to fight another day by the looks of things now.
And in the southern pockets, the Italians and the Japanese, they are just facing Spanish Civil War units right now, so they will be able to close this pocket fairly easily.
Yeah, indeed. As we see here, we have a big pocket, but that's only the militia troops as well. So no mountaineers being lost here. Maybe the 1 Soviet mountaineer here might get surrounded if... Yeah, I think actually the Soviets... Oh, no, it's not the Soviet mountaineer division. It's actually a Spanish one.
Yeah.
So no volunteer losses.
No, it looks like both the French and the Soviets, they are doing a fighting retreat towards Barcelona. Barcelona will probably be the last city to fall. And I think as long as they hold Barcelona, the Republicans won't surrender. So
we see here the French are now moving out of this little salient. Meanwhile, the Soviets are holding up the line here and still playing it safe.
Yeah. So the Spanish Civil War is going according to expectations, you could say. We'll keep an eye on it, but maybe we should
move over.
Check on some countries and see. By now, you might be able to get an indication on what their plans are.
Indeed. let's check out Finland.
Yeah, why not? So on Finland, as we said, we have Boppus, one of the members of the Central Committee, also one of 2 people doing the guides that you get access to if you become a patron. And he's playing Finland today. He's doing the 1 division training thing.
Yeah, and nothing too exciting in the production. For example, we see no heavy artillery, as I did last game, and no shenanigans, so to speak. So it's probably going to be quite a regular Finland.
Yeah. He's not doing pack artillery either, so he's doing a regular artillery.
A bit more expensive, but he was going a late game build, right? You said.
Yeah.
So then you might go for the more expensive artillery, but we'll see what he will be able to field by the end of.
Yeah, he doesn't have too many factories, and a lot of them are on artillery. So probably quite an artillery-heavy army, I suppose.
Yeah. See, looking back at Spanish Civil War now, we see all the volunteers have pretty much retreated out. So nothing much going on there. Perhaps looking at the Soviet side, if
you can see where they intend to put their first line of defense already.
Yeah, indeed, and that's also quite usual, I would say. Like you fall back to the
Stalin line? Right?
Yeah, basically. I mean, this is the defense along the... What's this river? It's the...
doesn't it say on the map? Is it the Volga?
Yeah.
I'm bad with Russian rivers.
No, but this is the Ukrainian river, the one I've heard the Dnieper. Yeah, the Dnieper.
Dnieper.
So they are falling back to behind the Dnieper, basically. So they are. I don't know if they are going to give up Kiev. It doesn't seem like it, because that's an important supply hub. Because a lot of this comes down to supply.
Yeah.
As you see here in the east, the supply lines are very long. So you want to keep the supply hubs so you're able to keep supplying your army. So, for example, if Kiev falls, then you will have a much harder time supplying the entire line. And that might have an effect, because you see here in Vitebsk, it's pretty much the only place where you don't have a river defending you. So you often see a German tank spearhead going through these 2 tiles towards Moscow. And that's usually what breaks the Soviet line.
Yeah. And usually what we see is the Axis moving in, taking all that undefended territory, and then they usually wait for a bit, and they build up the railway lines, the supply hubs and whatnot, so they have some supplies.
Perhaps we should invite our experts to talk more about the Soviet build, because I hear that Johannes has some information on this.
Yeah, actually the Finnish build, I think.
The Finnish build. Oh, yeah, of course, the one is playing Finland.
Yeah, it's unusual.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hey.
So if you go back to Finland, I had a long chat with Boppus yesterday when he didn't plan to use the armor packs. He gave me some information about the upcoming game and what his build was. And it's something quite novel, I'd say. So for those of you who are long-time patrons, you know that he did a guide on equipment capture a long time ago. So what he plans to do, and what he figured out with Finland, is that they have some extra buff in equipment capture ratio. So he will build some light armor divisions with around 70% equipment capture. So his intention is that he, like, overall a classical Finnish build, but then he have like 1 or 2 or 3 light armor really crappy divisions that will close the pockets and then capture 70% of the equipment of the Soviets. So
that's sneaky.
Yeah, so it's experimental, but it might actually work out. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a very interesting build, because you usually suffer from quite large equipment deficits as Finland.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it might work. It might also be that he has some crappy armor divisions that's completely worthless. But yeah, let's see.
But we heard that he's going a late game build. Does he intend to refit those armor divisions, or use them in another manner later on?
No, I think they're just planned to be used for vacuuming the pockets, basically. So not be able to fight, just crappy stats, just with a high capture ratio. I think that's it.
And he's going fascist also?
Correct. That's something you noticed, Falk.
Yes, he has gone the non-historical fascist Finland path.
And that's not something we usually see, right?
It's actually, I think it's the most picked path because it gives you some like clear buffs immediately, and it's also used to be the only way to be able to join the Axis. Because in the previous, after they redid the Finnish tree for, I can't remember the naval expansion, if anyone can help me there, but was it No Step Back where they redid this Finnish tree? Doesn't matter.
You tell me.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Arms
Yeah, it
against
was
tyranny.
But
Arms Against Tyranny.
Arms Against Tyranny, that's
Yeah.
correct. Once they did that, the neutral Finland could only be neutral, and they could not join the Axis faction. So then you had to go fascist to be able to join the Axis. But that has been changed in one of the more recent their finest patches. So now you can indeed go neutral Finland and join the Axis.
Yeah, I think you can do it through a focus. But also, if you go fascist, then you get automatically dragged into Operation Barbarossa, so to speak, right?
Yes, but you can also do that as neutral Finland now, since there are changes to TFB. But yes, that's
okay. So we're paused a bit, and I have to admit it's my fault. I had the observer on Republican Spain, so when Republican Spain capitulated, I was thrown out of the game. So I am not joining, and that's why we are paused at the moment.
Yeah, we're getting back here.
So thank you, Expert Couch, for that clarification on the Finnish strategy. And Don, like we said, he likes to crunch the numbers. He's made very many guides on very specific subjects. So he knows what he's doing probably, but we'll see how it works in practice, because theory and practice are not always the same.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat. What do we think about this? If Soviet comes with medium or even heavy tanks, should he get shredded? I mean, he will get shredded if the Soviets show up even with light armor, probably just infantry. They will just run through this light armor division.
Yeah, I think the Finnish infantry, which is among the strongest in the game, probably the strongest, like they can become really space marines. They will do the heavy lifting, and these guys are just there to steal the equipment, basically.
Yeah, we'll see. I heard that we have an interview coming up here.
Oh, that would be nice.
Let's see if we...
Where did you hear this?
Yeah, in the little...
Yeah, so
maybe we'll give them some time to set it up,
see.
And we will see.
Okay, let's see.
Right now, you are So Badger got the preview and the actual view correct, and it's the first interview of the day, and these are always a bit tricky. You have to drag the players out of playing the game, badger them to actually put on their camera and make sure the sound is working and whatnot. So we'll see if we get a bit of an interview. We'll have a few of these during the day. It's always interesting to hear directly from the players what their plans and experience is.
Moving over to Asia, because the next war that is going to break out is the Sino-Japanese War. And we see Japan is planning naval invasions here. You usually want to chain naval invasions to get the invader trait on your general.
Yeah. And the Latvian duo, Einars and Jugis, they are. It looks like they're doing quite a traditional strategy here. We'll get back to that. I just got word that we have Sticky here for an interview. Sticky, of course, playing Spain, victorious Spain. So let's see what Sticky has to say. Sticky, can you hear us?
I can, yeah.
Good
morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm tired.
Is that why you don't have a camera?
No, it's because I still haven't bought one.
Okay, fair enough. So you must be pretty satisfied with the outcome of the Civil War.
Yeah, very good teamwork from the Axis there, I'd say.
Yeah. Germany did a push there close to Madrid that looked a bit iffy in the beginning, but then it worked out well, and you won pretty handily.
Yes, just good volunteer work.
So I think Falk, they can hear you at the moment, just so you know. And so the question everybody wants to know is, will you do a chicken volunteer Spain, or will you do a big balls join the Axis Spain?
Well, I have been given orders by German High Command to go for very wimpy 0 balls volunteer Spain.
Yeah, it
And
probably is the smart choice, right? Because
who am I to deny the overlord of Europe?
yeah. So that's nice. You just defer responsibility to the Führer, sort of
Exactly.
like
And if it
the
goes
German
wrong-
people did after the war.
Yeah, if it goes wrong, what are they going to do? Invade me? Not with this one.
Do you have any plans for your volunteer Spain? Are you going to do armor? Or are you going to do Marines? What are you thinking?
I have been dying to play a tank miner for quite some time, so it will be the Spanish trucks on wheels.
Yeah, and they can be quite powerful, as we've seen in the past. What is that? Medium tanks or?
I would say medium tanks. Yeah.
Yeah,
They won't let me build heavy tanks for these research.
Oh, nice! We finally have a picture for you here. It sort of looks like you, I think. You can't really see it, but the stream can.
It's my expert studio skills.
Indeed. Speaking of the experts, do you have any questions or comments to Sticky here?
Yes. So, what are your template plans for Volunteer Spain?
Well, I've not seen what the Soviets are going for yet, but if they're not doing anything special, probably just the regular 8-7. I think I'm going to be building a land warfare facility just to get those spicy armored engineers. Just to make my few divisions the best they can. It doesn't cost much to add those in, so why not? If we see some nasty heavier tanks from the Russians, I'll probably slot in a few tank destroyers.
That sounds like very, very good to be more flexible and see what the enemy does. What are your picks for General and Field Marshal, and can you elaborate on those picks?
Oh, well, I guess it's going to be old Franco for the Field Marshal, just he's got that Logi wizard. It's useful in Spain, and whoever I grinded the most XP with in the Civil War. Probably old Mohammed.
Those are interesting picks, and Mohammed, for everyone listening, has started an extreme amount of attack pips. He's probably the highest attack pip general in the game when the game starts.
Can't really beat 6 attack.
Yeah, interesting. Those are some elaborate plans. It's good to hear that you're prepared.
All right. Anything you want to add before we round off the interview, Sticky?
Oh, well, not from me. I think I am interested to see how Barbarossa pans out, but that's a few years away yet. We've got time.
All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good luck on the front lines. As you can see here, I have zoomed in a bit to the British Raj and India, where something has happened. Can we get the experts back, perhaps, to elaborate on why the Raj looks like this?
This is part of the new mechanics for the East India Company. When you become the East India Company, you end up with, I think it's one province, and then you slowly have to buy back the entirety of India. So that's why they
buy back?
Yeah, you buy them back through the East India Company mechanics.
Sounds very imperial, or
they
colonial.
They are very imperial. This is a very imperial India we're seeing. He's not independent. He's buying I wouldn't say people, but he's buying land. He's buying land and turning India into a company.
Yeah, as we see here, India is now run by the board of directors.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, indeed. I guess that it's by decision you buy the... Yeah, here we can see. Very interesting mechanics. You have tax rates and a lot of different economy things here.
This is, as we talked about earlier, the biggest change between Graveyard of Empires and the previous expansion. At least for the Finest Bra, is the Raj focus tree.
Yeah, and just for some flavor, Jonte, who's playing Raj today, he has been back and forth for the last couple of days if he wanted to play with the new tree or not. We wasn't sure if it was bugged or not. We wasn't sure if it was overpowered, underpowered. But he ended up in the 11th hour to say that, okay, I want to play with it, probably because he made a run through extra and realized that it's probably strong. So let's see. Yeah.
We will see how we will see how it pans out. Thank you for your insights on this new India mechanics. And moving on here, as we said before, the next war that is going to break out is the war between China and Japan. And as of now, there is not too much happening on this front. I'm not entirely sure when you get the Marco Polo Bridge incident, but it should be rather soon, I think. Yeah, not much happening in Europe at the moment. The Axis succeeded in keeping the world tension somewhat low, and that's obviously good for them. And now we have Peter back here. What do you think about the Sino-Japanese War?
Well, I would suppose that they have trained, so should be going smoothly. Last time, though, we saw Japan running into some real issues. They were really, really late in winning the war, and they lost a bunch of troops on the way. Even though China is just played by the AI, there are a lot of Chinese troops coming. So if you aren't well prepared, you can really fall down hard.
Yeah, I remember last game that Japan got a lot of troops encircled because they accidentally triggered a wave, because the waves get released at certain casualty thresholds and capitulation progress, which means that if you're not prepared and you do an oopsie and kill too many Chinese, then if you have your troops in a bad position, you might get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of Chinese troops hitting the front lines.
Yeah. We see, though, the naval invasion planned right now. It's a common strategy in the beginning of the war that you do a naval invasion there, and then you can cut off some Chinese troops right off the bat as you take the northern parts of China there, Beijing and so on.
Yeah, and you want to be able, I mean, you want to keep large pockets, because then you can basically decide when the different waves spawn. Because if you get a big pocket, then you wait and you close it when you want the next wave to spawn, so you can control the flow of the war, so to speak.
Yeah.
Now we saw that China picked the focus, pick a fight with Japan, so we're not...
that might not end well for them.
Yeah, we will see how this ends up. Probably not well. No. Yeah. What else is happening in the world at the moment? Not much.
Yeah, this is a peaceful period in the world. It won't remain so for very long, though. Might have a look at what Pontus is doing on France. Where is he placing his defensive lines?
Yeah, we see the Maginot is only garrison troops at the moment, but we have one defensive line north of Paris and one defensive line south of Paris, by the looks of things now.
Yeah, and I think his strategy, at least before the capitulation, is mostly infantry with some heavy tanks sprinkled in. And if you do have heavy tanks as France, they could go toe-to-toe with the German tanks, at least for a while. You usually don't have as many, but the Germans aren't that strong either this early in the war. So you have seen some French being able to survive for quite some time. Eventually, you'll see the other axis joining in as well. But if Germany is going for a greedy build, which I think Ivan is doing, then France could be a bit of a hurdle in the beginning.
Yeah, indeed. And now, as we see, the world tension has gone up to 15% due to the Anschluss of Austria, which means that some war focuses will be able to be picked.
Yeah, so I guess they're not doing a complete world tension starve, since we're already at 15%, and it's beer o'clock.
Oh, very nice, thank you.
It's about that time.
Yeah, indeed. Lunchtime.
So, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to all of you at home, and cheers, Victor.
Cheers. We're drinking Pilsner Urquell here.
Czech beer.
Indeed, and Czechoslovakia is independent as of now.
Yeah, but it's a timely beer, because I think before we might have even finished this, Czechoslovakia might be no more. So
yeah, indeed, we see that As of now, we have Germany accelerating the rearmament program because, well, they have obviously violated the Treaty of Versailles at this point.
And what do we think about the fascistoid leaders violating treaties? We do not like it. And speaking of which, today is a very special stream. We call it the charity game for Ukraine. So if you become a Patreon today, you don't only get all the nice goodies that you usually get, but all the proceeds will go to helping the Ukrainian army directly. We will have probably a member from our community going down there with a car with protectukraine.nl and they will give stuff directly to the Ukrainian army. So if we all enjoy occasionally invading and annexing territories, but only in Paradox games. We don't do this in real life, and this needs to be clear for everyone.
Indeed. Support Ukraine, become a Patreon, get guides, subscribe to our YouTube. And also we have a question in the chat if we can move the Patreon thingy a bit down so our viewers are able to see the date. But we'll pass that on to the studio. Trotsky has been assassinated. RIP.
Oh, that's early, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an early Trotsky assassination, indeed. And that's also good for the Soviets because that's one of those things you can't really control. Either you failed assassination and you have to do it again and again. And some games we have seen Trotsky survive like 4 or 5 assassination attempts.
What are the actual implications, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's an alternative cost because you need to use your spy operatives in order to assassinate Trotsky instead of like spying on Finland or keeping down resistance in occupied Poland or whatever you need. So, I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's good to have Trotsky squared off early for the Soviets.
Yeah. Okay, so we know what the French are doing. What is the UK doing?
Let's check it out.
We have Snistan here as the main controller.
One division training at this point.
One division training, but he must have more troops out.
No, only the one.
Oh, wow.
So not very much Brits hitting the fields. It's already September of 1937.
Yeah,
let's check out his...
Is this what we usually see? I'm a bit unsure. We don't usually see the UK doing the one division training.
And there is no divisions in training at this point either, but looking over at the logistics, he has a very big surplus of equipment, so he will be able to field that rather quickly. 80 heavy tanks, 500 medium tanks, and 230 light tanks. And looking at the production, he is going heavy anti-air with 4 factories. And no production of...
Are those medium tanks?
Let's check it out. No, that's the medium, right? Because the Matilda 1 is the heavy. I'm not an expert on tanks. If the experts know anything,
if only we had experts here.
Yeah, indeed. Let's check in on them.
So a couple of questions. Is this something we usually see, a one division training from the UK?
I mean, you can do it, but no, it's not common. But
because they are cutting it a bit close, aren't they?
I mean, you can start producing your infantry in... You can start producing your infantry in perhaps early 1939 and still get it out as long as you send the ones that need to go the furthest immediately. So if you want to do one division training and get your entire army out in the late 1938, start building it late 1938, that's completely fine.
Okay, so probably no big mistake there. And on the production there, was it just light tanks or are they building mediums as well?
I haven't actually checked that.
The Cruiser 2 is a medium tank.
Okay, so they are putting quite a number of factories on the medium tanks. I think at least some of them are going to South Africa, because I think South Africa will use British tanks in the beginning before they get their own heavy tanks later on. But that's quite a significant amount of production placed on medium tanks.
Yeah, I think I've ever heard in the Allied prep chat that they were doing a 50-50 split on the Lend-Lease to Canada and South Africa. And also, just to point out that, I'm not sure if you said it already, but the UK starts with light armor, light turret 2 from the very start of the game. That's why it's so smart to build those early medium tanks right from the get-go, because you can actually get quite a lot of them in the field with tech that's not good by 1940, mid-1940, but it's really good at the beginning of the war, like late 39, up to mid-40. They're actually good enough to pierce anything.
Interesting. And let's have a look at what the Germans are producing, because a lot of times we see the Germans go for assault guns with a bunch of soft attack, but then once they get down to North Africa, those soft attack assault guns, they don't do anything against proper medium tanks. So let's have a look there what they are producing.
Yeah, they are producing the Panzer IV assault guns.
Yeah, so they are going for those assault guns with soft attack. What do you guys think? Will this be able to break through in El Alamein?
Yes, as long as they do it quick enough. Like, if you're doing a lot of assault guns, you're on a timer. They can fight fine against the first medium tank divisions, but as long when the 1939, 1940, 1941 tech hits the field, they become obsolete in tank-to-tank fighting quickly. But they can easily defeat the early game medium armor.
Right. So it's a bit of a battle against the clock there.
Yeah.
Of course, North Africa is one of the real decisive theaters early on in the game, and it can really set the tone for later on. Who controls Egypt? It really decides if the Mediterranean is safe or not.
Especially if you manage to capture the Suez Canal as the axis before the Allies blow it up.
Oh yeah.
Then that can really strengthen your logistics.
Yeah, and we get a notice here that Ivan is going for the so-called rage timer build. He's going for autarky, and this has some special implications.
The experts need to mute themselves.
Or maybe it's just us hearing them.
Oh, right. It's way here.
Yeah. But maybe we could get the experts in again to explain this autarky thing. So last game, Ivan was playing Germany as well, and he did this autarky build, which as the D-Day invasions happened, he couldn't repair anything. So the Allied strat bombers were decimating Europe, and according to Ivan, at least, that was why he lost. Could you guys elaborate on this a bit?
Yes, what the rage timer or the autarky timer is that you get a strong, massive production and construction buff. And to keep this going, you need to take countries and invade countries, and that pushes the timer further and further up. But once you hit the 100% mark of the timer, you get hit by a 20% consumer good factory debuff, and that just kills your economy. So you need to push this further and further away. The thing that happened last game was that the modders added a so-called off-ramp for this debuff. If you feel that you cannot hit the breakpoints for the autarky, which is a certain amount of your faction need to be in control of a certain amount of resources. And if you feel like
this off-ramp, it wasn't there the last game.
It was there, but he took it too late.
He was just
okay.
Yes, you need to take the off-ramp before you hit the 100% debuff. And if you do that, you get a smaller, it just gives you a smaller debuff. But if you let it hit 100%, I mean, your civ economy is fucked.
Right. And do you guys think Ivan has learned from his mistakes last game?
I think he has partly learned from it, because he's not going to do the same mistake twice. I think he's going to keep an eye on the off-ramp if he needs to do the off-ramp, and do it before he hits a 100% mark. And a difference in this game from the last one is that we actually don't have a player Yugoslavia. And that lets him pillage Yugoslavia and push the timer a few months further on.
Interesting. Yeah, so that's definitely something to keep an eye on later on.
Yeah, we have a question also from the chat, from Crafting Ruby. Look at the German focus tree and see how many resources they need to do full autocrest.
Yes, at the bottom of the German focus tree, you have a separate window for the autarky resources.
Let's check it out.
And it looks like they haven't... Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, indeed it is. And here you can see all the resources then, I guess.
Yes. And Germany needs to control a certain amount, and the entire faction needs to control a certain amount.
That's a lot of oil that they need.
Yeah, definitely.
They need to control Baku to reach the oil breakpoint.
Right. And what happens if they reach the breakpoints?
You can, if you look at the focus tree. Actually, can the studio give me control of the vision, and I can show you?
You're in control now.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. This happens. The modify autarky. First of all, the rage timer is cancelled. He can no longer reach a rage timer, and he gets to keep all the build-up autarky buffs. And if you look here down to modify autarky, he also gets that added on top of the already very strong autarky buff.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for the elaboration. I'm sure we will check in on this later on, as it's quite decisive. It was very decisive, if you ask Ivan, last game.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this intricate systems are really good to hear more about.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, thank you for your insight, experts. And we are going back to looking at the game, where it's still a bit of a lull in the fighting. We have world tension of 15%, which means that some decisions are able to be taken by the democracies, but you need to reach a threshold of 20% in order to reduce consumer goods and so on. But we will see early mobilization coming out from a lot of countries now.
Yeah.
We hear something about Big Manchu.
Ooh.
So we do have confirmation that we are going to see a Big Manchu.
And here comes the China war kicking off as we speak.
Indeed. Yeah, good timing from us there. We have the Empire of Japan declaring war on the Republic of China due to the Marco Polo Bridge incident, or not due to, they want it anyway, but the war kicked off.
Yeah, the war has kicked off, definitely. And let's see now how well they have prepared. As we said before, the China war is something that you can practice ad infinitum on your own. So let's see how well they are prepared. And
we have the naval invasions going off here towards Qingdao and Shanghai. We have Beijing being surrounded by the Manchukuans, and war has kicked off. And all of these naval invasions are landing now. There is not much on the side of China in terms of defense. We have a comment from Crafting Ruby to look at partial autarky on Germany, and we can do that quickly. Let's see where we have it. Partial autarky. As you can see here, it sets your consumer goods factories factor to 80%, and it gives you a lot of bad things. So you want autarky achieved.
Yeah. There we go. Going back to the China war, one interesting thing to notice is that the Manchukuo player, he has been left alone on the northern front.
Yeah, indeed, he has.
And it's was it Hasleberg playing Manchukuo, right?
Yeah, I think so. We have the experts in the image again.
I just wanted to add a quick note to the autarky. It's not the tooltip is not entirely correct at this point because it doesn't show all the modifiers that will be added during the game. But the big thing of partial autarky is that it stops the rage timer, and
so that is the off ramp you were talking about.
Yes, that's the off ramp.
Yeah. Do you have any comments now that we have you on the line? Manchukuo is left alone on the northern front. Don't you usually ask for some help from Japan up there?
Not in this case, actually, because we have Big Manchu, so they can do their focuses to get free divisions. Not free as in the number, but free as in no-cost divisions.
Not as in free subjects.
Yeah, exactly. So they actually get
freedom as a word with many uses.
Exactly.
So Manchurians can definitely handle the northern front when they're a Big Manchu. It's going to be interesting to see if the Japanese later on decides to push with the Manchurians, because that's probably the safest tactic to do, but it's not the quickest. The quickest is to do the massive naval invasions and go for the big encirclements.
But it's also risky, as we saw in the last game.
It is very risky. And if you overextend when one of the waves happen, as you said last game, we saw the Japanese lose their entire army in China.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Thank you for that elaboration.
Thank you. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this pans out. I mean, we have seen some overextensions from Japanese players historically, but if they prepare well, they should be able to avoid it.
Yeah, so far they're taking it nice and slow. Their naval invasions are landing without problem, which is expected. Some small encirclements, but nothing major yet. We do see Hasselberg on Manchu doing a bit of a snake here, going downwards. Let's see if there comes a snake from the Japanese in the south to meet him and encircle some Chinese there.
Yeah, I would imagine that the Japanese landing in Qingdao is going to try to link up with the Manchukuans, because you have if you get like these supply lines. Oh, Trotsky was assassinated again.
Poor, just leave him alone.
Yeah, it's interesting. Why did he get assassinated twice?
Maybe it's a Rasputin kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe. We have Saxoliv in the chat saying that finding the German focuses goes much smoother from the host compared to the last game. So thank you for that. I have actually looked through the focus trees a bit on my own, because last game they were like, "Oh, look at this focus," and I was like, where is it? So,
but last game you weren't casting, and neither was I.
All right,
it was the most by Magnus Ek cast.
True, not even my fault.
Yeah. Cheers to us, the OG caster crew.
Indeed. Also, cheers to Magnus and Mossberg.
Yeah, of course, they are also very competent casters. And thank you, the expert counts. It's very impressed with your professionalism.
Well, thank you.
Very nice.
Let's see. Nothing that much going on here. We have the landing in Shanghai, but only the 2 tiles. They are not really expanding this out. They're just holding.
Which is a solid strategy. Like, you exhaust the Chinese slowly but surely, because the Chinese will just keep on attacking, even if they don't have a chance to take the tiles. They are a bit out of supply in Shanghai, but they seem to be completely fine. The Chinese troops are trash. Basically.
We get information from the experts here that Japan has gone the normal side of their focus tree. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but
no agriculture fascist side. So
which is probably good in some sense.
Yeah, for those of you who know what it means, you know what it means.
Indeed. And also in Japan, you have this inter-service rivalry mechanic. I'm no expert on it, but it means whether you favor the Navy or the Army, and you get different buffs and debuffs depending on which you pick. So to speak. And now it's Army dominant, so that means you get less dockyard output, but more factory output.
And for those of you who are fans of history, you may have heard of the inter-service rivalry in the United States Armed Forces, which has been quite terrible at times, but it was nothing compared to the inter-service rivalry in Imperial Japan, where the Navy and the Army hated each other, and there was not oil even for one of them. So you can imagine how that went.
Now we'll see here. I mean, I'm a bit scared of this landing here, because the Chinese will eventually be able to de-org them.
I
mean, looking at this thing, because the AI doesn't take into consideration whether they are able to win a push or not. They just go, right?
No, that's
but
true.
If they just keep
here comes
going,
another naval invasion without the ports.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably to save the salient. But I mean, these guys at some point, they're just not going to have the organization.
A bit tricky. This.
We'll see. I mean, now the Japanese are.
He got Hangzhou port.
Yeah, and I mean, this is probably to save this tile, but I don't know if they will be able to do it in time. You see, Shanghai is falling here because due to the sheer deorganization.
We have 9 Japanese divisions who are encircled.
Yeah, I mean,
will they be able to bail them out?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they don't have any organization at this point, but we only have the one here.
This is bad. They are losing divisions now. That was one division dying.
Yeah, they played it too greedily here. Like, they thought that they will be able to hold against trash Chinese divisions, and I mean, yes, on paper, but eventually you get overwhelmed, right?
This is the first mistake, I would say, of the Latvian duo on Japan.
Yeah. I wonder if they will be able to save this, though. If they save this, only losing 1 division, they will pretty handily be able to recover. But
2 divisions lost.
This is going to come down to the wire. And the Chinese actually reinforcing this tile here. They should perhaps click it with 7, but then they will lose the orb.
This is hairy.
This is quite bad for them, actually. And they might lose Hangzhou as well. And then
that would be disastrous.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for the Japanese at this point. The Chinese AI is doing work here. I think they should have landed with more troops. They should have expanded out a bit. It was a bit greedy to just keep the 2. They are reinforcing this, though, so they are really playing all their cards here, so to speak.
Out of supply, but they might be able to hold it. It looks like for now Hangzhou is holding, but they are losing division after division in that pocket next to Shanghai.
And I mean, they can get out from Hangzhou as well.
We have a question from Saxony if these are good divisions. Check out those divisions.
Let's see. They are they are good divisions.
They're really good divisions. This is expensive losses for Japan.
This is expensive for Japan indeed. And now we see the bubble is turning red, and there is no hope of getting there at the moment. But they might still be able to here. They have decrypted the cipher, though. So if they press the cipher button now, maybe that can be the hand on the scale.
That could give them some breathing space, yeah.
Yeah, we get from the experts here that we have 144,000 dead Japanese in this pocket if all of them die. And they are dying quite fast here. So that's a big loss for Japan. Like,
Crafting Ruby says it looks like they put too many divisions in there. That might be it. Yeah, they were out of supply from the beginning, so that might be why they are losing right now.
We'll see. They are desperately trying to break them out here, but I don't think they will be able to at this point. Maybe now, though. They need some green bubbles here, but these 2 tiles are not connected either. So even if they take this tile south of Shanghai, this is looking bad now. The organization is almost down to 0 here.
It's looking better up in the north.
Where
indeed. Where the Chinese are about to get the circle there, but yeah, it's down here in the south that they are taking.
Yeah, I mean, this is an exciting pocket here, but now you see the green bubbles. It will come down to the wire once again. Like, will they be able to get this tile before these 4 falls? No, they will not.
Yeah, they have lost. Yeah. There it goes. If you have
barely out of time, but I mean, look at the casualties at this point. Yeah, I mean, as the experts expertly said, 144,000
just from that pocket. And it's not only the manpower losses, of course. Those were fully kitted out divisions with lots of artillery. So that's an expensive loss for Imperial Japan this early in the China War.
Yeah, indeed. And looking, they are already in a deficit of pack artillery, anti-air, special forces gear. And also they lost some tactical advantage as well, because it will be much harder to land in Shanghai now, because now all the Chinese are there. Yeah. So the landing is now around Hangzhou instead of Shanghai.
Yeah, and how much do they even have to land with? They seem to be, they actually have some Marines coming out right now, some Marine divisions, quite solid Marine divisions. So they will be able to land wherever they want to. But that's an expensive loss for sure.
Yeah, indeed. But they are stabilizing a wee bit here. But we'll see. Up north, it's going better for Japan. We have a question in the chat whether China has the first wave mobilization or not. And they do not, by the looks of things. Oh. So China hasn't even mobilized the first wave yet, and Japan has already lost 930 with divisions. So not looking too nice for Japan this China war.
That's rough, and they are advancing in the north, but they weren't able to close that pocket. Jinan is still holding, which is the tile that's separating the Manchukuo forces from the Japanese forces right now. Hasselberg on Manchukuo is doing just fine, though. Doesn't seem to have too many losses. 13K, that's not.
Yeah, we see like the Manchukuo is doing better than Japan at this point. Also, we had some information.
If you have a look at the losses from China, half of them, 330K, are from Manchukuo, and Manchukuo's only lost 13K. So the big Manchu Hasselberg is the MVP of the Asia Axis right now.
Yeah, indeed he is. And he will probably be able to pass Japan as well, because Japan at this moment is mostly defending their salient here.
Here come the new Marines, though.
Yeah, they are closing it up, and now the front is wider, so it will probably be fine. But it was a greedy landing. Shanghai and just the one. Yeah. They should have gone for Hangzhou earlier in order to reinforce, in hindsight, of course.
Yeah.
We get some info from Saxeliv here also that if they had less divisions, they would also have less organization. So then they would die faster anyway. So,
but they could have evacuated.
They could have evacuated
as they were losing the port.
They were a bit greedy and they lost.
Yeah.
But
it's not over yet by any means. Last game where we saw the Japanese losing even more troops, they eventually won, and they still played a solid game in the East Asia Pacific theater.
And also the loss of those 9 divisions is going to affect the war effort, so to speak, because you will be able to push much slower.
Yeah.
Because if you had those 9 divisions and they were in Shanghai, you would be able to push towards Nanjing easier, and you would be able to reach victory points and trigger waves easier. But once they've lost those 9 divisions, it will take significantly longer for the Japanese to capitulate the Chinese.
And we can see, if you look at the top of the screen here, the micro is lacking a bit. There are a lot of there are free military factories, no focus set, open tech slots.
They are panicking a bit here. You see,
they are microing their hearts out, and the macro is hurting.
Perhaps that's one of the downsides to being 2 friends playing one nation, because you don't have this clear chain of command, right? Because usually if you have a co-op, you say like, okay, you do the factories and the focuses and the economy, and I will control the troops. But I guess if both do everything, then something might slip through the cracks.
Yeah. So this early on in the game, this is the only war right now. So there's not much going on in the rest of the world except for a build-up.
I mean, we are looking a bit here. We have some nerd info from the experts here that recently their finest brush changed the China war. So there are more supply depots on the way to Wuhan, which makes it easier to push. So perhaps the patch will be able to save the Japanese war efforts efficiency here.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the supply map mode right now of China, and it's a lot brighter than you usually see it. It's usually more in the red, but right now...
Indeed, let's check out. Yeah, it's actually very well supplied. They do have supply issues at the front here, the Chinese, but...
Yeah, that's to be expected, I suppose.
Indeed.
With all those bodies just hurling themselves at the front.
Why can't I remove this thing?
That's a good question. It's probably because...
All right, I will just tag over to Japan.
Yeah.
There. We can see that soon we will see linking up of these 2 fronts as well, so that the Shanghai pocket will be linked up with the Qingdao landing, and then the Japanese won't be in any danger of dying like they did before. And more nerd info is that the rivers count as level 1.
Czechoslovakia is about to fall in 4 days, and I still haven't finished the Czech beer.
As we see here, the first Czechoslovakia Congress is done because Sudetenland now belongs to Germany, but they have ambitions to take over the entire Czechoslovakia.
Who would have thought the Führer was not satisfied with the Sudetenland?
You shouldn't. They shouldn't have appeased him.
It's almost like Putin and Crimea when you think about it.
Indeed.
Speaking of which, today we have the charity game for Ukraine. So if you want to stop people from invading their neighboring countries and annexing territory, this is a chance for you to do it directly, while at the same time getting a bunch of benefits for yourself. So if you become a Patreon today, or if you are a Patreon and you decide to upgrade your Patreon level, all the proceeds that we receive from Patreon this month will go to directly helping the Ukrainian army through protectukraine.nl. So please do sign up at patreon.com/hyggegaming.
Indeed. And you get more guides.
You get a bunch of guides. You get the entire library of Patreon guides that Boppus and Badger have been making the last year or so. So it's starting to become quite the
the extensive library, and also a tips to all the players participating in our games. You learn a lot from them.
Yeah, you definitely do, and they really go into detail as well.
We saw here during the Czechoslovakia annexation that Hungary got a bit more territory. When you play as Germany, you can decide whether to give territory to Hungary, keep it all for yourself. And we've seen some different choices there, but usually they give it to Hungary.
Yeah, usually a good idea. Hungary can become quite the powerhouse, especially with tanks in the Balkans there.
Big pocket in China. So if the first wave isn't mobilized yet, it will become after this gets picked out. first wave is mobilized, so then this pocket is probably going to trigger the second, I would imagine. And if we're looking at the casualty numbers now, it's starting to even out. The Japanese have not lost any more men since the first little fuck up there. Meanwhile, the Chinese have lost 1 million men.
Yeah, that's sort of 500,000 since we last looked.
But Manchukuo has overtaken the Empire of Japan as the main player in this war, so to speak.
So Big Manchu is already showing his strength here.
Indeed. And that Big Manchu has the potential to become very scary. And we got some information here also that since the rivers count as level 1 railroads and can connect the supply depots, this becomes very important for supplying the front. Let's see. This window is weird. Let's see.
Yeah, there are a lot of rivers in China, of course, so this is especially important in the Sino-Japanese War.
Indeed. There we are. Now I can see the information. Nice. Sino-Japanese War ticking on. We have Saxuliv pointing out that for every 5,000 men lost by the Manchukuans, the Chinese have lost 300,000 men. So the numbers are looking very good for Big Manchu.
Yeah, that's a pretty good ratio, I must say. Even better than Ukraine's ratio against Russia.
Indeed. Looking over at Europe again, we do see the Germans have a little overstacked army here. We have some the volunteers from the Spanish Civil War has gotten some experience, but they are still only regulars. We have some regular 2s, 1 medal, but not that much experience gained from the Civil War. Looking over at the Soviets, their volunteer divisions also regulars.
They changed them to tank divisions.
Oh, yeah, indeed, they did. Some light tanks.
Use the experience to strengthen their tanks, basically. If we have a look at the UK, they have finally started training troops, and they are going for some anti-tank troops. If you have a look at the UK,
yeah, indeed. Let's check them out. Let's see here.
So a couple of strong 30 widths there with artillery, and then some anti-tanks. So those guys will probably go down to El Alamein to protect against the inevitable attack there from the Euro axis.
Yeah, this is. This is going to be scary for pretty much any tank.
Yeah. We are about to get an interview with Boppus, who is playing Finland. And that will be interesting to hear his plans. Apparently, excuse me. Apparently, Badger already has a good idea of his plans, but it's always nice to hear it directly from the player. It looks like right now he's doing 15 width, 15 width troops, which is good for defense. You spread out those few Finnish troops in a more defensive posture. Probably a good idea for the winter war. It doesn't seem like he will be going on the offensive there.
I see Don here on the camera, so perhaps we should switch over to the interview.
Oh, you mean Boppus?
Ah, Boppus, yes, indeed.
Let's have a look. Hello, Boppus. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, how are
I'm trying
you?
a Finnish accent. I will stop that immediately.
You have a sort of a Finnish background there as well, don't you?
Yes, I'm standing on the Republican Square here.
Ah, that's beautiful. But you actually kicked Mannerheim out of office. So isn't it a bit of I don't know, shameful to have his statue there in the background while you kicked him out and became fascist?
As you see here, the head is gone, so it's replaced with Dannerheim instead.
So Dannerheim, yeah, perfect. Boppus Dannerheim, yeah, that's your name in game as well. Perfect. Okay, yeah. Perfectly in character, I guess. So you are going for a sort of a late build, is that correct?
Yes, I am. Actually, this seems like when I'm going for an extremely late build, everyone else does the same, which means that my late build is like a standard build.
Right.
For most people, yeah. But I'm going for military factories now in mid-38.
And that must hurt for you to wait that long to build military factories, because you really hate civilian factories, right?
Yes, I do. But I did build a land facility, the first thing I did. because I'm gonna go for armored engineer companies and equipment capture. This is my plan for the game.
Yeah, we heard you're making some sneaky thieving light tank divisions. Is that correct?
Yeah, up to 70% of equipment capture. So if this works, I will have a lot of shitty Soviet equipment.
Will you have them out for the Winter War?
Well, I'm really sad for that vote, guys. I got like 75% thinking I will win this. I will mount a defense though, but I'm not going all in on it.
Yeah. So right now we can only see defensive units in your army, 15 width. Will you have any offensive capabilities at all by 1939?
Yeah, I will have mountaineers, 3 of them.
Right.
And that's it.
They're not in production right now, but we take your word for it.
Yeah, the mountaineers is already out.
Oh, yeah, they are. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I see them.
I just released them.
Yeah.
Indeed, and these are quite big divisions as well.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I need to choose a focus. 15 widths and 30 widths. That's what I'm going with. I think I will have like 250-300,000 manpowers in play when the war starts, the Winter War starts. So if they want to, they will win. But I'm not sure. It depends.
Yes, we have a comment here from Seve in the chat. He's saying, yes, the famous Finnish mountain divisions being totally mountain country. So why did you go for mountaineers and not some other type of special forces there?
The thing with the mountaineers is that they look like mountaineers, but they're light infantry. So we got a lot of bonuses for fighting in forests, and we're gonna fight in the forest.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that Finland has, it's forests and lakes.
Yes,
indeed.
I think they can move to the forest.
And
there you go.
Just a shout out to the Finnish people who just won the happiest people on the planet for the 8th time in a row. With
shout out
with the very same expressions they always have when they're happy.
Yeah, that won't change in 1 year. I'm pretty sure about it.
I'm so very happy. I'm so happy. I'm the happiest country.
No, we said don't do the accents.
Okay,
no, John said he wouldn't do the accent. I made no such promise.
Ace Petey.
I'm going to the sauna soon. Yeah.
Nice. What about you expert guys? Do you have any questions for Boppus here?
Yes, so what do you give yourself in probability to win the Winter War?
I actually give myself 50-50 because I don't think they're really going for a prepared offensive either. So I have a lot of man in field. If I hold, I hold. Otherwise, I will just run back to Åland and hang out.
Yeah, just so you know, I voted on a Soviet win in the Winter War on the YouTube vote. Yes, you know where I stand on this.
I bet you did. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, thank you for the interview. I would love to check in on you later on after we see the outcomes of your different plans here. I'm really excited to see your thieving light tank divisions. What will you call them actually?
I don't know yet. I'll fix that after.
Hoping for a good name.
Yeah.
An innovative name for an innovative division.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, well, thank you, Boppus, and good luck in the Winter War and later on in the Continuation War.
Thank you, and good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, so that was Boppus. Not exactly super confident, but as we said, he's going for a late build, and this goes against all his inclinations. He hates building civilian factories, so he's now in his comfort zone building military factories.
Yeah, indeed. We have a thing in the chat here. Cure is writing that Italy
is also going for an autarky build.
Yeah, indeed. And it will be interesting to see whether or not he will be able to hold Africa with that build. I mean,
I'm a bit curious how Cure knows this. Maybe Cure is a Patreon and has received an autosave, which you can get if you become a Patreon. The autosaves are automatically saved down and sent to the Patreon Discord. So that's another bonus of becoming a Patreon, aside from all the guides you get and aside from helping out the Ukrainian army fighting off the Russian invaders.
Indeed. So join Patreon. Also subscribe to YouTube channel. I'm not really finding the autarky thing in the Italian focus tree, but we will see how it pans out. Another interesting development is that India is whole again, so to speak. They have now bought up all the territory from the old British Raj. So now we have the board of directors in control of India proper.
Yeah, and as we said earlier on in the game, there's a lot of interesting things happening with India, and they have a completely new focus tree in the latest DLC, which Jonte, who plays Raj, or India, I should say now, hasn't had time to prepare really for. So it's sort of like he's driving a car with a blindfold on and hoping for the best.
Yeah, we will see how it pans out. We see he has institutional money laundering.
That sounds good, I guess.
Yeah, it's very, very economic policies here. I don't know what focus he is going at the moment. Forming an Indian doctrine he is doing.
Yeah, one fear that he had was that he would be having a famine, which wouldn't end. But I can't really see him having a famine.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have it at the moment. He is going some war focuses here. He's gaining army experience and base war support, and it will be interesting to see how this pans out.
Yeah, he's still doing a one division training strategy as well, as we saw from the UK earlier. This is a common strategy. You get the EXP you need, but you don't lose as much equipment since you're only training one division. So
yeah, indeed. So, and it's filled out to the brim with infantry as well. So it's just the regular.
Yeah, he is training some infantry though. They are not yet fully strength. They are 20 width with a bit of it's regular infantry division there.
Yeah.
A smattering of anti-tank, and I would expect that these guys are going to Egypt to help defend against the push there.
Yeah, I would imagine so. But speaking of Egypt, perhaps we should have a look at how the front lines are set up over there.
Yeah, they are shaping up quite nicely. You see Canada bringing up the front there. Those will probably be tank divisions eventually.
I would imagine so. I'm going to tag over to Canada so we can see what they are sending. And this is
right now only motorized, but he will add on tanks in a bit, I think.
Yeah, indeed, and full support company as well. We also have some Australians here, probably.
Yeah, probably most of the Australian army. France is playing Australia.
Indeed, let's see here. Yeah, that's the entire Australian army actually in North Africa at the moment.
It seems like the Italians just lost a spy in France called Falco.
Oh,
that's sad for
sad for them indeed. Looking over at the espionage game, let's see here. For example, Germany now has 6 operatives here. One is captured by the French. I wonder what happens if you have an operative captured, because they might take Paris before. Do they get him freed automatically then, or how does that work?
That's a good question.
A question for the chat or the experts. If your operative is captured and you capitulate the country, do you get them back?
If you capture the country that captured your spy, what happens to the spy?
Yeah, we will see.
Somebody probably knows. We have a lot of knowledgeable people, both in the chat, but also in the expert couch. Xtrex says, pretty sure it gives the operative back. So
yeah, I would imagine so as well. Then again, he will be killed if it's not rescued within 246 days. And I don't think Paris will fall in 245 days. No.
Yeah, and I got the answer here from Cure 1701 that he did indeed check the save game. So he's one of our patrons who checked the save game. So that's a tip for you guys if you wanna become a patron.
Yeah, indeed, and it will be interesting to see if he can hold Africa.
Yeah, definitely. Is he putting any troops there? Let's have a look. Not at the moment. He has all of his troops in mainland Italy at the moment, so no posturing there for the later North African War. It can be a bit risky. We've seen France in some games immediately try to go on the offensive in North Africa and try to grab some land. We've also seen the opposite. We've seen the Axis doing paradrops on the Italian territory and Vichy French ports to get them before they become Vichy France.
Yeah, indeed. Also, we have seen a meta shift in El Alamein, because historically and in our earlier games, it was like around El Alamein and you just looked at each other. Eventually, one side folded and the other side won.
Yeah.
But we have seen a lot of like naval invasions of Tel Aviv behind enemy lines, paradrops, some shenanigans from the islands. So the later game, El Alamein has pretty much always been decided by some sort of play around the line.
Yeah. You have to know that Ivan, who plays Germany as the main controller, he's given the directive to several Axis miners to build Marines so that they are able to take Gibraltar, among other things, but also, of course, to do naval invasions in the back of the Egypt defenses. So that's one thing to look out for. I heard rumors about Hungarian Marines, which is funny since they don't have a coast, but it could be something we see. I'm having a look at Hungary now to see if...
Let's see what he's training.
No Marines,
nothing at the moment.
No Marines yet. He doesn't even have the technology for it, but it might be something that we will see in a bit.
It will be interesting to see. Something I did notice, though, here is that there is 2 divisions of Sky Gods from Canada here.
Sky Gods? I wonder what that is. Oh, it's paratroopers.
Yeah, I would imagine paratroopers. So they are definitely up to something.
And that's a really nice compliment to have to your tanks. You can.
These are small.
Yeah, they are small, but all you need to do is take away the tile that the enemy is retreating to, and that kills the retreating unit. So that's a strong move from Sean there.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it will be a non-historical El Alamein once again, I would imagine then. Paradrops, invasions.
We haven't looked at the war in China for a while. So
let's
do that.
Look over there. Nothing too exciting happening. I would imagine that the second or third wave is mobilized at this point. The second wave is indeed mobilized, and the third wave will probably be coming out soon. Looking at the losses at the moment, the Japanese are up to 211,000, but that's not due to encirclements. It's just regular fighting. Meanwhile, China has lost 2.15 million, and Japan is once again in the lead.
But look at Manchukuo. He's losing nothing, basically.
Yeah, Manchu is playing very well, like 23k lost and almost 700k Chinese casualties.
Yeah, the Japanese have caught up, though. Fortunately, it would be embarrassing if Manchukuo had more killed. And the Japanese managed to capture an American spy. Oh, perfect. We have a Japanese beer incoming. Kirin Ichiban.
Indeed.
They are not a sponsor, but we're still happy to drink their beer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have a question in the chat here. Is three battalion divisions allowed?
10 width is the smallest, so that's a good...
Because the Canadians are definitely below 10 width.
Yeah, they are not allowed, actually. That's a good catch there, Kior.
Yeah, indeed. That's 6 combat width. So they have broken the rule here. Then again, I don't know how we communicate the rule break, because you can't say, like, in the chat, like, Canada, your paratrooper divisions in North Africa.
We could say something more general, like they are just at 6 width right now. They aren't being used, so I guess it's not too terrible at the moment. But he needs to get them bigger before he uses them, at the very least.
Yeah, indeed. It's not that it's illegal to field divisions with low combat width. It's just that you can't use them in combat.
The same goes for the Canadian cavalry divisions that are in the back lines there. They're also just
indeed
3 battalions. So
we'll see how this pans out. Looking at the Brits, they have started, as we said before, Knistan was quite late with starting to produce actual troops, but now they are.
And he's putting them where they are needed in North Africa. I'm a bit curious to see how well he's defending Gibraltar. Nothing there yet. but we will definitely see them defending Gibraltar later on. They are a bit vulnerable if the Axis were to go for paratroopers.
Yeah,
They could actually reach Gibraltar if they do a bit of bunny hopping off of French territory. So that's something to look out for, definitely.
also with volunteer Spain, you get some advantage in Gibraltar as the allies, because it will be much harder for the Axis to capture Gibraltar late in the game.
Yeah, maybe you could zoom in on Gibraltar so people can see what you mean. Because in vanilla, I believe Gibraltar is just one tile, but in TFB and in our HOI mod, it's 2 tiles, which means that the defending British can keep on cycling in defenders if they're only attacked from one side. If you attack from both sides, though, then they can't. But right now, since Spain is a neutral country, there won't be any naval invasions coming from the Atlantic side. So that makes Gibraltar a bit easier to defend. A lot easier, I would say.
Yeah. We have a speculation from the experts whether or not the Euro axis will be too low on maneuver divisions. I'm not sure. It remains to be seen, obviously, but...
yeah, these are very deep and cryptic questions.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment...
simple casters.
At the moment... They are, but
yeah, let's have a look. They do have
its infantry divisions pretty much.
Yeah, they have
all
no
the way, right? Yeah,
Germany has no mobile divisions at all in the
but
field.
they do have 9 panzer divisions in training, and they will be fielded rather soon.
And these are the assault guns that we were talking about before. So high on the soft attack. Maybe they might have some problems facing French heavy tanks. I can see France has at least... No, those are not heavy tanks. Those are also assault guns.
Yeah, France has
heavy assault guns, though.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, the French assault guns are heavier than the Germans, but they are still assault guns.
They are at 20 armor, while the German divisions... Their piercing is 9, so they can't really pierce the French heavy assault guns.
Yeah, that might spell trouble for them.
That might spell trouble, although the French only seem to have 2 of them. So even if they can't pierce them, they can go around them, I suppose.
Yeah,
and those German assault guns should make quick work of the French infantry. I do like Pontus' defensive posture here in France, though. If you have a look on the screen.
Let's check it out here. He has two rather big defensive lines here.
Yeah, and they can support each other quite well. So if the or rather when the first line has to retreat, they can retreat to fortified positions. So let's see how that goes. We are now in 1939, so we are closing in on the beginning of the war.
Indeed, we are looking over at China again. Nothing too exciting happening here. We have a general switch here, interesting, or a field marshal rather. But micro still a bit bad from the Japanese, I would say.
I don't know. Since they lost so much in the beginning, those strong divisions, they are forced to take it slow, and they're probably feel a bit burnt from that earlier mistake. So they will probably take it slow and steady. And of course, this means that they get the resources and the factories later. But on the other hand, they do get more experience as they fight longer.
And we have tourists here. I would imagine that this is island hopping gang.
Yeah, I suppose. Or
it's just infantry. The Marine division.
Marine divisions look quite strong.
Yeah, indeed, I would say so. Not that much support, though.
Yeah. No super divisions at all.
Indeed not. Let's see if the third wave is mobilized yet. It is not. And
if you have a look at Spain there, you can see the division between Hughes and Einars on the what do you call the area of operations there, the theaters. Einars China, so Einars is controlling 23 divisions there, and so about half each, you could say.
Yeah, they have divided them up between themselves. So as you see, they are getting veteran training here. But these divisions are going to be really strong, but they are not strong by themselves, so to speak. I mean, this is strong, obviously, but it's not.
And again, missing on the macro. Look at that: 3 military factories, We have some research slot not being used. We have some divisions not put into armies. Yeah, both of them are microing like crazy, but the macro is suffering a bit there in Japan.
Yeah, I would imagine they are microing more now, so they don't lose.
Yeah,
lose more troops.
Yeah. Never again.
Indeed. Saxoliv is asking, are the Chinese pushing back? And no, I would not say so.
No.
But
I mean, they're pushing as much as they can, but they probably won't be pushing back. And you can see it now. They are actually pushing in quite aggressively to the west. That bulge there is quite new. So a bit of a risk taking again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a risk here because if they push too deep here, then if the third wave gets mobilized, then they might have an issue. We have a question here about the recap what happened to Japan, and basically they did a naval invasion by Shanghai, and they held these two tiles with like 9 divisions, but
9 very good divisions.
9 very good divisions, and they were holding for a long time. But the thing is that they did not land in Hangzhou; they waited rather, and eventually
they did not evacuate Shanghai when they lost it. So the 9 divisions, fully stacked 30 width divisions, were lost.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, they were a bit too greedy because, I mean, obviously those divisions were much better than the Chinese ones, but they got deorganized at some point because the Chinese kept pushing. So yeah, bad start for Japan. They will be able to claw their way back into the game, obviously, but 9 fully stacked divisions lost that early.
Yeah, that's
going to affect your war effort.
The majority of the losses.
Indeed. Now we have the dog has spotted something.
Yeah, there are some animals moving outside, I think. So the dog mascot for today is growling a bit in the background.
He is on guard. And now we see Badger coming out, calming the dog down. China war is keeping on. We have, let's have a look at what the Germans are doing, but they are at this point reasserting their eastern claims, so they are working their way down. And here we have the dog again. Hello, dog.
Yeah, he was just kidding. He's not really angry.
No. Hello. Old and wise.
How afraid are you right now?
Nah, it's not that.
Maybe we should have a look at. Actually, maybe we could ask the experts, Falk, to have a look at the different navies and do a bit of a navy review, because that's not our strong suit, I would say.
Yeah, indeed. Let's do a navy run with the experts. Badger is returning to the.
And Badger loves his navies, as you know it. Watch this, guys.
Did I hear navy?
I'm gonna take the opportunity to do a bit of a pee, but do a bit of a navy review.
You do that, and we will talk navy. Yeah, it's a general question. What do you think about the navies here?
So, do you take it from the top?
Yeah, and we can actually start with the United Kingdom, because this is the most interesting thing we've seen so far, is that the United Kingdom has built a lot of dockyards and they've been building a lot of battleships. This is very expensive to do as the UK, and it will mean you have less aircraft, less planes, less industry, but I'm guessing he's just scared of being. He wants to win the naval war. And then Johannes can take the Germans.
Yeah, so something new for this game that we haven't seen before is that Germany is spamming cruiser submarines, which is very interesting. And for those of you who don't know who it is, it's basically it's a bigger submarine with a lot, like twice the range of a regular submarine. So Germany is probably intending to raid the Allies in some unexpected places, which might be a headache early on in the beginning of the war, because if you're not ready for it, they will probably pop up around the Horn of Africa or something like that you wouldn't expect. So that is very interesting from the Germans. As of the Pacific theater, if you go over there, Martin, the Japanese, who are out of fuel, I see now, they are also just spitting out. If you show the production line, they are spitting out torpedo cruisers. So this was new 2 DLCs ago with the facilities. So torpedo cruisers have been discussed previously that were banned in our last game, but they are nerfed now, so they should not be overpowered. But it still looks like the Japanese have a really, they're betting on it. So that's very interesting. And versus them on the other side of the pond, or not the pond, but the Pacific Ocean, we have the US who are right now
convoy build.
convoy building. So but the US, what we've seen so far is basically refitting programs. So they've been refitting battleships and some other stuff like heavy cruisers, but also built a lot of submarines. Yeah, that's Martin shows here. So submarine build from the US so far, and the torpedo cruisers from the Japanese. And on Italy, we haven't looked at Italy.
We have.
You have?
There are also torpedo cruisers with heavy battleship refitting.
Okay. So, and what's their current fleet status like if you open it up? 11 battleships. So they've been spamming battleships early on as well. So, I mean, from my perspective, it looks like the UK is preparing then. I mean, they spend a lot of resources into carriers and battleships, so they will use that to defeat the Italians. So that's not a bad lineup. But the Germans with their submarines, cruise submarines, that's going to be a headache for the UK probably.
And what we also can see with the Germans, they have not focused at the Navy at all. They haven't built a single dockyard. They haven't really touched their naval focuses either. As you can see, they just go on the first one and just ignore the rest of the naval tree. This is not uncommon for Germany, but they have not put a lot of resources into it.
Yeah. And also versus vanilla, submarines are very much nerfed in the TFB mod compared to vanilla. So in vanilla, a submarine can one-hit a convoy, but they can't do that in TFB, the mod we're playing. So even though if they are still sneaky submarines and they are still annoying, they do not just destroy your convoys in a second. It takes time to actually do damage with submarines.
How much HP does one convoy have?
80.
80 HP. So we can see here that
80 or 60. 80 I think it is, yeah.
And these are maxed out 1936 submarines, and they got 20 base torpedo attack. It's not enough to kill a convoy.
Yeah, 60 or 80, yeah. But so one thing that I've heard before this, and if you have a look at India, let's see how many dockyards he has. If you look at the dockyard count, 3. Okay, so he's not staying true to what he promised me before the game. So I was promised. I sat in a car for 8 hours with my little brother who plays India today, and he promised me to do a surface raiding build on India. But he probably slowly did the Homer Simpson back into the the hedge. So yeah, let's see what happens.
But he's building a few of his own close air
he's building
support.
Convoys. He's a disgrace for the family.
And he's building his own railway gun. I guess he wants to be independent, which is funny because he went the non-independent path. But he wants to be able to be his own support in Burma once he gets attacked.
Yeah. And just to comment the comments in the chat, so submarines are definitely not overpowered in this mod. It's like the balance in the naval is actually fantastic, I have to say. So even if
if I might butt in, you can actually do quite viable raider builds using destroyers or torpedo boats and stuff as well, right?
Yes, exactly. So it's a very, what do you call it, like, it's not a one-trick pony naval meta. There's actually a lot of different viable builds, both on the raiding side and on the surface fleets. So let's see what happens.
We just had a crash, me and, but it wasn't only me. I think the German main controller also crashed. So.
Yeah, we have quite a few rejoins here. But do you think... what do you think about Gibraltar? We touched on it earlier because since Spain is going a volunteer build by the looks of things, do you think the Axis is going to make a play for Gibraltar with this navies that they have?
I'm guessing with all the Marines they're building, yes, they're going to try to go for a Gibraltar push, but I'm not seeing it happening if the UK has a competent defense. It's going to be very, very hard to knock out Gibraltar unless the UK skints on his defense of Gibraltar.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your insights. I'm just going to try to get back into the game here.
Are we seeing a rehost?
I would imagine so.
It looks like we may be. Yeah, I was talking earlier, talking about Gibraltar, because he doesn't have any defenses there right now. And one thing we've seen in previous games is if the Axis do a cheeky paratrooper build and first paradrop either Corsica. I don't think that's enough, but if they take some land in North Africa from France as well, they could go for a cheeky quick attack on Gibraltar. What's your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was dealing with things in the
focus.
Focus. Sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, I was talking about the viability and probability of the Axis doing a cheeky early paradrop invasion of Gibraltar. We have seen that in earlier games, but that would require them to take some land in French North Africa, for example.
It also requires the UK to leave a side empty, pretty much, unless they need. If they do a proper defense of Gibraltar, paratroopers should not be able to take, and the paratroopers should just die.
Yeah. But when we last looked, there was no defense on Gibraltar early on, but he should have it by the start of the war, I suppose.
That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
Now we see there are 2 games up, so I'm wondering which one. But
I'm trying one of them right now, not having much success. Is this a strike against Jontes, the host? No, it's been quite a stable game so far, I must say.
Yeah, somewhat. Compared to our earlier games, we have been able to increase the stability considerably.
Yeah, definitely.
But we've found different solutions because it was quite a few games until we realized the mod armor pack thing.
Yeah.
Because we played a few games that were incredibly unstable, and then we said okay, everyone needs to have all DLCs and disable armor packs, and that improved things significantly.
We have a question in the chat from Benno where he can watch full screen.
I guess you just press the full screen button on.
Yeah, we're going to have full screen here. If you mean without us in it, then I'm sorry. We're here to stay. But we're going to have it full screen as soon as we rejoin the game. We were just doing a bit of a Navy discussion there with our experts.
Indeed, and Navy is one of those things that are quite intricate, quite advanced, and we know that Johannes or Badger is an expert on this. So if you wonder anything about Navy, just go and watch the guides he has done on the subject. They are very, very insightful.
And you too can become an expert on Navy. And if you become a Patreon today, you not only get all the guides that the Badger and Boppus have made exclusively for Patreons, you get the entire library. You also help out the Ukrainian army fighting off Russia, because today everybody who becomes a Patreon, all our proceeds from Patreon will go to helping Ukraine through protectukraine.nl. So today is especially a good day to become a Patreon, I would say. Any day is a good day, but today is especially good.
Indeed. We have a question here, Link the Navy Guide. Perhaps the studio can be helpful there. But we have all our screens are covered in different things, so we'll see.
If you go to Hygge Gaming on YouTube, you can find all the guides that are accessible for everyone. I think every 2 weeks they release a guide for the public, and every 2 weeks one for patrons exclusively. And there are some there Navy guides for everyone. So go have a look, and they get really down into the details. They really test it out, crunch numbers and so on. Hyggehoff Gaming is the name on Twitch, but just Hygge Gaming on YouTube, I think, or Hygge-HOI. I should know this.
Yeah, I think it's Hygge-HOI.
I'll have a quick check.
Yeah, perhaps we can post it in the chat.
Yeah,
let's see. There.
Yeah, there you got the some links. There's the Navy guides. Yeah, from Badger himself. He should know.
Thank you, guys, in the other room.
Yeah, and I must say it's really nice you guys being so active in chat. It makes our job a lot more fun.
Yeah, indeed. We have a lot of insights from the chat as well. And also, if you become a Patreon, you can also become a backseat expert, because then you get all the autosaves uploaded to Discord. So when we're sitting here, you can just load up the save and they have 3 military factories, or they have picked the wrong focus.
Yeah. Personally, for me, sometimes they get a bit too nerdy, but I tend to just go more from feeling, I guess. But it can really be translated into concrete strategies. For example, Boppus being half of the guide making team, his Finland is making some light tanks now that are especially geared towards stealing Soviet equipment, and that's due to a guide that he made on equipment capture. So you can really use them in practice as well.
Indeed.
So we are in the lobby right now, waiting for people to rejoin and ready up. At least we are ready, Victor.
Yeah, indeed, and we are on the Japanese beer now.
Yeah, Japan still hasn't capitulated, so I was in time for this one.
Yeah, and we will. I mean, the China war has not necessarily developed in Japan's favor, but as of now, they are making inroads. So they should be able to get it squared away in a somewhat timely manner.
Yeah, it looked promising. But as we said before, they did lose 9 fully kitted divisions, and that was 144K losses. And their total losses right now are at 266. So that was a significant defeat for the Japanese. Meanwhile, Manchukuo, played by Haslebai, which will become a big Manchu, he's only lost 33K. So he's really having a good game so far. I'm a bit curious to what he's building later on, because as big Manchu, you can really become a powerhouse. You get all the Chinese manpower, you get a bunch of factories, you can really become a major.
Yeah, indeed. It will be very interesting to see how scary big Manchu ends up being here.
Yeah. As you can see there on the top of the screen, the macro is failing a bit, but at least they are not having any military factories not being used at the moment. So that's good. And they seem to be doing a bit of an encirclement here.
Yeah, we see a little pocket forming here. We have a question from Benno. Who do you think we will see coming out on top today? And that's still very uncertain.
It's a good question. Ivan, playing in Germany, is really strong. I'm a bit unsure of the Americans. Simon being the main controller there.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a wild card. I don't know how strong his Navy game is. At the same time, though, the Japanese, the Latvian duo, they've made some mistakes early on, but that could be rectified later on. So I find it really hard to call this one, I think.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see as the game progresses. We do have this Chinese pocket now being formed.
And that's a bit of welcome news for the Japanese.
Yeah. Perhaps you could take down the banner so we can see the entire theater here. Thank you. And actually, the pocket got broken out again. But looking here at China, we do have the third wave is mobilized. So these are the last Chinese troops.
They have four waves, or is it?
No, it's three waves.
Okay.
So they are now. I mean, this is the troops that they will have for the entirety of the war. They do have collaboration governments as well, but still quite a ways to go, actually, before China capitulates.
It seems like the German main controller and a bunch of other people disconnected again. So we have a bunch of people crashing. And this is a bit worrying because we had a huge crash just now. So we may have to do some diagnostics to see what this is about.
Yeah, we'll see. If we were able to get to the outbreak of the war, we could do it during the lunch.
Yeah, we will have a 45-minute lunch break at Danzig War, and right now Germany is doing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, so they could go for Danzig War next focus. So we will probably go for a lunch break quite soon. We'll probably let the experts waffle on a bit during the lunch break, so you guys don't have to wait as long, but it's always nice to have a bit of a break in the middle of the stream.
Yeah, indeed. It will be nice with some lunch as well.
Yeah.
We were discussing food options here because we are a bit in the countryside.
Yeah, we are. But the pizzeria that we visited yesterday, they had many nice options aside from pizza, so we should be fine. We don't have to starve.
Nice.
Hopefully,
Nice.
like the people of India, because the Indian famine will
Yeah.
probably be kicking off soon.
Very sad for them. But it's no hole in its entire. And it will be very interesting to see this East India Company controlled India. It's the new thing here.
Yeah, and another interesting aspect was that India is able to buy any non-core territory.
Yeah,
of the
I am
allies.
noticing here in the Gulf of Aden.
That's very
we have
interesting.
India
indeed.
have bought a harbor in the
That's
Gulf of
very
Aden.
interesting. I wonder what the plan is there. I guess they will defend it, but
Oh,
now you crashed as
I
well.
crashed. Very sad. Yeah, I guess I'll just get back into it.
Yeah, maybe we could get my game view while we wait for Victor's to get up again. Let's see.
Yeah. Everyone needs to check that they have the correct DLCs.
Yeah. Rush starts with that Aiden tile. That was not a sold tile. Thank you for that clarification, Monty.
Do I need to screen share again?
So no, I think it's a good question. Maybe check.
Maybe
check that
I
out.
will check it out.
Yeah, we have a comment here from Ubix that the last update is bad. I think you mean the latest DLC, and we had a bit of a discussion about that earlier. It's a controversial to say the least. Some people like it, some say it's unpolished, and some say it's really bad. So yeah, I don't know. It feels like I would never start a single player game playing Afghanistan. I don't see the point really, and I don't see us adding Afghanistan as playable nation in our multiplayer games. But it has meant some new focus trees for India, among others. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah. We'll see. Do we get my game shared here now?
Yep.
Yes, it's working. Nice. Let's
Yeah.
see if we can find our way back into the game then.
So we just had a bit of a crash. A bit worrying. We've had quite a stable game so far, but we'll probably check it out during the lunch break.
Yeah.
There's some spamming in the chat. People talking about football.
Yeah, it is premier match for HBK today.
Oh, really?
Halmstad Bollklubb.
Oh, yeah, that's our home football club.
Yeah, indeed. Playing against Degerfors.
Oh, we should be able to win that, right?
Yeah, I mean they need to win that because that's one of the teams that are going to be competing for the lower spots.
Yeah. And but we're not going for the lower spots, though.
No. Of course.
But this is not something our stream
No,
listeners or viewers want to hear at all, I'm sure.
Yeah, indeed. Let's stop with Swedish football.
Let's stop with Swedish football and get back to the game.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, going back to Benno's question about who we think will be coming out on top today. I'm really looking forward to the showdown on the Eastern Front. As we said earlier on, it's a bit of a friendly hate match between Ivan and Rosen. I think both of them think the other one is overrated. They're both very strong players. They're strong on the prep. They play a lot. Both of them play in other communities, I think. So they play weekly. Usually we have our grand games once a month. So a lot of our community are so-called dad gamers. Not very hardcore gamers. We play a game a month, and that's it for most people. But some of us play a lot more, and Ivan and Rosen are two of those. So I'm really looking forward to that showdown on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, indeed. And the people that play more, they will obviously get more experience with the newer DLCs as well.
Yeah,
because
very true.
For us that only plays one game a month, or when I've played, even when I'm not in the studio.
Yeah,
then,
me and you, it's like once a year or something.
So much time passes. So when you play, and there have been like 2 expansions.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. So on UK, on the US, they have some nice names. We have Baby Vance together with Kamala Sparris. Sparris is asparagus in Swedish. Good names.
The Great Wall, Manchu, Koala Jonte.
And that's his classic name.
Yeah. Yuri, SAF Armor Pack. That's a good one.
Stationary is Ivan on Germany, the main controller, and his co-op is Thomas from the Netherlands. It will be interesting to see later on what their different responsibilities are. Ivan has he's had quite a I wouldn't say he hasn't really controlled his faction with an iron hand. He's put out some directives like it would be nice if you guys made some Marines, that kind of thing, but it's not like no micromanagement. I would say the allies are a bit more leaderless.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
Looking at their prep chat and so on, there have been lots of good collaborations and plans going around, but no real, no one person setting down the terms, so to speak.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the different leadership styles pan out when the war starts.
Yeah, definitely. So we are at 30 players in the lobby right now. We should be 31 at least. So still waiting for someone to join up, I think.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, the chat is going hot with bad manners and banter.
Yeah, we'll see here. We have some Hammarby in chat.
Yeah. Another interesting thing to see, Ian, who is playing the co-op to Snistan on UK, he's in Canada, and when we started the game, or a bit before, he's like, it's midnight here now, so he's really doing an all-nighter.
Yeah, indeed. Very a big thank you to all the boys in the community that are located elsewhere. We do have a lot of spread on our community now. We have Shetland Islands, we have Canada, UK.
We just had a German guy joining us today for the first game, Gidon, who's playing on Romania.
Indeed.
Interesting to see how he does. Yeah, it's nice.
Do we have Faroe Islands as well, or only Shetland Islands?
Yeah, not the Faroes, just the Shetland Islands. But it's not just, I mean,
no,
have you ever met someone from the Shetland Islands before this?
No,
me neither. Apparently, from what they told me, half of them feel more Scottish and half of them feel more English. So it's a bit of a divide there, I guess.
The Shetland Islands have quite a Norse tradition as well, right?
Yeah. Capital of Lerwick.
Yeah.
That sounds quite Norse, I think.
Indeed. And now we are rolling once again.
We are back in the game. So as I was saying before, Germany is just finishing up the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which means they will be able to go to war.
I'm a bit scared for Japan here. Like this big salient here.
Yeah.
And
not too many Chinese there, though.
Yeah, I guess they will be able to solve it. But yeah, then again, like the third wave is mobilized now, so there will be no surprises, I imagine. So
yeah, but the Japanese lines are very thin.
Yeah, they are indeed.
There are the gaps in the line, and not many divisions holding. Some supply problems out in that bulge there to the west.
Yeah, the supply is not looking too good, but that was probably because the railroad was cut here. So.
Yeah. It seems to have gotten a bit better there.
Yeah, I would imagine they don't need to go much deeper in this region either. I guess they need to get like these in order to.
I think they need to take Wuhan, or they need to go quite a bit inland, I think. But it also depends on how many collaboration governments they've managed to set up.
Yeah, they are actually quite far away at the moment. They need quite a few victory points. But there is a lot of victory points by the south, right? Let's see if we can check the victory point map mode here.
Yeah. Speaking of collaboration governments, they have 2 collaboration governments completed and 1 more in preparation. Yeah. So that should lower the surrender limits quite a bit for the Chinese.
I can't find the thing.
Never mind.
Indeed. Let's look over what the Germans are doing now. They are doing Pact of Steel now, and then probably it will be Danziger War.
Yeah, so they're not rushing for Danziger War. They're getting their ducks in a row, getting ready first.
Yeah.
They seem to have most of their troops arrayed on the No, wait. They have a lot of troops arrayed in the west.
Interesting.
So there will be no phony war in the west. We will see a quite quick attack on the Low Countries and on France. They seem to have one attack plan straight for the Maginot Line, and another one up towards the Low Countries.
Yeah, they are definitely gearing up for a quick assault into France here.
They have 10 panzer divisions, which are medium assault guns. Pretty strong, but may not be enough to pierce the French heavy tanks opposing them. The French only have, though, let's see. Oh, they have four heavy tank divisions. Not too bad. Could see some surprises there from Pontus playing France.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, France, I'm quite impressed by the French defenses here. I mean, this is not going to be an easy task getting through this.
Yeah. Let's see. As we said before, though, about the Netherlands are only leaving 4 divisions in.
I mean, the French defense is impressive, but the miners here are rather piecemeal.
The Netherlands is, of course, waiting for the move to the Dutch East Indies, and that's where he keeps most of his troops.
Indeed. Let's see over in the Dutch East Indies. Yeah, we do see the divisions over here. 11 of them at the moment.
Yeah, seem to be mostly 20 width, but not bad 20 width. They've got a good amount of artillery in them.
I wonder what he's doing navy-wise, because they have a very good submarine commander.
Yeah,
the Netherlands.
Yeah, look at that. He's got a lot of submarines out in a bunch of different groups. So that could do.
You see here, they have a Seawolf admiral.
Yeah. They could do a lot of damage on the Japanese shipping. It's a good way for the Netherlands to make a difference.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, let's see here what Germany decides to do next. Now they are bribing senior officers. So it's still one focus away from Danzig War.
Yeah.
We do see plans here, though, looking over at Italy.
Yeah, look at that.
They have a plan here for North Africa. They're not going to go the regular route. They are going to try to invade in the back. They're going to do some.
But have a look at Gibraltar. If you go to the UK point of view, that's a bit of a sneaky naval invasion.
Oh yeah, they are doing a turnaround here.
Yeah, he's going for Sardinia at the start of the war. Italy is defending in Cagliari, but not too much.
I mean, this is interesting because now Gibraltar is reinforced to the degree that where the Axis won't be able to take it, really. And if they invade from Gibraltar here, that could really, because they will pass by each other.
Yeah.
Like once the war kicks off, the Italians are going here and
could wave to each other.
Brits are going here.
But they would need naval supremacy, though. So maybe not both of those.
Yeah, that's true. Only one will be able to invade.
We'll see.
And the other one will know what's up.
Yeah, the other one will know what's up, definitely. Let's have a look at the German focuses now. He's doing bribe senior officers. He's taking his time a bit.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see what he picks next, but it is probably Danzig War.
Yeah.
At any time now.
If you have a look at Poland, usually the Polish players like to do a ring of steel around Warsaw in order to survive as long as possible. But this
Poland is not doing that.
Yeah, he's dispersed. But that also means he could sort of invade Hungary. Hungary and Bulgaria are in a defensive posture.
Yeah, Hungary has nothing on this border. So technically Poland, we have seen some Poland shenanigans in our games, like not any successful ones, but we have had Polish players that are like, I'm going to paradrop Budapest, or I'm going to do a cavalry rush towards the Romanian coast or something like that. But they have never been successful, though, those plans.
Yeah.
As of yet, we'll see if this Poland has a trick up his sleeve, but doesn't seem like it at this point.
Yeah, I do know Ivan, being the Führer in this game, he asked for help taking out Poland, but it seems like he won't get much help from the Balkan Bros if you look at how they are arrayed right now, at least. and he doesn't have many troops in order to invade Poland. So maybe there's a bit of a miscommunication there. At this moment, nobody is invading Poland.
Yeah, it seems like there is really no bigger Poland responsibility. No Romanians, no Hungarians, and practically no Germans either.
Yeah. Most of the German army is in the west, like we said.
Could it be that he is going to go France first?
Perhaps.
Because that would be a new turn of events. Like, don't go Poland, go France first.
We haven't really
kick
seen
the French out. And then because, Poland obviously can't do anything anyway, so there is really no reason to...
Yeah, but if he's going for both, he will definitely need the help of his Axis miners. And right now, they're not really looking to be doing that. I guess Bulgaria with Mosberg, he seems to be quite ready for a fight, but the Hungarians are under strength, still training. The Romanians maybe, but they're also quite under strength. They're not ready for war either.
Yeah, we'll see. Now Germany has no focus selected yet, but he's saving for some days here. But we'll see. Yeah. I'm betting Danziger War now. It wasn't.
It wasn't?
No, he took the Italo-German treaty, but that was a quick focus.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So let's see what happens. Let's have a quick look over at the China War before.
Yeah, definitely. Let's do it. It's working in Japan's favor, I would say now. There hasn't really been any major letdowns for Japan since the first one.
Yeah.
And obviously 320k is more than they would like to lose, obviously, but mostly it was those divisions.
Yeah, it's still quite fine.
Some losses are obviously to be expected with this broad line. Still some macro not being worked on.
Look at
like
that. No technologies.
This is not very good.
They are really hurting on the macro part.
If we look at the research, there is quite a lot to be picked here. There is no reason to not go this.
And this could hurt them in the long run.
Yeah, definitely. Those things add up. You have I guess radio, they don't have the stockpile for that, but industry focuses here. There is really no reason to not click this.
Yeah.
So to speak. And
I'm having a quick look across the pond at the USA, and they are, of course, a late bloomer.
Yeah.
So right now they're still building civilian factories, rubber refineries, that kind of thing. They're, of course, on disarmed nation and civilian economy and so on. So, yeah.
But looking at this, the USA have better guns.
Yeah.
The Japanese
Japanese really needs to tech.
Yeah, I don't really know that. It hasn't been a very strong showing. Let's see. I'm going to look a bit at this pizza menu.
Also not a sponsor, but we're happy to eat their food.
Yeah, indeed. I'm probably going to go full Swedish pizza, bananas and béarnaise sauce and chicken and stuff.
Oh, wow. I hope there are no Italians in the chat.
Yeah, that's the best pizza, bananas.
So Germany is saving up days on his national focus. Right now he's at 21 out of 21 days, so he can't really save up more days. He's losing focus days. Will he go for Danziger War now? That's the question. Yeah. Falk seems to think so. That's why he gave us the menu. And when we go for Danziger War, we're going for a lunch break. And I hope you guys will join us after the break when the real action starts. Ciao Ciao is a classic.
Yeah, and that's a bit more Italian. There are no bananas on it. It's
2 Italian words. Ciao and
Ciao Ciao. That's very Italian.
And there we have it.
Danziger War is kicking off here.
So as soon as that focus finishes, which it will in about 13 days, we will have our lunch break for 45 minutes. Maybe our experts on the bench will have some brilliance to impart on you before we go on our lunch break. But otherwise, I hope we will see you after the lunch break.
Indeed. We have a question. Someone is playing China. No.
We are playing with an AI China. And the reason being that if you have a player China and China wins, then that basically breaks the game in Asia and it becomes a boring game. Years ago in our community, we did play with a China player, but yeah, we've stopped doing that. But that's not to say China is a pushover, because they're definitely not. They've managed to import some serious losses on the Japanese, and the Japanese are still going at it. We're in 39 now, so
yeah. We have a question: is Japan a noob? And no, not necessarily. Now they have clicked some. Now they're
finally researching.
Yeah, they are. But they lost quite a few days. They lost like a month or so of research there. Because you save up like a month or so.
Yeah.
Looked at this, like the armor, that's like a 13-day, 55 days. So they're way behind. But they wised up now at least, so they will be able to get back there.
And there we go, Danziger War. So the game should be paused now at any minute.
Yes.
Poland refuses German ultimatum, and this is a bit of a precarious situation for Germany. His army is split between the west and the east, and this is not enough to finish off Poland. We see the Balkan Bros finally shimming up to the border, but they don't.
It's still only the one division.
Yeah, they don't have a huge army either, so it'll be exciting to see.
Saxeliv says it's 56 days saved in this mod, so it hurt Japan some, but not that much. I guess the difference there is like 10-15 days. Yeah, then again, we didn't know how long they didn't research for.
We just saw that Siam joined the war against China, so that could speed things up a bit for the Japanese. But at the moment, they don't have a land border with China, since the French still control Indochina. So
yeah. And now we have the outbreak of the war here, and
there we go. And the game is paused.
And we will be going for lunch, or we will be going for raffle. Actually, I see here on our little preview screen here.
Yes, we will be going for a raffle, and the raffle now is for a bundle of free guides. So if you are not a Patreon,
No.
Okay, I'm gonna.
All right, let's check this out. There, the raffle is for 1 month free gift voucher for Stug 3 Patreon.
Yes. We forgot to read the internal communications chat there. So if you are a paying Patreon, you are in this raffle right now, and we will do a draw and see who gets the lucky number. And the wheel is spinning.
And I can't see the number. 20.
Number 20, which means we'll soon get the name of the winning person here, who gets the free upgrade of his or the free month of Stug 3 level.
Let's see. They are looking through it here, the experts. The whole internal communication chat is filled with different information here.
But I must say, we are at the precipice of war, and it's very exciting to see how this pans out. And I think these first few weeks could be really decisive. Will the Germans be able to break through the French lines easily now that he's pushed most of his army to the west? Will Poland fall at all, or if he does fall, will it go quickly enough? We'll see. So the winning person is Latvian Farmer, which I think is Yugis or Einars, actually.
One of the Japanese players, I think, have won this, and that is good because then they can watch the guides and they know that they need to press research.
It's Einars. So congratulations, Einars, to winning 1 month free Stug 3 level Patreon. Yeah.
Indeed.
Nice. I wonder if the experts have any passing words before we go for our lunch break. What do you guys say, experts?
There are a lot of interesting things to look at here. We have the Germans are going for a blitz straight into Belgium with their armor. They have no armor or maneuver divisions at all against the Polish border. And we can also see I can control the screen. And we can also see the Polish are going for a massive push into Königsberg. So the Polish are going on the offensive. And
finally, Poland's time to shine.
Yes, and you can see here the Germans don't really have any defense in Königsberg. This could get dangerous.
Yeah, and the Balkan Bros, they are at the southern border, but they don't have too much. I mean, it won't go quickly.
And as we've been talking about earlier, your axes are still very low on maneuver divisions. The only maneuver divisions in their entire faction at war at the moment are the German tanks in Belgium. No one else is building motorized, no one else is building mechanized, no one else are building tanks at this point. I think the Spanish are doing it, but they are not at war for a long, long time.
Yeah, and they don't have too much too early either, in terms of tanks, right?
They're going to have about a so-called dude guess would be about 2 equipped divisions by Barbarossa.
Yeah, they have 2 in training right now, but yeah, they won't be done for a while. Yeah, this is a scary moment. It's probably due to a greedy build on the Axis side, right?
It might be. I think they've made a conscious decision to go heavy on the Marines instead of the maneuver divisions. So they are probably trying to overwhelm the allies in the Mediterranean.
Interesting. Do you have any comments, Badger?
No, I'm just looking forward to the Navy game, so I don't really care about the land game.
Yeah, but talking about the Navy game, have you seen anything of interest there that we should keep an eye out for?
I haven't looked too much. I don't have I'm not in the game myself, so I'm just looking at the Falk's screen sometimes.
Yeah, and Falk does not share power.
No. But what I look forward to is that we've seen that the Italians are building capital ships, battleships, and they're building torpedo cruisers. So, and we also see that the UK are building battleships and carriers. So there might be a proper showdown in the Mediterranean or in the Atlantic, depending if Gibraltar falls or not. So. The Italians and the UK are the ones to look out for in terms of the surface fleets, and then of course the raiding game is going to be interesting. I know that Snistan, being the main controller of UK, he usually neglects the anti-war, anti-sub-war game, so it might bite him in the butt quite dramatically. But Martin is sharing screen right now, as we can see that he's up on 21 battleships / battlecruisers. So,
oh wow,
he's serious about it.
But I do think that Ian, his co-op, is the one with the Navy responsibility. So maybe Ian has a better grasp on the anti-sub stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that the 11 heavy ships on Italy right now. So. But I mean, I think that the Italians are probably going to max out one proper fleet. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and we did have some changes in the Navy rules previous to this game. So you can doom stack. Could you explain a bit what that means?
Yeah, so in the TFP mod, you're only allowed to, there's a cap on each admiral, how many ships you can have under one admiral. Like for the generals, one might say. But right now what we changed is that you can combine admirals into one fight. It was forbidden before, but now you can take 2 or 3 or 4 admirals and go into the same fight. So even though you have a cap on one admiral, you can stack them into the same fight. So it's not as good as having one admiral, but you can reinforce the fight with more admirals, so to speak. So that's in the Mediterranean, that usually plays to the UK favor.
Yeah, and especially now since Germany isn't going for Navy and so on, so there's no one really for Italy to doom stack with, right?
Yeah, most likely like that, but I mean, let's see. There might be some of the miners that we haven't looked for that might be doing something surprising. But I mean, we know that the Japanese, they are doing something proper, so let's see what they're up to. But usually between Japan and the US, it's also to the US favor to doom stack, usually.
Yeah.
But the Japanese, if they go for it, it's usually an even fight. So let's see.
Yeah. So we have a quick question here in the chat before we go to the lunch break. Does Hungary and Romania have to join the war, or can they sit out to keep the allies guessing?
They can sit out.
They can sit out.
They are allowed to sit out.
But they probably won't, because they are sorely needed in Poland right now. Yeah.
This is a bit of a greedy strategy coming from Euraxis. They want a 2-front war, and we'll see how that pays out.
Yeah. Indeed. So if you want to know how it all turns out, you should join us after the break, which will be until
14:25 CET.
Yeah, so 14:25 Central European time. Check back here, and you will see what happens to Poland, what happens to Europe and the world in this HOI4 grand game, charity game for Ukraine. So yeah,
Remember to join our Patreon, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and look at some guides during the lunch.
Yeah,
and
why
we
not?
will be back with you, Rod.
Yeah.
So.
Take care. See you in a bit.
See you.
14:25 CET.
I think the UK needs to do a response.
5 things you really need to know to improve your micro. Some of the...
Sure, 3 things you might not know about radars.
Overrun! 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 Yes!
No, no. No, I didn't know this.
Yeah, the US Navy is moving steadily.
Have US Navy some engagement? This is a disaster for Hungary. Hungary was the one that suffered the most.
Yeah,
I have a perfect overview of everything he has.
Welcome to the studio. Thank you.
He's up the map mode underneath the manager.
yeah. Maybe we before we say what the outcome was of the plan. Maybe
2.2 million casualties and the need for... It has been a while, so...
Yeah, 12 hours or so, not counting. Welcome back to this HOI4 Grand Game, the charity game for Ukraine. And we're sorry for the delay. Our lunch was a bit delayed, so we just we had to get the food in us somehow. But we are back in the game, and the game is very, very, very soon about to start. And as we were saying before the break, this is a very decisive moment for the rest of the game. Germany has gone for a bit of an unorthodox strategy. They are opting for a two-front war. So yeah, Poland will not fall immediately as we usually see. Instead, he will try to strike decisively and quickly against France. And yeah, it's anyone's guess to how this will turn out. The Balkan Bros are they are at the Polish border, but they are under strength and underprepared. So we'll see how that turns out. Welcome back, Victor.
Thank you. Nice to be back. Nice to get some food. Nice to get a new beer. And it will be very interesting indeed to see how this war pans out. As we were talking about before, we do see some Poland shenanigans.
Yeah.
Because as we said before, the Polish player, at least some of our later games, always tries to do some shenanigans, like quick cap Hungary or go cavalry somewhere and so on, because it's boring to just die, right?
Yeah.
But thus far, none of the Poland shenanigans have been successful. But
this
we'll
could
see.
be Poland's place in the sun. His time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, looking at things now, the lines aren't even filled up here. So these troops will just be able to walk in. And I don't think 3 German divisions can hold Königsberg.
No.
Perhaps you should have started with this on Danzig, but I mean, yeah, Königsberg might fall to the Poles.
Yeah.
And then swiftly get occupied again by Germany, I would imagine. But
so it seems like Italy will join the war directly against France. Is he even allowed to do that according to our rules?
I don't know. Also, looking at things now, we can see that Germany does indeed have a defensive line in Königsberg. It's not that.
Just a further bit back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's definitely going on the defensive in the east and on the offensive in the west.
But the German line in Königsberg will probably hold, right?
Yeah, and in any ways, it's not very decisive. Even if we were to lose it, who cares? The real question will be what happens in the west. Germany has. Is it? Let's see. I'm in Italy right now. I'm gonna have a check. He's got 10 Panzer divisions, and they are assault guns, so heavy on the soft attack, a bit lower on the hard attack. It seems like they are going through Belgium first. Belgium, of course, being AI controlled. And,
I'm seeing his attack orders here.
Yeah.
It's a web of commands.
Yeah. So the war is about to kick off any second now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not really sure why they haven't started. It was actually our fault that they delayed a bit. At least I thought so, but now it's not our fault anymore.
No, indeed not. We've managed to eat our pizzas.
Yeah.
Or not pizzas, though. We only had one pizza.
Yeah. We actually tried the pizzeria yesterday and had some pizzas. So today I had some falafel instead.
No. Yeah, I had a schnitzel, and that's always a gamble when you go to a pizzeria and you order schnitzel, right? Because the schnitzel, it is always the same price as more expensive pizzas. But it can be anything from like just reheated frozen shit schnitzel and quite a nice one.
Definitely.
But it's always the same price, right? So it's a hit or miss to get the schnitzel. But it was okay.
Yeah, so it seems like South Africa crashed, and that's why we haven't started just yet. I'm sorry, Dr. Paul, one of our longtime fans. I'm sorry for the delay. We'll try to be more prompt in the future. We probably won't, though, knowing our community.
The lunches are usually quite stressful.
Yeah.
Because there is always like, oh, we're going to have a short lunch break.
Yeah.
And then you have to get the food.
Yeah.
And also you often fix something like,
yeah,
oh, this thing that bugged out, or how do we fix with this? And so
exactly.
The time adds up.
Yeah. Oh, we had another lost connection here. That's sad. I think it was Brazil. Yeah. So we lost Brazil. Meanwhile, if you haven't been watching, the China war is progressing, but they had some misfortune early on, lost 150,000 men with very good equipment to the Chinese AI. They also haven't refitted any of their ships. They are slow in finishing off the China war, and it's not looking great, actually.
Japan's game so far has not been great. I mean, there are a lot of small things that they forgot as well, like they are behind in tech because they didn't click and they forgot they lost some focus days and so on. And I mean, those things add up eventually. Like the 9 divisions by itself, or the focuses by itself, will probably pan out. But I mean, if you keep doing these small mistakes all the time, eventually you're going to end up with a significantly weaker Japan for the game. So,
and a really significant aspect is that USA is going for a submarine build, and Japan has not built any new anti-submarine warfare at all. And
that's an ominous sign.
That's really an ominous sign, especially if you live on an island and you are completely reliant on convoys. So that could spell the end for Japan quite early on if they're not careful.
Yeah, the thing with Japan is also that, I mean, the supply system works like all supply emanates from your capital.
Yeah.
So if your capital is on an island and someone has subs outside your island, then you're basically fucked outside of the island.
Yeah.
So that's Japan, for example. Also, the UK has that issue once the war starts kicking off in Europe. But usually you have other allied players there as well. So it tends to solve itself. Japan is the prime example of an island with supply issues.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen many times. Japan gets wrecked by American submarines, and then they are basically done. You can't really do anything if you don't have any convoys left.
Yeah. And also looking over at Japan, they are out of fuel, for example.
Oh yeah, they haven't stockpiled anything. Yeah.
So they have no fuel stockpiles.
But they are still a year or so off from joining the war, I guess. They still haven't finished the China war though. Here we see another naval invasion being planned.
Yeah, they're going here from Taiwan to whatever this tile is. So, but the war will end rather soon in China, I would say. But it has not been to Japan's favor.
No, definitely not. But yeah, soon the war is kicking off in Europe, and we are just waiting for some joining players here. I think it's just one person we're waiting for to click ready, and then we are at it.
And indeed, let's see, everyone is here. Yeah.
So Italy is joining the war early, and they are allowed, so that's fine.
So they are part of the France Blitz, right? Everything.
And now the game is running. War with France, and here we see the German Panzer advance.
Yeah, this is the war theater that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
It will be very interesting to see whether this pans out in the Germans' favor.
It doesn't look like the French have placed any troops in Belgium. No, so they're leaving AI Belgium to die. This is, of course, something you can do. Belgium is a very flat country, so it's hard to defend. But on the other hand, you don't get to fight next to the AI Belgium troops, which could give a small boost, I suppose. Instead, France is waiting further back in its own defensive lines.
Yeah, looking at the France perspective here, they are just happily waiting here for the Germans to reach their lines.
It's a quick capitulation there of Belgium, and the German tanks are not stopping. They're just continuing into France proper now. And they are yet to reach the first French defensive lines. There goes Netherlands. Netherlands, of course, being almost entirely evacuated, so that was no big surprise. Let's have a quick look over at Poland just to see how they're doing.
Yeah, let's check it out. I mean, the Poles did push in a little bit.
And
they are probably going to take
Königsberg.
Königsberg, actually. Which is,
I don't think we've ever seen that, but I don't know if it's very...
Yeah, this is the first time, at least, I think. I'm looking over at... I'm very interested to see how the German assault guns are going to fare here, because as we said before, they are not able to pierce the French heavy tanks, or heavy assault guns rather, but the French does not have that many of them.
Yeah.
So
they are stationed around Paris. No, they're actually spread out a bit all across the lines. They have 4 of them, and they are a bit spread out. The German tanks are now just consolidating, it seems like, waiting for the infantry to catch up.
Yeah, nothing much happening now. The lines are rather stable. Poland is falling.
Yeah, he managed to get encircled, even though there weren't too many troops there.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, that's the thing that stings a little bit for Poland, because I guess if you get a lot encircled, you don't get that back. But
yeah, and Germany has retaken Königsberg, so the shame and dishonor of that is alleviated.
We're seeing the French actually trying to push in a bit here to the Germans, but it's not working out in their favor.
That's interesting. And here comes the German push towards Amiens.
Indeed, it does. Let's go German perspective, and it is looking like they will break through here, but it's going quite slow.
Yeah, it's not the main French line of defense, but I mean, if they're pushing this easily through, they shouldn't have too much problems.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, now that when they're widening out, they are actually pushing even the heavier assault guns here.
Yeah, and they are able to dislodge them, it looks like. Yeah. So 5 German medium assault guns versus the 2 French heavy assault guns, and the French are losing. So this is good news for Germany, and the good news for the Axis in general. They needed some good news after the debacle in the East.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is looking in Germany's favor. It's looking like the France first strategy is going to pay off.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Pontus playing France, he still has his defenses arrayed in a smart manner. So he still has some troops in the back lines. They are dug in and ready to defend. But yeah, Germany is just going head on, and there's not much Pontus can do about it at the moment. Yeah. Let's have a look at the air superiority map.
Yeah, let's see. We see yellow air over France. This is from an Axis perspective, though. So. Red air over Western Germany, so we have some allied presence of planes.
Okay, the experts need to break in here. Something is happening in the Mediterranean.
So they are winning that on walkover.
So, that's it. Sure.
We have about the same amount of fighters from both sides, a slight edge when it comes to bombers from the Axis, but still yellow air superiority. And now we see actually the Germans being pushed a tile or 2 here. Yeah. This little tank here could have been in dire straits, but managed to retreat. But France has actually managed to stabilize the line a bit here, at least for now.
Yeah, the Germans are a bit low on supply this far ahead. Let's see if they can cut off pieces.
looking at the supply hub, like if they need to get like this and Paris, and then they will have the supply. It's just this little salient here that is lacking.
We have a question here from Dr. Paul. If isn't Buppus supposed to play Finland? And that's correct. He is playing Finland, and we had a short interview with him earlier. The main takeaway is he's building special light tank thieving divisions that will try to maximize equipment capture ratio. So they will have 70% equipment capture ratio. So those are the ones closing the pockets and stealing Soviet equipment. But back to the war in the West, Germany is picking up pieces of French troops.
Yeah, the line is falling now, and Germany is making inroads here.
Has Italy joined in the south?
No, not yet. By the looks of things.
But Italy is invading Corsica, though, so they are in the war, and they are invading French North Africa. Look at that.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what happened with the Gibraltar plans. Looking here at the Brits, they are moving out.
Yeah, where is it going? Sardinia?
I think they're going to Sardinia.
Yeah,
They are actually making a move here, and this is not defended by Italy. I think.
This is a classic Snistan move.
So this is a very, very Snistan move here.
Yeah.
We do have experts in the screen I see here, and perhaps they want to tell us something.
Let's have a look.
We have a couple of developments in the Mediterranean. We have, amongst other things, a main fleet naval engagement between the Brits, French, and the Italians.
Oh, wow.
And no heavy losses, but the Italians did lose a couple. Did lose a couple of heavy ships, or heavy cruisers in this case.
Yeah, I see the Italians lost a heavy cruiser as well.
Yes, they did. The Italians lost a heavy cruiser. And we also have a very, very bare bones defense on Gibraltar, so they need to win at sea to be able to hold Gibraltar.
Yeah. And,
Interesting.
we hear, I'm on the French point of view, and I hear naval invasion warnings going off as Italy is rushing to take French North Africa here.
Yeah, but we are seeing though the landing of this British Marine force, and just as our experts expertly pointed out, this means that it will be a weak defense on Gibraltar, right?
Yeah.
Because they took the defense of Gibraltar and invaded Sardinia, so that might work out for them if it does, but that might also leave Gibraltar very vulnerable if they were to lose at sea. So it will be very interesting to see how this pans out. Yeah. As for now, Sardinia is falling to the Brits. I am now on an Italian point of view, so the red bubbles means that the Brits are indeed pushing. Looking over in France, we do have some encirclements here. Nothing too major, but some assault guns here being lost, at least like 2-3 divisions.
Yeah, and Paris has fallen. Let's see. How is the surrender progress for the French Republic?
I would imagine that it's closing in on...
Yeah, they need 12% more in victory points, and then they are capitulating.
Yeah. They could just roll like Troyes, Orléans, and then it's done. And yeah.
It's interesting to see how much the Italians managed to take of French North Africa, because this is territory that becomes Vichy France, which is neutral in the beginning. So that's a territory that the Axis can't use. So the more they take now, the more...
Another development in the war in Europe here is that the Finnish Winter War has broken out.
Indeed.
We have our experts here in the picture as well, so I'm going to put on my headset so we don't talk over each other.
And yeah, we've already seen the Soviets breaking through in the middle of the front line. Sorry, now you can see me better. In the middle of the front line, the Soviets are pushing through. There are no Finnish divisions being able to rotate in and regain org. We'll see. Yeah. It also looks like they're currently holding on the main front line, but they are losing in the middle.
Yeah. And of course, the crucial thing is how many troops will he lose? You can afford to lose territory, you can afford to lose the Winter War, but you cannot afford to lose many troops, as Finland is very short on manpower. Poland is still holding, though, in other news.
Yeah, that's a very interesting turn of events, that Poland is falling after France by the looks of things at the moment.
Yeah, it does look like it, because now the Germans are completely through the French lines, and they will just beeline towards the victory points. France will capitulate now.
It looks like the line towards Vipri is actually falling here. We do see red bubbles here for Boppus, and after this he should probably give up the Winter War so he doesn't get encircled anywhere, because now it's basically over for the Finns in the Winter War.
Poland capitulated just like a day before France, I think, because France is about to fall at any moment now. They are at 52%, and they will capitulate at 51% or less.
This encirclement is kind of juicy.
And at midnight now, I think France falls. Yeah. There we go. F's in the chat for France. They will, of course, fight on as the Free French in Africa. But if you have a look now in North Africa, Italy is controlling pieces that can be very crucial later on. But the sneaky Snistan of the UK, he took Sardinia. Let's see if that comes back to bite him if Gibraltar falls.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic here. I wonder, because how does he capitulate on taking Sardinia? Because yes, he took Sardinia. That's nice. I guess it's a harbor, but you need to steamroll on that. If you can use Sardinia in order to tip the scales in North Africa and so on, it's a very big strategic move. But if you just take Sardinia and has Sardinia, that by itself doesn't give him much.
He does get an airport, but right now he is overstacking that 500 airport with 600 planes. It was 900 planes just now. I'm having a look over at El Alamein, which seems very calm. So maybe the Axis are trying to go for Gibraltar. Let's see if Italy has any naval invasion plans. No, not just yet.
I'm looking at the air superiority here. We have Axis air superiority over the Mediterranean or the Tyrrhenian Sea, and in the Western Mediterranean we have Allied air superiority. So it's shifting, but Knistan bullshit is paying off at the moment, it seems like.
Yeah. Italy is planning a naval invasion to retake Sardinia, but so far there's not enough there to even attempt it, I think.
The Winter War has ended in a Soviet victory, but seeing as Boppus still has 25 divisions, I think he managed to retreat in good order, and this is quite a standard Winter War. Something that is not standard, though, is indeed what's going on in North Africa, which has almost completely fallen into Italian hands.
Yeah, and this just in, we have a new Patreon on the Tiger 2 tier. So a big shout out to John B, and thank you for supporting us and for supporting Ukraine, because your money for becoming a patron right now, everything we earn from that this month will go to supporting Ukraine through protectukraine.nl. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Looking over at El Alamein, we do see some battle plans being drawn up here by the Italians.
Yeah,
it's very interesting that we have seen almost no movement around the El Alamein part here. All the action in North Africa has been Sardinia and Tripoli and around here. So
this is the stage of the game where the Axis holds the momentum, and they want to keep this momentum going for as long as they can. And you can see now the Balkan Bros positioning against Yugoslavia, because we don't have a Yugoslavian player right now. So that's their next target, it looks like.
It's looking like the Italians are planning a naval invasion towards Sardinia in order to dislodge Knistan's forces. But it remains to be seen if it's going to be effective. If I was Italy, I would much rather skip Sardinia and take Gibraltar.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the British fleet is still running around there. It might be tricky. Those Italian Marines are also quite under strength, so I'm not sure they would be able to.
Also, I think that Italy has suffered quite significant losses here due to the fall of Sardinia. We see here 150,000 Italian casualties.
That's a lot.
And that's, it's about the same amount that the Japanese lost in that pocket in China.
Yeah.
So this early in the war, it seems like Knistan's gamble on invading Sardinia has really paid off.
Yeah. Right now it looks like Italy is they're defending in El Alamein and preparing that naval invasion towards Sardinia, but that won't be going off anytime soon. They are under strength, undersupplied. So Italy is at a bit of a standstill right now. Salge is having some problems with supplies. The navy is a bit battered from fighting the French and the British. Still a formidable force, though.
Indeed, and looking here at what Britain is doing now, they don't seem to be capitalizing that much on the Sardinia thing, other than what they've already won, so to speak, because there are no naval invasions being planned here. But looking over at the Navy side, we do have British naval supremacy by a great margin in the central Mediterranean Sea. So the Italians are not going to naval invade Sardinia anytime soon. On the other hand, the Axis holds the supremacy over the central Mediterranean Sea, if they want to do something with that, but there is nothing being planned at the moment, and they already control it.
But this is what allows them to give supplies to their troops in North Africa. And speaking of North Africa, here we have the German tanks now in position for the classic Desert Fox shenanigans. So
indeed,
the Italians are moving up towards the border, or rather towards the enemy lines. And the German tanks are coming in. And at the same time, the Balkan Bros are tasked with taking over Yugoslavia, which is
I'm going to tag over to Canada, actually, because we did see that Canada had a bit of rule-breaking combat with on their forces. And
Let's
we
see
have a
if they-
question in the chat whether or not they have actually changed those. And indeed, they have.
Oh, those are beefy.
This is a very beefy
Yeah.
paradrop division.
Yeah, that's a double-edged sword. I mean, they are good at defending in urban, so
Yeah.
that could be good, but you don't really want to send them in too far behind enemy lines, risking all that equipment.
Yeah.
Check those fist divisions. Are those the tanks? Close to the...
Let's see.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
are-
these are the tanks, and big divisions.
And they have tank destroyers as well.
Yeah, indeed they do. And there is a lot of tank destroying capability here. If we tag over to Great Britain, for example, and we look at their defenses here in El Alamein, these guys are going to quite handily shoot down most tanks, I would say.
Probably, yes.
And
We are about to find out because the Italians and Germans are closing in. Let's see if they want to make a pause to build some railroads and supply stuff.
yeah, we'll see. Let's tag over to the German point of view, perhaps, and see what they have planned. We see the Balkans are falling, or the Yugoslavian Confederation, rather, but that is to be expected. But Germans are slowly moving up the line here.
And while all this was happening in Europe, Japan finally managed to end the China war. So that is
Yeah.
over, and Japan gets to breathe for a little bit.
And this is a
while,
very big match.
That's a big Manchu. I love it. I love it. So maybe Hasselberg on Manchu could be the one to turn the tide in the east. Right now, though, in the west, in Europe, the Axis are doing fine, except for some heavy Italian losses. The gamble with the two-front war seems to have paid off.
Yeah, so far so good for the Axis, I would
yeah.
say. And they don't seem to be waiting that much, but they are now at the enemy lines in El Alamein.
Yeah, we'll see here what the first engagement tell us. They are under supply though, but here come the German tanks, and they are defended easily by the Brits. And you see here, there's a lot of Allied troops there behind the lines. If you go to the Allied point of view, yeah, look at that. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this
allies.
is not going to be pushed through anytime soon. We do see the experts here in the picture again. Maybe they want to say something.
We do want to talk about this Armenian invasion. We think they might have made a mistake on the Axis side by overstacking, and we can already see them starting to pull back troops towards Tobruk again, because it's 10 medium armor divisions and infantry on top of that. It's too much supply for the supply that exists in that area.
Yeah, by the looks of things now, it's very bad supply. And that means that they stand at risk of being overrun, right?
It could very well happen, because if you're out of supply, especially if you run out of fuel, you're going to get heavy movement penalties, and that will let the maneuver divisions of the Allies outrun you and overrun you.
The Italians are top priority on building the railroads, though. It would be better if that was shared between the different Axis powers. Right now, I can only see Italy building stuff, so that's a bit of a coordination issue, I guess. No, let's see. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. Germany is also building some railroads, so they're building railroads, ports. They are frantically trying to build up the infrastructure there in North Africa to continue the assault.
Yeah, looking over at Germany here as well. Yeah, just like you said, it's railroads in North Africa and Italians as well.
The German troops that just took Yugoslavia, they're heading up towards the Atlantic coast. They're not going down towards Greece. They couldn't be trying a sea lion, I don't think.
I wouldn't imagine so.
They haven't really won any fleet battles. They're not really winning in the air. I mean, no, maybe they're just doing an early Atlantic wall. Yeah, I would have sent some down to Greece, I guess. Right now, it seems like the Italians and the Balkan Bros are tasked with taking Greece.
The supply situation has improved considerably for the Germans in quite a short manner. They are not overstacking anymore, but they are probably not going to push soon, because they need to build up the supply. I see that they have also built a bit of a fort line here.
That's probably from the beginning.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, they are still out of supply, but not as badly as before. You see the yellow supply icons. Yellow is better than red, but still not good.
That is true. And looking over at some of the naval engagements here, we don't have any We don't have any major naval engagement, but looking, for example, at the Italian fleet overview here, we can see that they have
have a look.
Yeah, they have lost 26 submarines, 1 cruiser. That's the heavy cruiser also, but they have also sunk 1, but that's from Free France. So Italy are actually losing out somewhat on the Navy at the moment, but nothing too critical.
Germany is actually attempting to take Gibraltar on his own. So there are 9 German Marines right now stationed in the north of Italy.
Indeed, there is.
And those 8 will try to take Gibraltar. I think it's tough. I think we need more than that, but we'll find out. They're quite beefy, lots of artillery, but artillery also decreases your naval invasion bonus.
And this is interesting as well. General Franz Böhme here is actually created by the German player, right? I think he's recruited a general. I think we heard that before from the experts. And that's not too common. Then you can shape them however you want, I guess. So let's see if they're going to try to kick off this naval invasion. At the moment, there is no naval supremacy, I think, in order to do that. But
Germany got military access from Vichy France.
Interesting.
But that doesn't mean they're allowed to naval invade from there. So that shouldn't matter too much. I guess they could retreat to Vichy France if they fail, but there's not really a Vichy France.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have military access, I
guess.
Looking over here, there's some convoys being lost. 6 submarines from Australia sunk. That's probably quite a considerable amount of their submarines, to be honest.
I guess. Yes, we're a bit of a lull in the fighting now as Yugoslavia has fallen. We're waiting for Germany to kick off their invasion on Gibraltar, and the Axis are building up supply in North Africa to go for an attack. Now, finally, they have supply, it looks like.
And it will be interesting to see also that when the Germans get naval supremacy in order to invade Gibraltar, if the Italians can also use that to get Sardinia back, right?
Yeah.
Because they have that naval invasion plan, so they might as well do it at the same time, I guess.
Yeah. Italy could, of course, invade from the mainland, but they've chosen to put their Marines in North Africa, which means they have to take the Western Med as well.
Yeah.
Still no invasion coming there?
No, it's still quite calm, but they are preparing it, I think, here. They need... it's not planned yet, but once it is, it's probably going to fire sooner rather than later, I imagine. We do have a neck-and-neck situation when it comes to the air war. UK and Germany have the same number of fighters and pretty much the same number of deployed aircraft. So as of now, air war somewhat in both directions. Also, Yellow Arrow in Northern Egypt, which, of course, the air war in Egypt is going to have a very big impact.
Just having a look to see if Italy is producing any fighters, and they're not really. They have some queued up, but no factories on them yet. So Germany won't get any help from Italy in the air war. Still no naval invasion of Gibraltar because they lack the naval supremacy, I guess. Now they have naval supremacy.
They will probably kick that off very soon. We also see the United Kingdom's Navy being bombed in the Mediterranean, as we saw before with the Australian submarines, for example. So the air war, it's neck and neck when it comes to the air war and the amount of planes, but I would say that the Axis is utilizing it better at the moment.
Seems like the Germans are focusing some of their submarines on the Iberian coast, trying to cut off Gibraltar from supply. That's another way to go about attacking Gibraltar.
They are going to go now. You see this lone little German submarine going around the coast, trying to scout out the defenses. And it's just a couple of minutes of IRL time here until the naval invasion plans are done, and then they can fire it off.
Greece is next on the menu as well for the Axis. And Greece, the AI seems to be training all their troops on the border. This is bad.
Good for Italy. We have a question in the chat. Does the TFB change the combat width for terrain? I know that in vanilla, 30 with infantry are pretty junk due to combat width.
Usually you go for 40 widths in vanilla, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure though.
The meta here has always been 30 widths though, so I guess it's different.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some examples, like for example, when you play Finland and you pretty much only have forests and you have bad economy, you might go something else, but otherwise 30 width is generally what you push with.
It seems like Italy is bombing the crap out of the UK Navy in the Eastern Med.
Yeah, so
problematic.
So we've heard it's.
Let's see, how much do they have there?
They only have 200 naval bombers, but if the Brits have none,
yeah,
right, because they need to get in there to supply northern Egypt.
Yeah, they are looking at the British carrier there, HMS Hermes. It's damaged, but it's not sunk just yet.
But that's a bit dangerous, right? Driving around with your carrier in these waters now, because like they have lost, or the Allies have lost the rest of North Africa, so it's quite a ways to go to supply here. So there are a lot of opportunities for the Italians to bomb the British fleet on the way. Pretty much all the way from Gibraltar over to Alexandria, they can be bombed by Allied planes. We have experts that wants to talk Navy.
Okay. The UK started attacking convoy losses. They are nothing major yet, but they only have 122 surplus. And they've already lost 80 convoys, which means if this keeps going, they're going to start having convoy deficiencies within the next 4 or 5 months.
Have they been slouching on the anti-submarine warfare as well?
Let us check. No, it looks like they're defending. They're just not strong enough to handle the cruiser submarines yet.
Yeah.
And to be honest as well, they don't really have that much surplus in the convoy. So even though it's not that big of losses, it's not that extensive, they can't really handle that much. So right now they would real soon need an injection of convoys.
And this means that they can't really transport large amounts of troops at the moment. I don't know, 100 convoys, how many divisions is that?
That's not going to be able to supply a large army. However, they
do supply, I mean transporting them.
Yes, both supplying and transporting, it's not going to cover it at all. However, they do have a lot of dockyards, so they can easily switch it onto convoy production should they want to.
Yeah.
Just some interesting development that we picked up on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks again to our insightful experts on the Navy shenanigans.
There's a lot going on in the game at the moment, so it's hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah, we do see 2 small task groups here fighting it out on the high seas, but no major engagements at sea. 6 convoys being lost here, just as we said before. 6 convoys being sunk by Italian submarines.
And the Axis are still out of supply in North Africa. It seems like the Germans moved down some infantry to relieve the Italians, but they are
there are major supply issues here. But I think they are trying to rectify it. They are also repairing the railroads because the supply hub has been bombed. So it will improve once they do that. But then again, they will be continuously bombed probably. So
yeah.
And there is a lot of air fighting going on here. We have a slight edge for the Allies in a number of planes in northern Egypt, but there is a lot of planes here from both sides.
Yeah, this is the main arena of the air war right now, and the Allies are slightly ahead. Yeah. They have
we do see a probing attack.
Fighters, and the Germans are
the Germans are attacking.
1,300 fighters.
The Germans are attacking here with their tanks, and it looks like they are going to break through with these tanks here. I'm going to go to the German perspective so that we can follow along. But
here we go. The Allies tried the counterattack, but this is bad because you lose your entrenchment bonuses.
Indeed, these medium tanks are doing work in El Alamein, and it's going to be hard to dislodge them as well.
Yeah, they're trying to retake. There's an empty tile up north there, but.
Yeah, I mean, and the Allies need to be careful here as well, because if they're trying to dislodge the German panzers, they might get encircled in turn because they can go up behind them, and the supply issues goes 2 ways, right? So when if the Allies cross over up here, then they will have low supply.
Yeah, and the German tanks are breaking through the lines, so they have found a place to break through, but they are quite outnumbered, I would say. I mean, there are not that many Axis troops to follow up with. and they have to be really careful now. I mean, this is a really decisive moment.
They might bite off more than they can chew here, the Germans. Like this. I'm not really liking the 3 medium tanks on this little tile here, but they seem to be able to broaden it.
Yeah, they're broadening, and so far the Allies have not been able to push them back.
Yeah, the Germans are actually pushing through quite handily, I would say. I did not expect this when I saw the amount of tank destroyers and stuff coming out from the Allied side.
Yeah, the anti-tank in the British infantry, they didn't do much.
Yeah, and yellow air as well. Like it just.
And now the Allies are on the retreat. I wonder when they will make the call to abandon Egypt. It's always a hard.
They are pinning. South Africa might lose its only tank here. He's out of supply. Yeah. He's not going to get out of that. Then again, the German tanks are out of supply as well. So
could they press the extra supply button? Do they still have that available?
No.
Looks like the South Africans
not enough command power.
Yeah, the South Africans will get away now. But the Allies are indecisive now. Should they move down to the Sudan, move further down, or should they stay and fight in Cairo, protect the channel? That's the question. There are no Axis naval invasions in their back, which is always a danger. Yeah. But the Axis are definitely through the first line of defense. And there are British troops in Alexandria right now, surrounded, but they immediately evacuate. Oh, do they?
Yeah, and I mean, the supply situation will steadily improve for the Germans here. Once they get Alexandria, Cairo, Giza, then they will have the supply again. I wonder if the Allies will be able to blow up the Suez Canal, because I would imagine that that's a decision they would like to do.
Yeah, and they don't have much time now to take these decisions.
They are blowing up the Suez Canal, but it is 20 days until it gets blown up, and I don't think they will be able to hold this for 20 days. But they are desperately trying to. This is their holding line. They do not want
decisive moment.
They do not want the Germans to be able to utilize the Suez Canal.
No, definitely not. That would shut out the British Navy from the Eastern Med. It would open up the Red Sea for the Axis to make use of. It seems like India is evacuating some of its troops.
Yeah, I'm looking over. We had a question in the chat, what's going on in Asia, and nothing yet, I would say. But soon things will start going on, or will start to go on.
Yeah, the real action now is in North Africa, and this is very decisive. It looks like the Brits are taking a beating.
It's 14 days until the Suez Canal is blown, and this is a yellow bubble. It will come down to the wire here. If the Brits manages to hold on for just a little bit longer, they are going to do God's work for the Allied logistics.
But they didn't.
They didn't.
Port Said has fallen.
Yeah, Port Said has fallen.
That means they can't blow up the canal, right? Or they're still trying.
They still can.
Yeah, they still control Suez.
They need to control Suez, but they will not for much longer.
Oh, but the German tanks are going around it? I wonder how many tiles they need to control.
1 day, 9 days. It's going to come down to the wire this 8 days, but now they are moving in. The Germans will probably be able to get the Suez Canal here, actually.
Yeah.
We'll see. They are rolling in now. Will arrive in 1 day and 8 hours. 6 days until it's blown.
So the Axis takeover of the Lower Egypt is a fact. The question is, how long will they go before they are stopped? You can see the Brits.
It's the wrong tile.
Yeah, 4 days.
Yeah, but they didn't click the Suez tile.
Yeah, they still have a few days, but they won't.
No. I think they will be able to blow up the Suez because the Germans clicked the wrong tile. But they are actually retreating now. This is going to be.
It's on the wire.
Yeah, it's very on the wire. But I think the Brits might actually be able to blow
the Axis aren't moving in, so the Suez Canal will be
blown. Now they are clicking, but it is too late. It is too late.
Yeah. Suez Canal blown, so that's a small victory in defeat for the Allies.
Yeah, it's a small light in the tunnel, so to speak, because now the Germans will have to repair that, and that takes a lot of civilian factories and a lot of time.
It seems like Snistan and Ian playing the UK, they're trying to reconstitute their defenses, but they're reconsidering now, taking a position further south. And that's probably a good idea because they are not able to withstand this German advance. I haven't seen the South African tanks. Did they not make it out?
I haven't seen them. Let's have a look over at South Africa.
I'm having a look at Canada, though. They still have 3 divisions alive, but they are alone now almost. They have two of those paratrooper divisions and 3 tank divisions, and they're getting wrecked. They are out of supply too, so they'll probably get run over.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking bad for the allies in North Africa. We have the South Africans are alive, but they are also home, so they are not doing anything here.
I wonder, Victor, are we looking at a safari?
Yeah, I mean, they can probably go quite far. I mean,
you think maybe it's time?
Maybe. Ah, right.
It might be a safari time, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed, it's safari time. Let's see.
Okay, so the Canadian tanks, they are fighting for their life, but there are just 2 of them left now, and they lost their paratrooper buddies.
Yeah, we do see the paratroopers here. They were going to do so much. They had plans for them, but
the Canadians are still fighting, but they're fighting on their own, trying to survive. They are doing a retreat without supply, and they are very, very slow.
And looking at the Allied perspective here, we can just see all of these troops frantically trying to move out. Just a disorganized retreat here.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have a question in the chat. I missed the Winter War. Who won? Soviets won quite handily, but the Finns didn't lose much.
Yeah.
So a standard Winter War, I would say. And yeah, now Suez has fallen, but
it looks like South Africa still has 3 heavy tanks, and they're constituting themselves on the new defensive line.
Yeah.
A few Brits and the South African tanks. But wow, what a run through by the Axis.
And we see here that
will the Canadians survive?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, and also it will be interesting to see whether or not Italy picks the decision to repair the Suez Canal now.
Because all 3 Canadian tank divisions are still alive. It looks like the Germans might be slowing down somewhat.
Yeah, I'm looking over here though. Like, look at this guy. Yeah. He is completely out of supply.
Yeah,
way behind. And this tank, he can just race down. I wonder how long the safari will be, though.
Yeah, we'll see. We might have to take off our hats quite soon.
We will see. Did Boppe steal all the equipment? No,
I don't think
he
so.
Did not. He did not get any encirclements. But I mean, he did not lose anything either. That's the main thing.
And beforehand, he said he was only 50-50 about winning it. And that means I think I'm going to lose. I think.
Indeed. Yeah, looking over here, last of...
look at this. Now they might get encircled. The German tanks have finally caught up with them and gone around them.
Yeah,
the Brits are trying to save them, but...
I think they might be outflanked here. They need to pin them. They need to click this.
Yeah, and the main British force went further south, so they can't really help the Canadians now.
Yeah.
They left them high and dry.
But
I think they're about to get overrun.
Yeah, they might be overrun now. They should have clicked them.
They are clicking, I think.
Yeah, but if they had pinned them,
they will arrive in.
Because now they only get
days.
This little guy.
Yeah, they're gonna get overrun. At least one tank. No.
Yeah. No.
No, maybe not.
No, they should have pinned them, but they are getting this little Kenyan colonial division, I guess. But
yeah, so the Canadian tanks are hanging by the skin of their teeth. We'll see though. Still no big Axis commitment to a safari. We don't see any big movements of infantry. 3 of the German assault guns stayed up in the Levant. They might be going into Iraq. It doesn't look like
I mean,
it
the Levant has fallen at this point, but I don't think they want to do a Middle Eastern safari. I wonder where they will stop, though, because there is really nothing here from the United Kingdom.
And I mean, we are about a year away from Barbarossa, so if they don't attack in Africa now, where are they going?
Yeah, they have a little defensive line here of the quite beefy anti-tank division. So I guess that the Axis safari will stop somewhere around halfway point towards the Horn of Africa. But
the same. It's the same troops that tried to defend in El Alamein, though. So I guess we'll see. The naval invasion on Gibraltar has been strengthened. So now the Italians are there in force. Britain still holds Sardinia, though.
Yeah, and we see Finland has joined the Axis. So they will go Barbarossa insta, I guess.
So this is interesting. The US is planning naval invasions on Denmark.
The US is planning a naval invasion towards Greenland. That's quite, much like today, right?
Yeah, they will 100% take Greenland.
Yeah, they need Greenland for their national security, it seems. And that is probably true in this case because this fleet base can actually be quite nice when you're going to raid.
Yeah. Okay, so Italy lays claim to Greek territory, and that should mean that the invasion of Greece will come at any moment. Yeah, there we go.
As Monty said, it's probably just a meme, but you can island hop a bit.
Yeah. And they are, of course, expecting Germany to take...
Yeah. Trotsky assassinated for the third time. Such.
Just let him be. He's already dead.
The invasion of Greece has started and is going quite swiftly in the Allies' favor, or Axis, I mean. Over in Asia, nothing is happening. And in Africa, we still see the Axis Safari going south.
They are moving up some infantry now. So this might be an indication that they want to go further. It looks more than enough to be defensive. So
they might want to go further. Also, the beefy paratroopers are in quite of a pickle here.
Yeah, they've been running since Alamein. Still holding on though.
Yeah, I want to look a bit at the losses here.
Where did the Canadian tanks go? Did they actually lose them while we were looking away?
Doesn't seem like it. Only 26k lost for Canada here. And that's the thing. Like looking at the United Kingdom, they've lost 170,000 men, which is of course not nice, but they have managed to get out with most of it. It remains to be seen here, though. This will probably, or they can retreat to the port. But the Axis did an amazing job at breaking through the lineup here.
Definitely.
But the Brits actually did quite a good job at retreating. They managed to hold the Suez Canal, blow it up, and they didn't lose any of their crucial troops yet. So
we've definitely seen worse. I think it was last game, the Axis were all the way over to West Africa before they were stopped to the Congo.
Yeah, that's right. I remember.
They managed to capitulate South Africa as well. So so far, the Allies look like they might be able to stem the tide here.
Yeah, and we have big South Africa as well here, Mutapa.
Yeah. Looks like India evacuated. No, they still have some troops. Some troops on the line there, but.
And keeping my eye also on this Gibraltar invasion. They haven't kicked it off yet, but they could.
Yeah.
So I don't know when he wants to do that. Because it's by the looks of things now, if he press this button, he might get Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Because looking over at the British side, it's no. Maybe.
If you push, the Italians are also there. Look at this. The Italians are across the water with.
Yeah, that's true. They are preparing a coordinated effort here in order to take Gibraltar.
Or the Brits have air superiority for the Western Med, and the naval supremacy is contested.
And the Italians have taken all their orders, all the troops off this order here, so they are giving up Sardinia in order to focus on Gibraltar.
Our experts are posting uncommented screenshots.
Yeah, let's see. They are posting something from, I believe, the Manchu focus tree. Let's see. Here they are.
It looks like the safari has stopped.
No, right. We have to take off the hat. Hello. What are you posting about?
Okay, Johannes, can you switch over to my observer view? And we'll look at the Japanese war tree. The Japanese can, at each of these levels, pick one of these focuses. Previously, they had to pick everything in a line, but nowadays they can mix and match everything. And depending on which ones they pick, the later they will enter the war. For each one they pick on the furthest left side, it adds 0 months to being able to attack. The middle adds, let's see, 3 months, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. And the long war adds 5, 2, 2, 2. We can see that they've already gone down the first long war industry path, which adds 5 months to when the Japanese can attack. So it's looking like the Japanese are aiming for a late entry to the war.
Yeah,
interesting.
And it brings more dynamic to when the Japanese can actually invade. So it's also not as predictable, depending on how good intel you have on them, of course. But it's an interesting new dynamic.
Yeah, indeed. Well, thank you for that information. We will keep a lookout on what they choose later.
Yeah, I'm having a look at how much intel the US has on Japan, and it's around 75% in general. So not perfect. Unclear if they can see. Yeah, they can see the focuses. So they have that much at least. It looks like the Axis stopped for a moment with the Safari, but they did push another tile. So now they are slowly advancing. But I don't know. It seems like the Allies have enough here to stop them now. But I thought so before as well.
Yeah, the Germans here are doing something. They are naval invading Sardinia instead.
Oh yeah.
Or perhaps they actually...
They could just walk over.
Yeah, perhaps they kicked off the Gibraltar attack and it didn't work out. Greece has capitulated.
Yeah, that was quick.
No, they are actually planning here an invasion of Sardinia, and that will probably be successful as well.
And of course, Greece being taken over, this frees up the Balkan countries for other areas of operation. So the question is, where will they go? Because they don't have anywhere to be now for about a year. So will they go down to Africa? Will they go to Iraq? Look, Germany is moving into Iraq.
Yeah, interesting. Let's have a look over there. And indeed, some safari going on here.
A bit of safari. It looks like it stopped in Egypt, though, in the Sudan. Not much going on there at the moment. The Axis are content to just wait for now. And instead, they are pushing a bit into Iraq.
Yeah, they're broadening the front a bit here. I wonder if Italy has taken the decision here. No, they haven't yet. Because if they repair the Suez Canal and they get like Iraq and this area, then they can really start making work in India.
Yeah. And they are moving in more assault guns into Iraq. So it looks like they are serious about making a push for it. But right now, they are being stopped. They are completely out of supply. And the Allies are holding in Ramada.
Actually, looking over at India, they have bought the port here in the Gulf of Aden.
No, that we started with that, apparently. Now Germany attacks Denmark and Norway. And one thing we usually see is the UK or some other allied countries trying to sneak a bit of northern Norway. We're not seeing it just yet, but we are seeing the Americans with their planned invasion of Denmark, which they kick off if they are in the war, but they're not in the war yet. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what they're doing. Maybe just posturing.
No new developments in Asia.
Yeah. Speaking of Asia, if you look at the Indian defensive line, you can see where it's going to make a stand. It's a bit further back. He's letting go of Burma to the Asia Axis defensive there.
Yeah, he's giving up quite a bit here, I would say. Yeah. Sev is asking if the Axis are trying to reach the oil in Iraq, and that might not be a bad guess. Let's look over here at the resources map mode, and yes, indeed, there is quite a lot of oil here.
Yeah, that could be a good.
I mean, this 600, 700 for if they're going autarky. So
yeah. So far, though, the Allies are able to hold off the advances of the Axis. It's mostly just AI troops there. It's Greece and British Iraq with one small division from the UK. So just the AI holding, and that won't hold for long, definitely. And now they are being run around here a bit.
We have Pontus ready for interview.
Oh, nice.
Let's put on our headsets.
Pontus, of course, being the French player.
Indeed.
Hello, Pontus. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So your strategy for defending France was mostly infantry with a few heavy assault guns smattered in. It didn't seem like the assault guns did as well as we thought they would. I mean, the German assault guns weren't even supposed to be able to penetrate them, but they managed somehow.
Yeah, there were a bit too few, and Germany had focused quite a lot on the assault guns. So they had, I think, 10 or 11 out.
Yeah, 10, yeah.
So a bit too few and far between.
Yeah, But still, we liked your defensive array there. Your different lines of defense. It looks pretty solid. Unfortunately, you didn't hold, but you're not supposed to hold, of course. Right now, though, you've moved to Africa. What are your plans now?
I'm getting out paratroopers and heavy fighters in order to, well, first of all, help in Africa, do some long-range paratrooping attacks, and then we'll see how the game goes. But I have a couple of plans up my sleeve, but we'll see if I can implement them.
Interesting. We also saw that you managed to get in a naval battle before you capitulated, and you bloodied the nose of the Italians there a bit. Was that planned, or was it just like a Hail Mary thing?
It was planned. I'm gonna lose most of my navy anyway, so if I can bloody the Italians, get some raiding done, and I also helped out with naval invasion of Sardinia. Navy-wise, it went better than expected. But
and Sardinia still holds as we speak, which is a bit surprising, I must say, because they were just attacked. But they're holding on.
So
the thing that didn't go to plan was like I had planned to prevent Italy from getting North Africa. I had some troops over there, but apparently not enough.
Yeah. The eastern border wasn't really defended. You defended the ports, though.
Yeah.
So just a question from us, Pontus. Is the plan to go for a drop build all the way through for our D-Day as well?
Yes, exactly.
Very interesting. Is it the classical, the lowlands digging into the urban tiles? Is that the plan?
I might want to do it as a surprise.
Okay.
So you'll see it when you see it.
All right.
If you see it.
Interesting.
I'm looking forward to it.
Keep us in the dark. Yeah, I'm looking at your paratrooper divisions right now. 15 width, but kitted out to the teeth. So it'll be interesting to see them in action.
Yes. I think I'll get a few more out. So, yeah.
Cool.
It'll be an exciting game.
Cool. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, and good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck in the studio.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was Pontus, the French player, and he had a rough time of it in the beginning, but he's planning his revenge. And as we were speaking, the Axis are taking more and more of Iraq, and it seems a foregone conclusion now that Iraq will fall. And
Iraq is indeed falling, and that's quite a lot of oil here for the Axis to put towards the war machine. We heard France here in high spirits, I would say, but as of things have developed now, clear Axis edge.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I would say. So Denmark has mostly fallen. They're still holding on to Sjælland, but there is a naval invasion now planned for Norway. Romania is finally joining in with some Marines as well there. A lot of German troops still in Germany proper.
Actually, interesting.
They're a bit scared of an early D-Day, it looks like.
Probably. And they have moved on from their plans of recapturing Sardinia or taking Gibraltar in order to go Norway instead.
Yeah, and Iraq. And they are also prodding at the Sudan defensive line. And they're doing a good job of it.
Yeah, indeed. How has the safari gone?
They just continued it looks like. But they're not moving huge amounts of troops. It's the 4 German tank divisions.
Yeah. The supply situation on the Allied side is super bad, though.
Yeah. And they are exchanging their assault guns for proper medium tanks now. So a bit more oomph to them.
Indeed.
Germany is not using all its military factories, though. So slouching a bit on the macro there.
How many free does he have? Just one.
Yeah, okay, not too bad then. But they are taking Iraq, and as we were saying, this is a lot of oil. A good catch from Seva there.
Yeah, indeed. Like this is probably what they planned. It's a very smart move here. They still don't have the oil though. It's this tile and this tile, but they will get it.
Wasn't it something to the west as well?
Yeah, but that's only 19.
But that's I think it depends on infrastructure and whatnot.
All right,
maybe.
But now they have gotten the big oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, if you drive the British out of here completely, it's significantly harder for them to get it back later. Like, because if you take all of Iraq, because if you stabilize the front line like here, then you need to station a lot of troops here. But if you take everything, then you just need to put troops in Kuwait, basically. And it's very hard to get back.
Yeah, very true, very true. And as I was saying, they are prodding the defenses in Africa. 4 medium tanks running about, giving the allies some trouble. But they're moving back again.
Yeah,
they're just pushing a bit.
Not doing any dangerous adventures there, but...
And yeah, we are seeing the UK reinforcing northern Norway with their marines.
Yeah, to be honest, like, everything is going according to plan for the Axis here, except their naval adventures.
Yeah.
To be honest, we'll see now if they manage to take Norway with the naval invasions. But the Axis have not been particularly successful at sea or at naval invasions.
Yeah.
But they have been quite successful in everything else.
Yeah. Interesting to note, the troops that Snistan has sent to northern Norway, they are all Marines. And they're already there.
Let's tag over to Snistan's view here and see.
And I mean, you can use Marines to defend, but they are also offensive units. So he could do some counter naval invasions when the Axis move up.
He probably has a plan, right? Because he has them all the way up here.
Yeah. Interesting.
Indeed.
So a bit of a lull in the fighting again. And yeah, look at this. The Axis are moving back in Africa. No, they're just holding the defensive positions there.
Yeah. The safari seems to be over for this time.
Yeah, sadly.
And safari in the Middle East is coming to an end as well.
But maybe they want to keep going. I wonder if they can attack Iran, though. They're not allowed to justify it, right? They would need...
I think you can declare on Iran, to be honest.
Yeah. Let's see. We have a comment here. Sebe just vassalized Sweden in Field of Glory Kingdoms. What the hell? Yeah, he was mad at the Dawn for removing Mannerheim's head on the statue there. Fair game, I suppose. We still love you.
We're getting information here from the experts that Axis cannot declare on Iran, but the Allies can't take countenance, Operation Countenance, when the Axis holds Iraq.
Yeah, so we have to know what Operation Countenance is, but yeah.
It's probably some military...
Of course, yeah, but we have to know.
Yeah. Post in chat if you know what Operation Countenance is.
Yeah. Another comment in the chat here from Cure 1701. This Axis overrun quite surprised me. Yeah, me too. I think it's because the Allies didn't have much to counter the 10 tanks and the air in Africa. Seems like the Allies also be a bit more on the late game build. Yeah, but when we were looking at it before, the Allies were slightly ahead in the air war. And I thought the amount of anti-tank there on the infantry and they had medium tanks on Canada and South Africa. I thought it looked pretty solid, but I guess it was like 10 German tanks versus 5 Allied tanks. But still, I thought they would hold better.
We see some incessant pinging here from the Germans up in the north of Norway. They have probably discovered Knistan's Marines.
Yeah, probably. And still no naval invasion plans from those Marines. They are content just hanging out there for now.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to defend northern Norway with these mountains and small narrow passages. So that's a good solid strategy for binding up more Axis troops.
Yeah. Also, we are doing a raffle in a while. So if you want to be a part of that raffle, do become a paying Patreon. You support our channel, you support our work, and you also this time will be supporting Ukraine, because all of the Patreon proceeds this month will be going towards protectukraine.nl, and that's a good cause. So please join us.
And if you manage to win the raffle, you get 1 free month as a Stug 3 tier. So you can use that free month yourself, or you can give it to a friend. So please sign up as a Patreon. And there are already some who have. If we look at the counter, could you, if you just see the entire... Yeah, we have 1 Stug 3 tier and 2 Tiger 2 tiers already today. So join the fight for freedom and help support the channel.
Indeed. And speaking of fight for freedom, the Allies are making a little pushback here in Africa. They are going on a counter safari, so to speak.
But the German tanks are not there anymore, are they?
No, they are not. It seems like it's...
They are in... Some are in Egypt, but they seem to be heading back. What for, I wonder? We are in 1941, but I would suppose Barbarossa is still a ways off.
Yeah, they have a railway gun here as well.
Sneaky.
That they are moving down here.
Okay, yeah.
So they are going to hold the line here with the railway gun, and then they are preparing for other adventures, I suppose.
Yeah, I wonder where those tanks are headed. Let's keep an eye out for wherever they are going.
Yeah.
Norway seems to be falling slowly but surely, but northern Norway is still in the hands of the Allies.
Yeah. We see in the air war, we do see that the United Kingdom is slowly outpacing the German fighter numbers. Looking over at the Germans here, for example, we have 2,500 fighters, 561 tactical bombers, and 500 close air support. Meanwhile, the Brits are up to 3,000 fighters at this point. So the Allies are starting to take a lead in air power.
Yeah, not a huge lead, but still a lead nonetheless. And it doesn't look like... I'm trying to look at Poland, if Poland had those 500 fighters we were talking about.
But Italy doing shenanigans in Sardinia.
Yeah, will they finally be able to take back Sardinia?
Yeah, I think they got Sardinia back. So.
Yeah, they took the port there.
Sardinia is once again in Italian hands, but it was quite a dangerous move because they naval invaded with no port here.
Yeah.
But they managed to get Sardinia back, so that is once again in Italian hands. Meanwhile, the Germans are doing work in Norway in quite quick manner, overrunning the Norwegian troops here. And it will be interesting to see whether they are able to dislodge Knistan's Marines from Tromsø. But
it will take them a while to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a while to walk through Norway, no doubt.
I'm very curious where these German tanks are headed. There seems to be only 8 German tank divisions right now. I don't know if they disbanded a couple or if they lost, but they have 8 at the moment, and they are heading back to the continent.
We see the Germans also planning a little naval invasion of Cyprus, which is still under British control.
And that should fall quite easily.
Also Malta still under British control. So as we said before, like not that successful in naval invasions, the Axis. But I mean, at this point, with everything controlled around it, it should fall quite easily.
Yeah. There's still a sizable British fleet in the Western Med, which makes Gibraltar more secure, I suppose.
Yeah.
But they don't have superiority in the sea zone. No, now they do.
We do have some fleet engagement here between the Italians and the Brits, with the Brits losing 3 destroyers.
Yeah, no major engagements just now. Let's see.
Oh, let's see if the main navies find each other at some point. But at the moment, I think we have the UK main navy is... But this is not it.
I must say, I wonder if the Norwegians have gotten buffed, because they're really putting up a stiff defense here against the Germans on their own.
Yeah, we have the British carriers here in the Mediterranean, so they can very well run into each other quite soon.
Yeah,
the Axis and the Allies here. Norway is holding out quite well.
Surprisingly well, I'd say. I'm still curious. Where are the German tanks going? Yeah, they're just preparing for Barbarossa. So how far off is Barbarossa? That's the question.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the German focuses.
Yeah, let's check it out. As of now, it's prepare for Barbarossa is completed, so they can technically take war with USSR when they want.
And that's just a 2-week focus, so that could be very quick when it does come.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it will be coming anytime soon, though, considering the troop placements. There is basically nothing here.
No, just German tanks so far. I'm a bit surprised that they didn't want to use them a bit when they had the time off, so to speak.
They are moving up here. The railway gun is making moves around here, so it's probably not that far off, but I would I would say at least a year more.
Yeah, we had some questions here about Greenland and Iceland, and Greenland is actually in the German hands, and Germany has actually moved troops there.
Yeah, Germany is actually defending Greenland. I wonder if they have intel on the United States.
Have a look at those divisions defending Greenland, though. They got torpedoed bad on the way there. And the thing is,
definitely. Look at this.
If you put troops on Greenland, your convoys will try to reach Greenland. So
I mean, this might have been a bit of a bit off more than they can chew situation for Germany here, because they lost almost all their strengths. They're basically dead. Let's say they have one Carabiner 98.
Yeah, one gun to go around.
Yeah, one Car 98 left in the entire division after traveling.
Iceland, though, is securely in the hands of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, we'll see. We also have the German Protectorate of Denmark garrisoning Greenland here. So we will see whether Greenland remains.
Yeah, interesting to see. And still, Norway fights on.
Yeah, indeed they do. And I see some beer being moved around here.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you.
Very nice.
Norway has capitulated. F's in the chat for Norway. But they are not completely out, because in the north of Norway, there are still UK Marines, and they can easily retake that territory that was lost in the capitulation now. So you can see them spreading out a bit, taking a few tiles here and there. And by now, the Germans know that they are not alone. Cheers, guys in the stream. I hope you are enjoying the stream. We are.
Yeah, indeed. Cheers.
Yeah, we see joy in the chat. Hitler actually saved them. Yeah. Greenland is hot real estate, if you didn't know by now. Look at this. We see a naval invasion planned from Canada.
This is interesting. So the United States.
It's the Mexicans.
Okay.
But Mexicans are AI, right?
Yeah, so actually AI Mexico,
they can and will be annexed by either Brazil or the United States later on. There's a focus for it somewhere.
It's interesting, though, that AI Mexico is planning a naval invasion of Greenland, right? Yeah. Because the thing is that they will succeed, because the Germans doesn't have any guns, right? Because everything got bombed on the way there. So if Mexico actually kicks off this naval invasion, or the AI rather, then Greenland will fall to the Mexicans, because the Germans have no guns there.
Don't underestimate the memes, though, I suppose.
We will see. We will see.
Having a look now at the Brazilian focus tree, trying to see where any Mexican annexation is, but I can't really find it. Never mind.
We do see a naval invasion of Malta.
Okay.
Being planned here. Valletta landing operation.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I wonder, or they probably just clicked it and failed, I guess, because they are coming back with no org from an earlier adventure at sea.
Oh, yeah.
So guess Malta held.
Yeah, but they are planning a new one.
Yeah, eventually it will probably fall. But as I said before, the only thing going badly for the Axis, I would say, is perhaps the air war, but the naval invasions. That's pretty much everything.
Yeah, and right now they are fighting under red skies over Malta.
Yeah, indeed.
There are 400 British fighters there, so they could get air supremacy if they wanted to. But right now, it doesn't seem like a priority.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting to see when the Allied small advantage in air starts to really kick in, because if that continues to snowball, eventually it will be considerable and make an impact. But as of now, the lead is not that big. If I look at the air once again for the United Kingdom, they have 3,000 fighters now, and the Germans have actually surpassed that. The Germans are indeed back in the game. When
they had a bunch in reserve, so now they are ahead in fighters actually.
Yeah, the Axis have taken over the air game then, and we have Malta in Allied hands and we have Cyprus in Allied hands, but that is pretty much it for the Allies here.
Having a look at the strength of the air forces of the US and of the Soviets, and the US have barely any fighters out at the moment. Maybe they have some in stockpile.
Let me check it out here.
No. But the Soviets have 2,000 fighters, so that's something, I suppose.
Yeah.
It could help them give them regional supremacy.
Why do the Americans have 356 flying boats? What are they going to do with those?
Aren't those good for scouting and anti-submarine warfare? And I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe the expert could clarify that for us later.
I wonder how Japan is doing when it comes to air.
Yeah, let's have a look.
700 heavy fighters. Not too impressive, but I mean the Americans have nothing. So
yeah, no huge numbers, but it depends on who your opponent is. What about Great Manchu, Great Qing?
Let's check it out. Yeah, Big Manchu is really big now, and I mean, look at these troops. It's just veterans all the way through.
Yeah, he's got 1.3 million men in the field. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm comparing to India right now. India has about half that in the field, but India does, of course, have the defender's advantage. India, of course, being played by Jonte. Jonte is being reinforced by Francis on Australia. So Australia is there on the line. They've abandoned Burma, as we said, and taken a more defensive stance closer to India proper.
A very interesting thing to see as well here is how good the Manchu general is here. 8 attack, 7 planning skill, and only veteran troops. So they really gained a lot from their performance in the China War.
And they should probably be almost full on the doctrines as well, right?
I would imagine so. Let's check it out. There, officer corps, and the doctrine is completely filled out here. All the way down, mass assault.
I'm checking at India, and they're only 3 doctrine steps down, or they've only taken 2 that actually cost anything. So it could be a problem for India.
Yeah, I mean, this Manchu is going to punch. I mean, Japan has not been doing too well, honestly, and it's not looking very prepared for the United States naval game. But this big Manchu is going to do a lot of work in the land theater of the Pacific.
Right now, Japan has 30 dockyards not being used, which is a bit less than half of their dockyards not being used. So
they need to
step up the macro a bit.
They need to rectify this. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, this is bad too. Research slots not taken, no focus, but I mean they are still saving up here. But
still a huge land army. I mean the Japanese has a bit more than 1 million men in the field, and as I was saying earlier, Manchu 1.3 million in the field. So they outnumber the Indians 4-1. And they are better trained. They have all the doctrines they need. So it could be scary for India, even though India is defending in mountains and so on.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. We are paused at the moment. I'm unsure as to why, but
it looks like we had a disconnection from the Japanese co-op. I think. Yeah, so we're waiting for a hot joiner. Let's have a look at the chat. Doesn't AI Mexico normally nationalize the oil fields? I'm not sure what AI Mexico usually does. We normally have a Mexico player, but we didn't this time.
At the moment, they are expanding their industry.
Let's have a look.
They have already nationalized oil fields.
Oh, there you go.
But the United States have not declared war on them.
Yeah. So I'm having a look at the Japanese focuses, as we were talking about before, if they're going for the long war or the quick war. They haven't taken any more focuses on that route, so I suppose they are not delaying any further at the moment. That could change, but from looking at it now, they would do well to attack pretty soon, I guess.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Like as the game progresses, it's not necessarily good for Japan, and at this point, probably strike earlier rather than later, because you have Big Manchu as well with you, and utilize your strength while you have it, I guess. But then again, they probably don't know how the United States is doing. If I look over at the United States from the Japanese point of view, and they do have 100% intel on the Navy, though.
Yeah, and almost a 99% there on the.
Yeah, so the Japanese actually are able to see exactly what Navy the United States has.
Which is submarine build.
Yeah, and that's very good for Japan. But yeah, they are still not using like 30 dockyards, and they're not doing anything to counteract the Navy strategy. So I don't know, but they could utilize this information in a productive manner.
I'm seeing a bit of Axis pings down in Southeast Asia, but I'm not really sure why.
Yeah,
and that must be the Euro Axis ping, because I was looking at the Italian. Anywho, let's see. Yeah, they're still planning to invade Malta again. Malta, of course, held out the last time. This time they do have the air supremacy, and they are bombing. So they're probably trying to lower those coastal forts and whatnot, defending Malta. Yeah, they are being.
Yeah, bombed. They are getting Malta eventually.
Yeah,
I would definitely say.
And slowly but surely they are preparing for Barbarossa. Not very intensely though. It looks like the Romanians and the Hungarians are positioned in the north. Quite a concentrated disposition in the north. I wonder if they have.
Yeah, indeed.
I wonder if they want to reinforce Finland as soon as the war starts.
Yep. It is possible that the Soviets are going for a quick Finland capitulation, because if they know that Finland is going like a late game build, they probably say like, oh, let's take out Finland quickly, so they can't get rolling, so to speak.
It looks like you can have a look at the Soviets' disposition here. Quite interesting and telling what they might be planning. They have a bunch of these aren't Marine divisions. They have the shark icon, but they're just garrisons. No real weirdness there. They do have some armor divisions. Let's see. 5 medium armor divisions and 11 light armor divisions. And they are, where are they placed? Sort of centrally.
It's the standard push here, Vitebsk, the only place with no river.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Yeah, in a defensive posture. It doesn't look like they're going for a fast take out Finland strategy or anything.
No, it doesn't seem like that at all. Looking up at Finland, they have obviously reinforced Leningrad, but otherwise they're holding by this river. So I think they're going to be quite content with just letting Finland pretty much take over everything here.
And this is in line with what Rosen said before. He is going defensive in the beginning, and eventually when they get the stronger medium tank divisions, then he might try something more on the offensive side. But yeah, I'm curious what Hungary and Romania are doing. They're very far north with most of their troops up in Königsberg, East Prussia there. And
what is it that they have here? It's infantry divisions from Hungary, so they are mostly filler, and they have 3 mountaineers. So no armor from Hungary.
No mobile divisions at all. That's a bit,
Pretty much no mobile divisions from Romania either. And Bulgaria has made some rocket artillery motorized, so that's mobile. But as we were speculating before, does the Axis actually have enough mobile divisions? Not that many at the moment. So, the German Panzers are, of course, scary, but it's only 10 of them.
Yeah. Let's see. Bulgaria only has 3 of these mobile divisions, which they are pushing towards the Soviet border right now. Hungary, of course, is being controlled by Lolse, who is a new player in our community. We are unsure how new he is to Arts of Iron, but his troops are very low on artillery. They're low on artillery, mostly just infantry divisions, which makes them, strong org, but for a low manpower country, it might not be the best strategy. And you can see that they are at 0 manpower right now.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, as Hungary, you would expect to see armor. Like 0 manpower and 25 infantry divisions is not like their core strengths.
No. And they won't be able to reinforce those. Let's see, what conscription law is he on?
He is on volunteer only, so he will be able to increase that somewhat. But,
yeah.
And let's check out the doctrine. Superior firepower.
The war in Europe has really ground to a standstill, except for in northern Norway, where the Germans have managed to... no, they haven't managed to kick out the Brits. Not entirely. The Brits are still holding a few tiles.
Yeah.
I wonder how the Germans even got north of them. They must have made a naval
invasion.
Yeah,
they must have naval invaded the top here.
But they are trapped there. So they have 8 divisions there trapped between the Norwegians and the Brits.
Yeah, I mean, this is... it's not an optimal position, no?
I'm curious to what the different sides are thinking at the moment. Not much going on. We are paused right now, though.
I'm checking over some naval battle results here, but it's mostly convoy raiding.
Yeah. So Bulgaria, we're getting information that Bulgaria has Moto rocket.
Yeah, indeed. As I said before, they're basically the only Axis minor with mobile troops.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see how that pans out on the Eastern Front.
How many tanks can the Germans get out, though? They still only have the 8 tank divisions. And you can see, if you check the German point of view,
you
can see the theaters of operation have the names of the 2 players. So Ivan has everything except 2 divisions, which are Thomas's. And those are the 2 in Greenland with the 1 rifle. So maybe that's an indication of how much Ivan trusts his co-op.
Yeah, they are not. They have not reinforced. They're not reinforcing them either. Like they still only have 1.
Yeah, they could theoretically get a convoy over there, but it's
going to get raided.
It's a long way to Tipperary.
They are getting some convoy sunk here as well. But
yeah,
not in any large numbers.
No.
And they have a surplus of 1,000.
Yeah. Let's see. We're still paused. I'm a bit unsure why. We're still waiting for the Japanese co-op, are we? Sea Frog. I think that's Einash. His Starlink went down.
Oh no.
That's suspicious because they live in Latvia, which is in the game here it's inside the Soviet Union, but in real life it's right next to the big bad Russian wolf. And Starlink is under the control of Elon Musk, who seems a bit unreliable at the moment. Someone who's not unreliable, though, is our Patreons. And if you become a Patreon today, you can help support Ukraine's fight against the Russian invader. So all the proceeds from Patreons that sign up today will go directly to the Ukrainian army. And a member of our community will probably go down there himself together with protectukraine.nl. So, yeah. And this might be a good time to do a raffle. So if you are a paying Patreon subscriber, a paying patron rather, you can join the raffle for a free month of Stug 3 tier. And we'll do that raffle in just 5 minutes. So if you want to sign up to help Ukraine and help yourself and help us, then do so, and you are in the running for the raffle. JW says, I subbed today for your charity stream. I'll keep it going for a few more months. Thanks for your excellent guides and research on HOI4. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers to you.
JW. That's great to hear. Special shout out to Boppus and Badger, who's the one doing most of the...
Oh no, I crashed.
Oh, you crashed. Let's see, maybe the studio could put my... Yeah, so... No, I crashed.
No, I will just ignore it. I will reshare.
Yeah, I just crashed as well.
Everyone crashed.
Okay, we seem to be having some stability issues. We are not on Starlink though.
So now we're here. That's the only screen we can see.
Now we have Johannes in the picture here. You listen to him and I will fix the game again.
Yeah. So
hello, Badger.
Hello. Let me know when it's up again, and I can swap back to your screens.
Yeah. Yes, we're having a bit of stability issues, I guess. Unclear what it is, but we've had a good run the last couple of hours.
Yeah. So I can see that our Japanese player number 2 just hot joined again. So it's only you two guys that we're missing from the game.
Oh shit! The late crashers.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna.
But right, so I am back again.
So I mean, while we're at it, I know that we have the Oracle in the studio, right? Which is Victor. So, what is your? Oh, now you can hear me. So, Victor, you are the Oracle of calling games. So, what are you calling today?
Well, by the looks of things at this point, it is clear that the Axis have quite a bit of tactical edge. Then again, looking further on, Japan has not had a very impressive performance at this point, and it will be interesting to see how they fare in the game against the United States. But by the looks of it now, it's rather Axis favored, I would say. But it remains to be seen where we end up after Barbarossa starts.
Yeah, it seems like one of those games that will be decided on the Eastern Front, like so many games before. It's a bit of, I mean, what happens in the Pacific can be important, but it's almost always a bit of a sideshow, because if the Soviets invade Germany and win, it's over. If Germany manages to capitulate the Soviets, it's also over. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So we're only missing you, Petey, now from the hot join. Are you on your way?
I am on my way.
Yeah, you can switch over to my game view again because I'm back.
All right.
There we are.
There we go. What about you, Badger? Do you have any thoughts about the game so far?
I mean, I really like one thing, and that is that you have the concentration of armor on Germany, and then you really make the Axis miners play support around it.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. That's primarily because I like infantry builds. So I was really happy to see a really infantry-oriented Hungary, and that's fun to see. But it's also quite risky, because then you can like putting all your eggs in one basket on Ivan playing Germany. If he fails or he looks the wrong way, I mean, that's all the armor there, right?
Yeah.
So it's up to him really to do the decisive plays. But with a lot of support around him, that's going to be interesting. And then I'm happy to see some aggressiveness from the allies in the Mediterranean early in the game. That's really fun to watch. And I think they're kind of like the second Barbarossa starts, I think they will have a good chance to actually do some Italy invasions this game. That's what I'm hoping for, because we haven't seen like the soft underbelly of Europe invasion since, I don't know, 2 years or something.
Yeah.
It always ends up in like they take Sicily or Sardinia, but then we go for Europe. That's always how.
And last game when you played France, that was your plan all along, just to take a nibble out of Italy and just hold on to it. But Martin playing, Falk playing the US, he forbade it, and so yeah, it never happened.
Yeah, he lost Navy as well, though. So maybe that's why. So I really look forward to that. So. Yeah, but if we can get a proper like early D-Day in Italy, I would be really, really happy to also get like the pressure off the Soviets. But yeah, let's see what happens. And I also have some intel that we have a 4th Soviet player that will be hot joining really soon.
Oh, is it Matthias or
no? Magnus.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
so he might be ready soon.
Okay, so I am in the game. Yeah, I think they should be able to just.
Yeah, but now.
No, Remmerfors lost.
Yeah. So.
So this is what happens when you have around 30 players. Always someone with connection issues, but it's been pretty stable so far. A couple of major fuck ups, but nothing too major. A D-Day on southern Italy. A thing that helps is still owning a bit of North Africa, which the Allies do not at the moment. So they would have to take that as step one. You can't really go from Gibraltar to Italy directly without major problems, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Mediterranean at this point is quite firmly in Axis hands.
We have a question from one of our viewers. How have the Soviet armor horde grown in comparison to the German?
Yeah, so at the moment, the Soviets have around 5 medium armor divisions and like 11 light armor divisions. So nothing major yet, but we do know that Rosen, who is the main controller of the Soviets, his plan is for a later build. So he will get proper, I guess it's 1941 tech. So the tech should be getting finished soon, and then he'll start production. Then they'll start getting a bunch more medium armor out.
All right.
Yeah. So maybe we should do that raffle.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
sorry,
the raffle.
I forgot about it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna disappear so you can have the raffle.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this raffle is for paying Patreon members, our patrons supporting our work here, and. If you win the raffle, you get a free month on the Stug 3 tier, which is sort of the middle tier, where you also get all the free guides and stuff. We are now back in the game though, but yeah, there's not terribly much happening, so I think we could do a raffle.
Yeah, let's do the raffle and hope that we don't miss any significant action.
Yeah.
I will be keeping an eye on the game if anything decisive happens.
Yeah. So. If you are a paying Patreon member, let's see if we can get the raffle wheel showing.
The wheel disappeared.
The wheel disappeared.
Will see.
Can hear Badger sweating in the background. There we have it.
There.
Let's see. Like... Spin that wheel, Badger. Round and round and round it goes. And the winning number. Yeah, it looks like 26.
26.
Nice call, Victor. You should be calling things more often.
Indeed. I thought it was going over the limit just there.
Yeah, and number 26 is...
That remains to be seen, but once we get that information, you will have congratulations from us and 3 months of Stug 3 Patreon.
Yeah.
I am looking at these naval invasions planned for Malta again here. I don't want to miss it once they kick it off next time, but they are waiting a while now because they probably have the naval supremacy, they have the air supremacy, and they have the people, but they are taking their time a bit here.
Yeah, we're getting the high quality intel here from the text that Barb will happen in 1941. Yeah, It usually does. In the north of Norway, the Norwegians are actually pushing out the remnants of the German forces there. There are actually quite a few German forces up here.
Yeah. Indeed, there is. And we also have information that Stefan Manstein won the raffle.
Yeah, so congratulations, Stefan. You get 1 month free on the Stug 3 tier that you can use yourself or give to a friend.
Indeed.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the German focuses. How far off are we? No national focus set right now.
But you have to do, Barbarossa has a limit during the year, right? You have to do it between March and August.
Okay.
So you can't do it in the winter.
Right.
Because you have to... so if they don't do it 41, then they have to wait a year.
Yeah, but they they should be going at any time now.
Yeah, so they have to pick it at the next focus, basically.
He is saving up days for his focus now.
Yeah.
So if he selects the focus now, it's war in 2 days. And look at the Soviet border; they are ready to go.
Yeah, they are really setting up here.
Yeah. Before they were positioning themselves a bit further back to not show their hand to the Soviets, but right now they are ready to go, and I think we'll see.
Yeah, looking at the Intel ledger
here we
as
go.
well.
War with the USSR.
The Soviets have intel on the Germans, so that is why they are saving up their national focus time, so that they don't have to so they don't show their cards, right?
Yeah.
So when they have saved it, they click 2 days war.
Yeah, they are at war now. Finland is yet to join. We
Indeed.
see join war requests from Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary. The Balkan Bros are joining up.
All the Axis miners are getting in on this, and the tanks and the infantry is starting to roll into Soviet territory, but it remains to be seen once again, do the Axis have enough mobile divisions in order to overrun this front? Because we have so much infantry coming out from these minor countries. Looking at Hungary, still 0 manpower. This is not something you want when you're at war.
Yeah. And the entirety of the mobile divisions are 8 German medium tank divisions and 3 Bulgarian mobile rocket artillery divisions. That's it. There are more German tank divisions in production. 6 more are being produced as we speak. One little thing about the German tank divisions, though, they have deserved medals, at least half of them, but they haven't received them yet. The Führer is a bit cheap with handing out the medals.
It seems like they could give them some medals here. I wonder what they have done to earn those medals. They took part in the siege of Calais, so they have been with the German army for a long time.
Yeah, Finland is still not in the war.
No, he is not.
Here comes the joining war request. So Finland is joining as well. We see now,
and that's good for these Germans stuck in Norway, because now they can just get out of there.
Yeah, you see them ferrying straight down.
Yeah, and they are going to go towards Leningrad, I imagine.
That's a welcome boost to Finland's defenses and offenses, I suppose. Yeah, but as we were saying before, the Soviets have arrayed themselves around the Dnieper River. So there's a bit of empty space to go before they actually clash with the Axis. Up in the Baltics, though, they are already at the front lines. So the Hungarians are first there. They're discovering the Soviet defensive lines. No attempt yet has been made to push.
Yeah, they are meeting up now. The lines are colliding along the front. We also have a new Stug 3 Patreon. Shout out to Yuri. Cheers to you.
Cheers, Yuri.
Nice.
I wonder if Spain has sent any.
Yeah, that's interesting.
No, not yet.
No Spanish at the front as of yet. And this concentration.
They are sending volunteers.
This concentration of Romanian infantry here is still kind of strange to me.
There is one Spanish.
There.
And that's a mobile division. It's medium tank and motorized infantry. And apparently I heard something said in the prep chat that the mechanized infantry has been nerfed. So you only get sort of defensive bonuses from them. So if you haven't seen any mechanized infantry, that's probably why.
And as we see here, the Spanish division here has medium tanks, motorized.
Yeah.
And it has a bicycle as its icon to deceive the Soviets.
We see the first battles going on here on the Eastern Front now. Yes. And so far only red bubbles for the Germans, but the tanks are not the ones attacking. They're attacking with line infantry. It seems like, it's just a frontline attack.
In the north, however, things are going significantly better for the Germans, where the tanks are threading through. And this is with support from Hungarian infantry.
Yeah, and the Spanish tank wants a piece of the action, so it's there as well. I wonder, we should probably see the Soviet medium tanks coming, as a fire brigade towards, and Mongolians as well. We forgot Mongolians.
And now we're seeing our first tank clashes here along the front, and it will be very interesting to see how this pans out. We do see that the Red Army tanks pushes the Hungarian infantry without any bigger difficulties, but
they won't be able to stand against the German tanks. So this will show us the strength of the tanks here. Tank versus tank battles.
Indeed, looking over at
moment.
Finland, nothing happening, and here we see the Germans pushing through.
And look at that, the Soviet tanks were pushed back even without the German tanks, and now the German tanks are reaching the.
They are pinning this. They might encircle this for Soviet tanks. That would be a disaster for the Soviet.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous. He needs to consider a retreat. The Spanish tanks are holding. He retreated.
He got out probably for the best. We do have the Mongolian medium tanks here. I'm going to actually tag over to Mongolia to see what they are fielding. They have 4 divisions run by Kublai 4th Ghost.
Yeah, classic.
And pretty run-of-the-mill medium tanks.
Yeah, we see sort of the same layout of the different tank divisions from the different countries here. So the Soviets are pushing back the Spanish tank, and they are trying to push back the German tanks, but they were unsuccessful.
Looking in the south, though, we do see the Soviets actually breaking out a bit. German lines in the south is not really working out.
And the bulk of the Axis infantry is, of course, up in the Baltic with both the Romanians and the Hungarians.
The Bulgarians might be trying something down here, though, because you see their rocket artillery is moving around here. So they might be trying for some encirclement shenanigans. Meanwhile, up in the north, still a bit of a back and forth here.
Ticker 175 says, well, he called it. Finally realized Mongolia exists when he saw a single division floating around. That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
They do have 4 divisions floating around, which is half of what the Germans have. So nothing to scoff at.
Indeed.
But look at this. Yeah. This entire Soviet armored contingent is being pushed back here.
They are, and this is also a try for an encirclement. We do have our experts that want to break in and talk, so we'll give them some time to do that in like a minute after we see whether this gets encircled or not. But it seems like it will not. So let's talk to our experts.
I love that they actually asked for permission this time instead of just butting in.
Very nice. Hello,
boys. Hello. As we've seen, Barb has started, and we just want to butt in and talk about how can the Allies affect Barb most efficiently at this point. And there's one thing that can do it above all, and that is attacking the quite, at the moment, poorly defended, actually not at all defended Iraq. Because if the Allies can get Iraq back, then what we talked about earlier, Operation Countenance can be set into motion. And if they do
Martin, could you explain what Operation Countenance is?
Yes, I am getting there. It's focus in the English tree, which divides Iran between the British Crown and the Union of Socialist Republics. And the big thing that does is it unlocks this part of the Soviet tree. You can see here's 12 factories, a bunch of resources, and the crown jewel of this little piece of the tree is this Allied Lend-Lease. And that's a massive amount of resources, equipment. And to get that, the Allies need to take back Iraq, which is at the moment not defended by a single division. So a naval invasion to Iraq, a single division can take this back and make a huge impact on this war.
So potential greatest play nomination, take back Iraq with one division.
Instead, though, the entire Allied tank force is stuck in the Sudan on one tile, basically, with no supplies. There's not much defending from the Italians. Now, I think they noticed and start moving troops around, but they are taking attrition there from lack of supplies, which is unnecessary. They could be rolling through Iraq by now.
Indeed.
I guess we should get back to the Eastern Front, where the fighting is the fiercest.
And we do see some happenings along the front here. No big encirclements as of yet. There have been some tries while we were talking to the experts here. I did see that one German tank almost got encircled, but it was just the one, and they got out in time. So no new development apart from that.
Yeah, and in the land of the blind, the one-eyed is king, and that's what we see on the southern front here, where just a few Soviet light tanks are able to break through the lines here.
Interesting, but they might be in risk of encircling themselves. If these Germans just click here.
Yeah, they have to be careful.
If they just click. They didn't click, though.
No, they didn't.
No encirclement there.
No, and the Bulgarians are running down. Moskva, of course, controlling the Bulgarians. Yeah. That's probably his area of operations, and he should be able to, I don't know, maybe at least fight toe-to-toe with the light tanks. But the big fights are happening. Look at this. One German tank division down.
Yeah, and
two more encircled.
Yeah, this is bad for Germany if they don't get out, which they will. So, one tank division lost for Germany, which is of course bad. But if they lost that entire pocket, it could be a disaster for the Eastern Front. This they will be able to recover from. They even have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more Panzer divisions in production. But that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, but those 6 in production are at the moment not getting produced because they are running low on tanks. They need their tanks to reinforce the 7 divisions that they now have on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, I mean they lost. They're not full strength here, and it was not good losing that one division.
It's a bit early to run out of steam on the Eastern Front here. Look at Spain there in the north. Spain is doing a cheeky move with his 1 division. Sticky, of course, playing Spain here. Sneaky. He's going for Leningrad, maybe?
Maybe, and I don't know if they have defended it, but I mean, if you're Germany, you want to steamroll in early Barbarossa, right? Because eventually you are going to get bogged down in Russia during the winter. You're not supposed to run out of steam in September of 41 during Barbarossa.
No.
Then you should just be making encirclements, just surrounding and killing Soviets left and right. But at this point, the Soviets have only lost 147,000 men, and it's basically nothing. Meanwhile, the Germans have lost 382,000.
And 100 of those are to the Soviets.
Yeah.
So this is not going good for the Axis on the Eastern Front at the moment.
They have gotten Kiev though now, so they are going to improve the supply situation. Meanwhile, the Soviet supply situation is going to get worse, but still, and I mean, the Spanish need to be careful up here as well. The Soviet tanks are doing a lot of work because there are quite a lot of them at this point.
Yeah, the Badger said he liked the idea of Hungary going infantry, but I'm not so sure I like it. I think the Axis are definitely lacking in tanks right now. They are moving ahead a bit down in Kiev, where they have 5 of their 7 divisions. 2 of them are still up in the north doing defensive work.
But I would rather, if I was Germany, I would rather have a Hungarian armor spearhead than 20 Hungarian infantry divisions that they cannot even reinforce because they have no manpower.
Yeah,
they have gone up to limited conscription at this point, but it's like too little too late because it takes time to mobilize all those men.
We'll see, though. In the north, there is a wild card called Finland. Finland is still moving very, very slowly here, taking it very slow and methodical.
They are pushing, though, here in Leningrad.
Yeah.
And I think that Bottas will be able to take Leningrad, because if he can push out 5 Soviet mountaineers, then he can definitely push out the little piecemeal garrison that is in Leningrad.
And this could be what saves the Axis on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, it might very well be, because this is not looking good at all. Look at these encirclements being formed pretty much all along the front here. But the Soviets got counter-encircled here and actually lost quite a lot of divisions. So
8 at least divisions there.
Maybe if they don't get out, which they might.
No. So let's have a look at the losses here real quick.
Let's check out.
Soviets are at 330, jumped up to 350 as the pocket was closed. Okay, so
it's steadily increasing. That was a good encirclement by Germany. They just want to pick apart the line slowly and steadily, encircling the Soviets. But what they really need to do is encircling and killing the Soviet tanks.
Yeah,
and they need to do the same with the German tanks, because that's how you turn the momentum. the Soviets have no lack of men to put on the lines, but they do have a lack of tanks.
Yeah, and the Soviets have moved their medium tanks down to the south, where the main German tank force is, and they are now going toe-to-toe.
Indeed, and when they go toe-to-toe, the German tank force wins.
Yeah.
We have concluded that, but the Soviet tanks are slightly faster, and there are, I think, slightly more of them.
There are now 11 Soviet medium tanks, so they've
meanwhile we have
doubled up.
7 German tanks, and this is looking bad. This German tank needs to consider not being here.
Yeah, maybe you should reconsider being there.
He should definitely reconsider being there, and he needs to do so quite.
Oh, the Allies are advancing.
Quickly, but
the Allies
they
are
managed.
advancing.
The Allies are indeed advancing in Africa.
Yeah, they will make quick work of the Italians there, and they will take back Egypt. There's nothing from the Axis there to stop them. So
yeah, the Axis are pretty much giving up Egypt here at this point.
Maybe
they get a little cheeky encirclement here of the Canadian tank, though.
You think?
Maybe.
They are a bit low on supply, but they should be fine.
No, they cannot. I'm at the Allied perspective.
Yeah, they completely outnumber the Italians here. All of these
two
Italians might
Soviet
die.
tanks. This encirclement, though, is bad for the Soviets.
Yes.
This is not good, and Leningrad has also fallen now. So
yeah, so the Soviets are definitely under pressure now, and that's
this,
a big encirclement.
This might be what actually turns the momentum on the Eastern Front, because there is nothing left here now.
And those are not shitty divisions either.
No, and also 2 of them are tanks, so that means that the odds are evened out. We have 7 German tanks, and meanwhile in the Soviet army we have 11 tanks, but they are about to be 2 less.
Or are they breaking? Yeah, it's not a pocket anymore.
And they actually got out. Well, that's good for the Soviets, because that would have been very bad for them. But we have seen some quite hairy encirclements here, where either the Germans or the Soviets gets quite heavily encircled and then manages to get out.
Yeah, they're not safe yet.
And also this pocket here. 3 medium tanks, 2 light tanks, and 11 infantry divisions.
Oh yeah.
They need to pin them, though. They need to click them, but they haven't clicked them. But
this is the Spanish are shutting them in.
The Spanish are doing work here.
The Spanish with their 1 tank. Actually, the Romanians were there first, but wow.
And this is a disaster for the Soviets.
This is a bad encirclement.
This is not good for the Soviets, because the Finns are moving in up here, and the road to Moscow here is pretty open, to be honest.
That's the entire northern line falling there in one big battle.
Yeah, this is not good at all for the Soviet Union. And now we're going to start seeing the casualty numbers adding up here, almost up to 1 million now.
That's 500,000 in like a few days.
Yeah, the fronts are slowly unraveling for the Soviets here. Meanwhile, in the south, the Soviets are still holding quite well around the Dnieper, but once
there's no Axis push there, so
yeah. And I mean, now when they lose these tanks, when they lose the lines, like also the Soviets, they might not care that much about losing men per se, but if they lose 10 infantry divisions, then it takes time to train and fill up the lines again. So even if they have the men, they lose the momentum.
We can see now on the map, though, that the Soviets are calling on their greatest general, General Winter. As you can see the map here turning white, and this might slow the Axis advance somewhat. The Soviets are trying to consolidate around Bryansk, where they are consolidating most of their medium tanks. This is a decisive time on the Eastern Front here.
Yeah, indeed it is. But we see some more small Soviet pockets here forming. No troops in that one, though.
I think Dawn on Finland is a bit slow to move up. I mean, he has his 2 thieving light tank divisions fighting in the front, but all his infantry is basically back in Finland. He should move them up. There's nothing there for the Soviets to counterattack with.
And the German Barbarossa buff has run out, so it should be a bit more even now. But
let's see.
We do have some pocket potential in the middle south part of the front here.
Yeah, there's a Soviet counterattack with quite a few tanks. No real pocket being threatened right now.
One little Soviet pocket around Smolensk, but Yeah, the Soviets are really trying to get some pockets, to get the momentum back, but it's not really working in their favor at the moment.
It seems like the Germans are they're moving down to the south now, trying to be where the Soviet tanks are not. So they're trying to pick apart the Soviet lines down there. And so far, so good. But the Soviets are responding with their own medium tanks.
Indeed, we see the German assault gun, or railway gun rather, here. Let's check out the air war, as was a question in the chat. It's firmly in Axis hands.
Yeah. Wow.
Very firmly in Axis hands. It's only over the Mediterranean where the Allies are clawing their way back. But they are clawing their way back in quite some manner, to be honest. Looking at North Africa now, everything is pretty much back in Allied hands, as the Germans had to go focus on Barbarossa. And probably the Italian or the Iraqi oil fields rather are going to fall to the Allies at some point.
Yeah.
It will take the United Kingdom quite some time to walk to Baghdad, but once they reach Baghdad, that's a lot of fuel that the Germans are not going to have. And we see already now that the fuel stocks are going down. Here, though, 3 Soviet tanks encircled on the front. Not a good sign for the Soviets.
And still peace in the east.
Yeah, actually, we have not seen that much happening in Asia.
No, the Japanese are doing some naval focuses at the moment. They might consider joining the war, but of course that would bring in the US as well. But can't the US join now anyways?
Yeah, probably. And the Soviets do manage to break out those 3 tanks.
We have the experts on screen here.
Yeah, let's hear with the experts.
Yeah. Okay, we have had developments in Africa, and Africa is an Axis loss now. They've lost the entirety of the Axis forces in Africa. And as we can see here, now we get all these, look at these things, 16k, 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 and it just keeps going and going. These are all encirclements and Italian losses.
Yeah.
I think we're up to, that was almost 500,000 men in that pocket.
Yeah.
So
as soon as they started pushing through the Sudan there, those Italians were doomed.
I still don't like that they're being slow at taking Iraq, because that's urgent and they need to get Iraq to give the Russians a breather.
But hopefully we will see the soft underbelly being exposed. So maybe my dream comes true this game.
Yeah.
And
we'll
it
see.
is December 1st, 1941, which means that the Japanese can attack whenever they want to.
Yeah. The US, though, can they join the war before getting attacked by Japan?
Yes, they can. They have a trigger, I think it's 1942, and then they have a decision which lets them join.
Okay. So, 1942 is just a month away. Heavy fighting on the Eastern Front now.
Indeed, there is. The Eastern Front is working quite heavily in the Axis favor, but they are losing on other fronts due to that, as we heard. Not a fun situation for the Axis in North Africa. And when they lose the fuel, things can go south pretty quick. But they can get new fuel, of course, if they manage to push far enough into the Soviet Union. Some small encirclements here. We see 2 German crappier infantry divisions falling, but that's probably a trade that the Axis is willing to make.
Germans have 9 tank divisions out. The Axis have reached Moscow, so they are at the gates of Moscow.
Yeah, indeed. And if they take Moscow, as we said before, all supply emanates from the capital.
Yeah.
So if they take Moscow, it will be very hard for the Soviets to supply the front line, because their capital will be moved to Stalingrad, probably.
Yeah. But that might make it easier.
Might actually work in their favor in the south. And now we do have...
Japan strikes the Allies.
Indeed, they do. And we're going to look over there and see what they are planning to do. We have naval invasions should be planned, I think. Doesn't seem like it.
Go back to the Eastern Front real quick. 3 German tank divisions are encircled, but they managed
to get out. But that would have been bad. And it's a lot of these very close calls in the encirclements. We have seen like Soviet tanks, and we had German tanks as well being encircled and then just breaking out. And all of those things could have gone the other way around and really decided a lot of the Eastern Front. But as of now, the Germans are leading quite heavily when it comes to encircling key divisions, but that might switch up quite quickly.
Yeah, the clock is ticking though, because the Allies are taking back North Africa, which means they can strike at the soft underbelly, which would make the Badger very happy.
And they are moving. We see here that the Brits are moving towards the oil fields in Iraq, and that will start to have an effect. We do see the Germans breaking into Crimea though, and then they will start to be able to work their way down towards present-day Azerbaijan and get those oil fields as a compensation for what they are going to lose in the Middle East. Some Soviets being encircled here further up the front. No tanks though.
The Allied plan of advance now seems to be to take Northwest Africa in an Operation Torch. So we have Pontus's beefed up paratroopers coming from the south, and they are going to be complemented by UK Marines coming from Ireland. So they will strike at Northwest Africa very soon. But yeah, they are already in Africa, and there's nothing there basically, so they could just run over there. Maybe they should go for a quicker invasion of Italy. I don't know.
Yeah, probably they want to do that to take the pressure off the Soviets, because the Soviets are under a lot of pressure now, especially not that much in the south. For example, like Rostov, Stalino, Kharkiv, all of those are still in Soviet hands, but in the north it is a lot of trouble for the Soviets because Moscow is pretty much at the front lines now.
Yeah. Having a look though at the Soviets, they don't capitulate easily.
No, they do not.
Yeah, no, they are at least 50% towards capitulation. So the Allies still have lots of time to do a D-Day and take the pressure off, but the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking for both sides, you could say.
I'm checking over in the Pacific here. We do see a lot of naval engagements, and we see Japan losing convoys. They have some stockpile though, but the naval battles is not in Japan's favor. It's just losing convoys left and right here, getting raided everywhere. Singapore is fallen. It seems to have been given up freely by the Allies. Yeah, indeed. Singapore is under the control of the Ratacanosan Empire here, and we'll see whether that spells doom for the Indonesian player, or Netherlands rather. Yeah. And we're going to have a 10-minute pause, it seems, and we're going to do an interview. Whew. Yeah,
a lot of stuff going on right now.
Times.
So just having a quick look at the Pacific theater, it seems like the Allies are still in control of most of the sea zones, and this early on, that's not super common. I mean, the Japanese have the Tora buff in the beginning, so the Allied fleets usually take a step back. But looking at if you look at the naval map mode over the Pacific, you can see here, yeah, they only control the immediate part around Japan and China there. So not too offensive. If they manage to break out, though, there's not much defending the islands here. The Australians are very forwardly placed, so they have their troops in Northern Australia and New Guinea, but their capital and so on is undefended.
Yeah, indeed. I think, like as we said before, Japan has not been too impressive here. A big Manchu is dangerous, but we will see. Hello.
Hello. Who are we talking to? Oh, nice. In the middle of the thick of it. Yes. How's it going?
Not great, but it could be worse.
Sorry, I was muted. So it's Soviet player number 1 we're talking to behind the smiley.
Yeah, so this is Rosen himself.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So, like you say, it's not going great, but it could definitely have been worse. You managed to bite back, and the Allies are advancing, so you're doing your job, I suppose?
Yeah, we're hopefully... Well, I don't know what we're going to get out. We've lost all our medium tanks. That's the only problem right now.
You have?
Yeah, but That's not the end of the world.
Ouch! We missed most of that. Was that down in the south?
Yeah, but we've also captured their super heavy railway gun for it. So.
Okay.
Oh well, that's a good.
So right now we're fighting to kill the German armor. They're in a really precarious position against us because they've overextended with no infantry. They're having serious problems. We nearly got about 8 armor divisions there, but it's not worked out that way.
Yeah,
we're struggling to hold everywhere on the front because obviously we've got a lot of axes on us.
Yeah, we saw an encirclement there just narrowly being opened by the Germans there. But you are fighting the good fight, I must say. And you do have some more medium tanks in production, but they're a bit off.
Yeah, there will be, but we'll try. I don't know. We're just trying to fix everything now with this break.
Yeah,
where we can.
Yeah.
Someone's done front line, and that's not great. So
could I ask who is controlling what?
It's a bit of a mixture. I'm controlling the south right now, but we've swapped over. I did the retreat. Martin and Seth are currently holding anywhere from Moscow south, and I'm roughly in Zaporozhye, I suppose is the right area.
Okay.
So
interesting. And how would you say the teamwork is working so far?
As always, the Soviets work well together. That's our whole gimmick.
Yeah, nice.
So we noticed, Rosen, that you're doing full on micro on the entire front line.
We're trying to, yeah. It's like,
and we saw that it kind of like you missed one big, or someone in your team missed a big army in the north with somewhat 15 divisions quite recently.
Yeah, I think so.
So have you considered changing it to a...
we're working on front lines right now. So.
All right.
So we are working to organize that. I don't know who's organized this front line to being so long. I'm hoping to fix that right now. Because I really do not care about Arkhangelsk right now.
So have you paid attention to what's happening in North Africa?
We know they're advancing, but we haven't looked much more as that. We're hoping that the Pacific is fine. No one's really updated us on that yet. So we're kind of fighting in the dark and trying not to die right now.
So
it's no real secret, but the North Africa is pretty solidly in Allied hands at the moment.
Well, that's excellent.
It looks to us. So you probably just do the classic, run into the Allied Discord channel and yell at them until they do the D-Day.
Yeah, I'm probably going to take off some of these tanks and just go full into infantry now. Because I think the age of tank is over for us.
So, the age of tank is over, said Stalin.
Yeah. So I think I'm just going to go everything into infantry. Like, I kind of originally planned to do this and was talked out of it. And now I'm reverting back to it, I think.
Right.
So, but interesting. That's because we got 100 mils on tanks. And if we just chuck everything on infantry equipment, we could maybe hold. Because our infantry can fight their tanks, just not very well. But
yeah.
It's not about that anymore.
Yeah, and it's hard to get any multitude of tanks at this point, I suppose.
Yeah, so I think that's the plan. If I can get a chance to breathe. So
the air war seems to be going quite badly. Did you not get fighters from the US?
No, we've gotten, as far as I'm aware, nothing in that terms. We got like Spitfires from the British, but they've gone up into the sky and they've not come back.
Okay, but importantly though, did you say thank you? Did you say thank you even once?
Of course.
Sorry.
No. Let's see if I can fix. I'm doing this interview whilst also fixing Soviet production. So
yeah, we're very grateful for you doing this interview with us at this trying time.
Yes.
Any other questions, guys?
Yeah.
No, I'm good for now.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Cool. Good luck, Rosen.
Yep,
Keep on
no
fighting
worries.
the good fight.
Yeah, no worries. Right, we'll see you around, guys.
Cheers.
Good luck.
It didn't sound too hopeless, though.
No, spirits are somewhat high, but I mean, it has not gone that well for the Soviet, but it's no disaster either. It's just the northern part.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have liked this front line to be like here.
Yeah.
Probably. But otherwise, the south is better than expected.
Yeah.
They did get all their medium tanks surrounded and killed somewhere in the south.
Yeah.
So
as he said, though, they had 8 German medium tanks surrounded, and it could have gone the other way. It's often like that on the Eastern Front, like a surround turning into a counter surround, and it decides games basically.
Yeah, I mean it does, because if you're going to surround someone, then you need to kind of you need to go there and do high risk, high reward, and then you might get countered. We have another interview coming out.
Oh, nice. I'm just going to answer a question here in the chat from Crafting Rubies. Are the Allies planning a D-Day? And from the looks of it, they are, but they are taking their time and taking all of North Africa first. And now on the line, we have Snistan, who is the main controller of the UK. So you should be able to get an answer to that question. Hello, Snistan. Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I see you have the sword drawn.
It's a Royal Navy sword.
Excellent. And we just had a question in the chat here. Are the Allies planning a D-Day?
Yeah, as we understand it, it's a quite dire situation in Russia. So we're gonna mop up a little bit here, and then we're gonna strike for Italy proper.
Okay. Well, how much
we know he has 40 divisions ish left, and he shouldn't have any armored support. So yeah, we're gonna go for Italy first, see if we can do it. We're feeling a time pressure, but half of the Allies are in an own Discord chat handling Asia right now. Yeah. So it's like the UK and the tank miners and some other MVPs like Poland, Brazil, and stuff like that. They're gonna try to do this first DJ, but it's a limited D-Day. We're not going into we're gonna try to cap Jonathan Sarge, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, you can see Badger now. He's like rocking from pleasure. He loves what he's hearing. It's a limited D-Day on Italy.
Yeah. So we talked about it earlier that we haven't seen a proper D-Day on Italy for like 2 years or something. So could this be it? Could this be the proper soft underbelly invasion?
I mean, he still has a couple of divisions, but I think we can make life hard for him, and we also we have so many airplanes, and we have basically not lost a ship. While we're post the game right now, but his fleet is sinking in the Western Med as we speak.
Oh,
so Italy is gone.
Oh, okay.
When the screen disappears, you'll be able to see there's a south of Sardinia. We're gonna get Sardinia back, by the way. It's UK territory. So we'll be fine as long as the US, as long as the US doesn't turn fascist or something. We got this.
Yeah, you staked the claim to Sardinia early on, so apparently that's important British clay to you.
Yeah. Yes.
And
we built a full level radar station there, so it's ours.
We also heard that there were no lend-lease from the US to the Soviets because they never said thank you. Do you have any comments as the transatlantic link in your hand?
Well, I've heard that they've tried to mend that relation, and there should be radios and artillery equipment coming to the Soviets, hopefully, because we desperately need them to not die.
Speaking of air, how do you think the air war is doing? We are seeing that the Allies are a bit on the back foot there. Do you have any plans to rectify that?
I don't know if I agree with that assessment. We had some trouble early on in Egypt. We couldn't field everything, but I mean, our Spitefuls, which we produce like 6 or 7 a day, will outmatch any German fighter.
But they're not meant for the harsh climate of the Eastern Front, right? So you're not sending them there.
Well, if the pilots are Soviets, I don't know if you can really. I know it's not the same, but we will send them there. We will also field our own planes over mainland Europe. I've heard rumors that we should get strategic bombers from the US, but it's a lot of promises from the other side of the Atlantic and not a lot of deliverance yet.
I have to ask this, Alex. Have you researched the Dam Buster bomb?
No,
That's very disappointing
we did the helicopter because all cool Marine divisions need helicopters. But otherwise, we have only done the proximity fuse, I think. Then we just put a stop on all special projects. So sorry, no Dam Buster.
Badger, the chat is in arms. Badger, how could you miss the floaty battles?
Yeah, but now I've told you in the post game, so you'll get to see the results.
Yes. Yeah, we'll click on that as soon as we pause here. Anything else you want to ask Snistan, guys?
Yeah. So who is controlling what between you and your co-op?
Well, my co-op is a very enthusiastic player. And like 2 a.m. last night, I got like a wall of text with things he wanted to change. I usually humor him. He gets to do the most of the things he wants. But the thing is, mostly he does Navy and agency. I do land warfare and air warfare. And then we try to cooperate with the focuses and the research.
But it must be like 8 a.m. in Canada where he is now or something, and he hasn't slept, right?
No, but he's like a engineering grad student, so I think he knows how to work with caffeine and stuff.
He's got the Panzer chocolate ready.
So the game wants the UK back to be able to.
Oh shit! Yes, we play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
and good luck.
And we are going to do as we promised and check that naval battle.
Indeed, let's.
I can't see it.
Yeah, it's probably.
There are one ongoing combats in this region. Why can't I see it? You have no intel on this combat. Okay, if I check the Italian POV, maybe.
Yeah, no intel on it from the Italian side.
Then who's fighting? If the UK and Italy doesn't have intel on it,
I don't know.
We'll see. It looks like they are in combat, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
These swords mean that they are in combat. So the British fleet is fighting. We just can't be able to see it right now.
Yeah, it is here. They are fighting in.
Yeah, maybe Martin can see it on his screen.
Now you hear us. Great. We have it here, ready for you.
We have it.
Served on a plate.
Nice. Maybe you could click there just so we can see what's what.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's going on, and the Italians are running.
Yeah, they're running. Maybe they should, yeah.
Yeah, so see, 12, 13 destroyers sunk, 15, 16, one battleship, and they're out. Okay.
Yeah, that's it for the Italians, I would say.
Yeah, they will repair for some time now, most likely.
Yeah, the British fleet looks mostly unharmed. All the carriers are intact and pretty full on hull strength. So, yeah. Okay, lots of other things going on.
Indeed. Let's get back to the game here and keep our eye on the Eastern Front so we don't miss anything here. But nothing too exciting going on. We do see green bubbles across the board from the Germans. They are trying to do a somewhat of a push here. We do see
small encirclement of Germans there.
Yeah, indeed. And Germany does not have that many men, but I mean, of course, 3 infantry divisions not going to decide the Eastern Front, but it comes down to the tanks.
It seems to have consolidated somewhat in the middle. The north, Finland is pushing up. Don is taking his time about it, I must say. Dunnerheim. And the Allies are taking back Iraq. And this is significant because, as Falk explained earlier, this allows for a special focus that splits Iran between the UK and the Soviets, and that could be a nice boost for the Soviets right now.
Yeah, indeed. They need what they can get at this point. General Winter is helping them now, but I mean, Moscow is close to falling. I don't think Moscow will hold for that much longer if nothing happens.
Yeah. So the one that kicks off the war against Vichy France is France. But he's not doing that focus right now, it looks like.
No, it doesn't seem like it. I'm going to have a quick look over at the Pacific. It's kind of nothing really happening in the Pacific, to be honest. There is no island hopping campaigns from the Japanese, and nothing much going on.
They are planning a naval invasion on Borneo, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And Moscow falls, we hear here.
Yeah, it looks like Moscow is indeed falling, and then the Germans will also get the railway gun back because the Eisenbahn battery is probably not the Soviet railway gun.
Doesn't sound like it now. We see some pinging here from the Soviets down in the south. In the south, of course, is where the majority of the armor is, and
yeah, Moscow is now in German hands, and
fall of Moscow. And heavy fighting down in the south. Around Moscow, mostly infantry fighting. The Hungarians are holding strong. Maybe their infantry build wasn't so bad after all. I guess
I'm interested though in the supply situation, because when Germany captured Moscow, then they gave full supply to the Soviet South, because now the capital is in Stalingrad.
Yeah. And it seems to have helped them somewhat supply-wise. The Soviets are fine on supply, I suppose.
The Germans are trying for an encirclement here, though, but I think the Soviets will be able to get out.
I don't know about the supply situation in the south for the Soviets. They might want to fall back a bit.
The Germans are pushing in there, and Moscow is now firmly in German hands. It doesn't look like the Soviets will be able to take it back. They did keep their Eisenbahn battery, though. They moved it out, so they are not losing the German railway gun, which can probably help them. And
a bit of an aggressive move down in the south here. The Germans are about to encircle.
Oh, yes, indeed. That's one Soviet light tank probably gone, but still at this point, they don't really afford to lose anything.
Mongolia still has a few. They still have 4 medium tanks left, though, so they're still fighting. They're a bit to the north there.
I mean, these Germans also are a bit out, but
but they're eating.
And that they are just chewing through the Soviet line
piece by piece.
And the Germans are slowly working their way through here. The fall of Moscow really unraveled the north as well.
On the other side, Operation Torch has started.
Indeed.
And it will be kicked off with Free France doing naval invasions and paratrooper drops next to Casablanca. And the Brits are also supporting, I believe, but I can't see them at the moment, no.
Manila has fallen, so we do see some movements in the Pacific.
I'm really curious what happens when they reach the Raj lines. Will they have enough to break through? It doesn't look like they're putting enough troops there to actually make a difference, though.
Yeah, Big Manchu at this point is just holding the line.
They should be having millions of troops. Where is everyone?
I don't know. There are 13 here stacked in the middle of Thailand, so I don't know. I mean, the Pacific has been handled quite poorly, to be honest, from both sides. Neither the Americans nor the Japanese are really jumping any islands, doing any significant moves.
Yeah, usually what you want to see is this big octopus of different naval invasions going.
We do see an entire American submarine fleet being sunk here, though, by just 100 naval bombers from Japan.
Yeah.
So Japan is actually clawing their way back a bit here navally.
Yeah, it seems like Manchu does have 40 divisions on the Indian border, but yeah, like you said, still 26 divisions down in Siam.
Nothing much happening. We do see Japan is taking over the Philippines here, and they do have some somewhat scary Amtraks and stuff that can do work. Looking over again at the Eastern Front, where most of the action has been, the Soviets are moving aggressively here. They are trying to push back across the Dnieper. They are almost at Odessa at this point, and the Germans here might actually. If I was the German tanks here in the front, I would probably consider...
Be a bit scared?
Yeah, I would probably consider not being there for that long.
And it's the Mongolians leading the charge there.
Yeah, the Mongolian medium tanks are really doing the work here. And of course, that means that the German armored corps is in dire straits, but they are moving out here now, as we can see. Will it be in time? Yes, it probably will. Around Moscow, we do see some moving, but... the Soviets are clawing the way back here, but the Balch is being pushed out again, and there was no encirclements of any significant German forces. So still firmly Axis on the Eastern Front, considering that they've gotten Moscow. But the Southern Front have not worked out to the Germans' favor, and we see Baghdad has now fallen, so the fuel is going to be a problem eventually. And also the autarky thing, because they need the resources for the autarky, as we said before. Looking over here in the focus tree, they have enough aluminum, and that's it basically. The Germans have enough rubber and steel, but the faction is sorely lacking in oil, both for Germany and and the faction. And the oil in Iraq was needed, but it is not in German hands anymore. We do see a little German encirclement here in the south, but the Soviets need to be very careful here because this might come back and bite them.
The Germans are running out of fuel. It looks like no, it's increasing a bit. It's still stable, but yeah, it's.
Yeah, I mean they want
to
stockpile. They can't really build up that much.
The north of the Soviet Union though seems completely open.
Yeah, I mean the north. Eventually, they can go to Stalingrad from Moscow. Basically, it will take some time, but as long as the Axis don't completely fall apart in the south, the Axis will be winning this if no one does a D-Day, if no one does anything. But the Allies are planning to take the pressure off. We see here Free France is actually moving into Morocco here.
Yeah, I think they are moving a bit slowly though. They could have already attacked Italy maybe.
Yeah, they could have. And also the thing is that since we have a volunteer Spain, they cannot invade Spain, because if Spain had been in the Axis at this point, that would be a big problem for the Axis, because then they would have had to pull troops all the way from the Eastern Front back to Spain.
Yeah.
But it was really a smart move to have a volunteer Spain here, because the losses around the Mediterranean and the fall of North Africa back to the Allied hands would have been a disaster if Spain had been in the Axis, which they are not.
Yeah, and Spain now has 2 tank divisions on the Eastern Front, working up around the middle somewhere. Bulgarians in the south, most of the German armor also in the south. Let's see where the Soviets are keeping theirs. The Mongolians are in the south. Did they just lose 1 division?
Yeah, as Tixter is saying on the chat, Axis seems to be playing a lot better, ignoring the Italian blunder. The Allies seem to be far too slow. And well, in the micro sense of things, the Axis have basically done better, especially in the matchup of Germany versus the Soviets. I think the Soviets did a bit of mistake there when they said, like, we have no frontline orders, we are just going to micro everything between the 3 of us, and it seems to have just overwhelmed them a little bit, and they've...
Perhaps. On the flip side, though, the Axis in Asia are also very slow. They were slow into the war, and they are not really pushing their advantage where they can. They are taking a few islands here and there, and they are expanding their naval influence. But
things are moving a bit, though, in India. We do see Big Manchu starting to push across the Indian border here, and some pinging going on.
Yeah, let's see if they can manage to push through, though. That's probably the Raj? Yeah, it's the Raj pushing. They've encircled a couple of Manchu troops. So it's Jonte getting a bit antsy and moving ahead.
Yeah, we do see some more encirclements of the Soviets here in the south. Also, the Soviets need to take the first wave mobilization focus, we hear. Because, yeah, that's a bit of a miss, to be honest. Their first wave mobilization, they should have taken this, because then they... Yeah, I mean, they get 4 infantry divisions in every frontline state in 7 days. If they click this before Moscow fell, probably they could still have Moscow.
Yeah, maybe. It looks like the Americans are going for mechanized infantry, all in on mechanized. They have 14 mechanized divisions spread out on the islands. They're not doing any island hopping, just defending.
The Australians are attacking
several more in construction, but that's pretty much it.
We have the experts in the picture here. Perhaps they want to tell us something.
Australians are attacking and invading North Palau, but they are losing.
Yeah, but they were trying. They were doing any island hopping at the moment.
Yeah, I think the island hopping game so far is quite weak. I don't know what the experts say, but it doesn't seem like either the Americans or the Japanese are really working that much with it. You usually see like this extensive snakes of like 10 or 12 naval invasion orders that they kick off during the start of the war, but we haven't seen that.
No, we've just seen some small developments. The Japanese have taken Marcus Island. The Australians are trying to island hop. They got all their troops in the Pacific Archipelago.
And then we see, of course, that the Burma front is moving to Raj's advantage.
Yeah, right now they retreated a bit. They got a bit too eager, I think. So they're retreating back to the mountains. But they seem to be safe. I don't really see Manchu pushing through.
We do, however, want to look at Italy, because mainland Italy is not defended.
Yeah, but the naval invasion is going towards Sicily and Syracuse is defended. It's probably the most defended
it's
tile
the only
in
place
Italy.
that's really defended in Italy.
Yeah, it's the most defended tile in Italy.
So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, if you had to pick one place, that would be the one not to pick. So
yeah. Bad intelligence from the Allies.
Bad intelligence.
They are slowly eating up Vichy France, but they need to get a move on, I think.
But what do you think about the Soviet mobilization here? They should take first wave mobilization, and they should have done so quite some time ago, right?
No, sorry, we're back.
We're back. Yes, they indeed should have taken the mobilization earlier. And that was also a major issue of them pulling back so hard as they did, because they couldn't take it until after they'd already lost Moscow.
Look, 10 German medium tank divisions.
Yeah, we might see a big encirclement here. Let's get back to it here. And
it looks like Ivan is not really looking.
No, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous for the German armored forces.
Hashtag decisive battle.
Ooh, this is...
Now he's noticed. He's
Come on, Bengals.
Yeah, but that's southern.
This is exciting.
Yeah, he's falling back. He's falling back. He's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, but will he have time to fall back with everything?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
There's still some bite in the Comintern.
Yeah.
Indeed, there is.
They're not rolling over. Definitely not rolling over. This game is not decided yet.
So right now, everyone is dying to hear Victor's calling it.
Yeah, well, I have.
What's the Victor clock? 2 minutes to midnight for who?
I would still say Axis favored. I mean, if the United States or the Allies doesn't manage to take the pressure off the Eastern Front, eventually they will crumble. I feel like at this point, Axis. I think the Axis very well can win this, but we have seen things turn against them, especially for the Italian Navy, and now we see a naval invasion of Syracuse. Of all places, and it seems to actually be successful.
No,
it was not.
It's the other way around. Okay, so you're calling Axis. Petey? Don't think. Just say.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to call it because I just said it's an even game.
Favor. Who do you favor?
Okay. I still say it favors the Axis because the Soviets are hurting right now.
Martin, who are you favoring?
I'd still favor the Axis at this point.
I say Allies.
Ooh, odd one out.
No, because I think that Soviets, they will probably die, but they're not dying that quick anymore. And I think that the Allies will just crush Italy and roam into main Europe. So
I just want to note that if it turns out to be a really long game, it seems like the Germans are a bit ahead of the Yanks when it comes to the nuclear research. Still a long way off, though.
And we also want to point out that the economy of conquest rage timer is well under control at this stage. There is
so the autarky is...
The autarky, he's far from being able to establish autarky, but he has been able to keep the rage timer down this time.
Right.
He has learned from his mistakes.
It seems so.
Well, thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
And we will go back to the game here, and we're looking at quite large Soviet encirclements again. We see them losing quite a lot of infantry. Looking over at the casualty numbers now, we have the Soviets on 2.8 million lost men, which is quite a lot.
It's a lot, but it's not the worst we've seen by far. But they, as you said before, they haven't mobilized any waves, so that could be why their losses are so low, because their army is not as big as it should be.
Yeah, but I mean, they should have mobilized the waves at this point. Like they are mobilizing the Gulag workers, which is worse because then they get 4 penal divisions.
Yeah.
Instead, they could have gotten divisions on every frontline tile. But it's interesting how badly the Germans are doing in the south. I mean, Kharkiv still in Soviet hands. They're far away from the oil fields of Baku. and it's only in the north where the Axis are doing rather well.
Yeah.
We should see here Boppus should kill these 7 divisions with this guy.
Yeah, he could, but he's not moving. Maybe he's off stealing stuff with his light tanks.
This encirclement, though, no, it was only 2. It looked like more.
The Soviets have moved troops up to the north, but they
this
are very
encirclement, though.
Ouch.
This is an ouch for the Soviets again. Getting out microed, to be honest.
Yeah. They do have 4 Soviet players and 1 Mongolian players, but they are facing a lot of Axis players, of course. 3 Balkan bros, 1 German, 1 Finn, and a smattering of Spanish.
Indeed, and the Spanish tanks are quite powerful as well.
Yeah. I don't think he's lost too much. We can't see because he's a volunteer, but yeah, still only the 2 volunteers. But they are doing God's work.
And these Soviet tanks here are dying.
Yeah, we heard Rosen, the main controller, saying though the age of tank is over for us. So.
Yeah, and I mean it probably is at this point. To be honest, they are just losing tanks left and right. Looking over here now, they only have 3 light tank divisions, and that's all in terms of armor.
And the Mongolians medium tanks.
Yeah, and they are not training any new either. So the age of tanks for the Soviets is indeed over, and that means that they can't really push out.
But look in the south. The Mongolians are still full strength, and they have 4 of them, and they are pushing into the south again. The Germans, though, are also pushing further north to the south.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, the thing is, like, the Mongolian armor is everything that is keeping the Soviet push capabilities alive. Because if they don't have an armor, this stuff will happen.
Oh, well, that's a big
and that's
one.
the last of the tanks also going.
Yeah.
And the thing is that if the Soviets, even if they stabilize the front line, they mobilize. Oh, shit. No coffee.
Spilled coffee everywhere.
You go and deal with that.
Be right back.
That's probably a RIP keyboard, but nothing else.
No, it should be fine.
So, meanwhile, as I said before, the thing is that if the Soviets manages to stabilize the front line, which they don't seem to be doing now, but if they mobilize the first wave, manages to do that, then they will still have a very hard time pushing back the Axis. Because if they don't have those tanks, then they have a very hard time. It takes very long for them to take territory, and it's a long walk to Berlin. I have the experts on the air here.
Yes, we just noticed a very big pocket.
And it's getting close now, the last few remaining divisions.
We noticed that as well and reported on it. And it is, I mean, looking at the Soviets now, they are getting out microed by the Axis.
Yes, that was everything.
Yep, bye. Well, it's even the southern part of the front line. This was a bit of the light in the tunnel for the Soviets, that the southern front was actually doing quite well. But by the looks of things now, even the south is unraveling. And if Stalino falls here and the German tanks get in behind, that means the death of the 4 Mongolian medium tank divisions. And that is pretty much the last hope of any form of Comintern spearhead. Because they will not be able to recuperate those losses. Looking over at the Mongolian People's Republic, that is all of their tanks. That's the entire Mongolian army in this pocket now. And Kublai's Forced Ghost is going to be without an army. And that's it for them during the game, I would say, because it is in May 1942. They will not be able to field a new armor division. They are not training anything. So if they started producing now, they might reach the front lines once the game is practically over. So Mongolians at this point pretty much out of the game. So F's in chat for the Mongolian armor by the looks of things now.
They just lost all 4 of them.
All 4 of them are in this pocket, and they do not seem to be getting out at this point. I'm looking from the Mongolian perspective here. So green bubbles is good for them, but red bubbles is bad, and they need to get out towards Stalino, and they are going to mount like a desperate rescue attempt. But they have no other tank. That's the thing, because since the Soviets have no tanks, what are they going to use to break out the Mongolian tanks? So, I mean, the infantry cannot do it. And now we're seeing all the Mongolian tanks dying here, also a lot of Soviets. And the Mongolian army here, we see 2 left. And F for Mongolia. They have one little division left, but yeah, that is going to die. And yeah, we are looking at a little disaster here, but we are going over to the United Kingdom point of view because we think that shenanigans are being planned. And we have a naval invasion of Sicily kicking off with 8 Royal Marines. They realized that Syracuse indeed was heavily defended. So they went the other way. And this is not heavily defended. So this is going to fall to the Allies. Of course, the defenders from Syracuse on the Axis side is scrambling here to be able to reinforce Palermo and not lose the harbor to the Brits. But it's looking scary for them. And if the Brits take this harbor and raise them to Messina, then we might see a lot of dead. We might see a lot of dead Axis forces in Sicily. Because if they escape here, they're just going to get raided because they have lost pretty much their entire navy at this point. So we think the coffee incident is starting to be solved here. Looking over again at the Eastern Front, I want to keep a lookout here, but now it's now it's just encirclements left and right. The Soviet front line is completely dying, and we see the German tanks are probably moving towards Stalingrad. Yeah. Having a look here at Sicily, we see that the Brits have indeed landed, and they are trying to make a stand here, but they do not have a harbor yet. So they need to take Palermo, otherwise all of these Marines will die, but they will be able to take Palermo rather handily, I think. And yeah, or maybe not. Maybe not. They have pressed the extra supply button here, but this is going to come down to the wire again, but they are defending, but if they do not, Palermo is falling. You see the Axis here are desperately circling in reinforcement, because if they keep Palermo, then it's very sad news for the Brits. But they took it, now they have a harbor, they have the supply, and Sicily is going to probably fall, but we see they are getting pushed out of Palermo again. And it could go either way at this point.
And there are some Allied forces in North Africa ready to shore up this advance, but they need more space for them to actually land.
Yeah, they do. They will be heavily undersupplied once this extra supply button runs out. They might indeed be in trouble, but it remains to be seen.
Look at this, though. The Brazilians are in Northwest Africa.
Yeah, indeed they are. They are planning stuff here.
So Alexander B on Brazil is finally being able to join the fight. He seems to have some light tanks and some medium tanks and light tanks. The medium tanks are not very well equipped, though. I'm not sure how much they could actually accomplish, but yeah, they just need to send everything they have now, because the Soviets are dying, and once the Soviets fall, that could be it for the Allied side.
But the Italians are getting pushed out of Sicily here. We do have the Canadian tanks on the ground here, and Sicily is going to fall. It will be hard for them to continue the steamroll, but yeah, and by the looks of things now in the Soviet Union, they need to get this pressure alleviated very soon.
Look at what Pontus is planning.
Let's indeed look at that. Is it the Poland?
No, France.
Let's check out what France is planning. They are planning very daring paradrop invasions.
But there's no defense in Romania.
There is absolutely nothing.
There are some Bulgarians in Bulgaria, but these are not your 10 with shitty paratroopers. These are France's pride, and he's beefed them up to the gills. So these could actually kill Bulgaria and Romania if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking very grim for
this is exciting.
Romania if this happens, and that means that the Romanian rocket artillery on the Eastern Front is going to be taken out pretty much.
Yeah, Pontus needs a bit more air superiority over the Balkans, though. Yeah. Right now,
we're still in control of the stream.
I wonder if
big is happening. Yeah. We need to see that it's like the Axis probably think that they can retreat across the strait, but the Brits have blockaded the straits and they've been losing more and more troops. And he's probably pulling his hair at the moment, wondering why the troops are not moving across the strait. And it's because these heavy cruisers in the channel are blocking the crossing. And he's losing more and more troops. And this is a harbor, so he could try to move them by sea, but then he's going to get raided.
Yeah, but that would be preferable to just standing there and dying, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think that he has probably not realized that the straits are blocked, and he's taken massive losses both in Syracuse, and now these troops are... That's the entire Italian Marine Corps being lost in Messina.
So if
right now he is holding.
Yeah, but if this plays, if this works, then it's going to be an open Italy for the taking.
And by now, the entire Canadian and South African tank forces have congregated on Sicily and are ready to move up into Italy proper.
Yeah, this Messina stand is not looking like it's going to work out in the Italian favor.
You can slap us.
Oh, okay. Thank you, experts, for clarifying that.
Indeed, that was a very good insight from the experts that the Brits, due to their naval supremacy, has actually blockaded the strait here, which means that these Marines will die if Sagi doesn't realize. Yeah. And if he realizes, they will die to a slightly lesser degree, I guess, but they will take heavy equipment strength and losses if they are going to go home by sea.
The Soviets are trying to consolidate their defenses around Stalingrad, which is their new capital. They have nothing up in the north, and in the south, the Bulgarians are leading the charge, and as well as some German tanks, and they are heading straight towards Baku. But of course, there is a dagger at their back, and now it fired. Pontus has landed.
Let's see here. We have Pontus. We have France coming in with the paratroopers here. I'm going to go to the perspective of the French player, Pontus here.
Oh, but there's a German tank there.
There is indeed a German tank.
But no, is it enough? It might be enough. That German tank just happened to be passing through, probably heading to Italy, and it came at the exact right moment.
Yeah, indeed. We had the German tank here, was going towards the Eastern Front, but he hasn't realized, I think. Look, it's going back. It's going all the way to Italy.
I didn't see it?
He didn't see it. Oh, no.
Oh, no. What a way to go.
Oh, my God. Now he has realized.
Romania must be shouting right now.
Yeah, Romania.
Oh, my God, I'm being capitulated.
And the German tank is just moving away.
Let's look how close Romania is to capitulating. It needs 19% more.
Yeah, it probably won't. They're getting Brasov back now. But this German tank, it was such a good move.
Yeah.
If he had just clicked it, he would have saved Romania. But I think Romania will be able to save itself now, actually. But it's a very, very big play from France.
Yeah, this is the play that he's been building towards the entire game, basically.
Yeah. And if it had been successful, it would have been a very, very good play.
Yeah, as it looks like now, they are being
the Romanians will be able to stabilize this. But it will take energy. It will take time. It does take some pressure.
More of them land up in the north there, but they are not synchronized.
Rome has fallen.
Snistan's Marines actually landed in Rome, and that means Italy has a gaping hole straight up the middle, and this is dangerous.
Yeah, this is very, very dangerous for Italy. The German tank might actually have prioritized correctly by the looks of things, because he's going to be sorely needed.
Three German tanks on Sicily are dying.
Sardinia falling. We have the experts here.
They are losing tanks on Sicily. 3 German tank divisions are surrounded in the heights of Sicily.
Oh, wow. No.
Oh, indeed they are.
How the hell did they even get there?
I think they went into the harbor and tried to counterattack, and
they just stormed in.
Oh, that was very bad for the Germans.
Yeah, he still has, let's see, 1, 2, 3 tank divisions, 1 in the ocean, and a couple of motorized. But he sent his entire tank force now to defend in Italy. So there's nothing on the Eastern Front anymore, which should slow it down a bit.
Yeah, the thing is, though, the Soviets have lost so much, so the Soviets have no tanks either, so they cannot push back. So it's probably the right prioritization by Germany here.
If they would have had any tanks left, this would have been the moment to counterattack. As it is, though, they're just going to keep on holding on, and they're doing a pretty good job of it at the moment. Stalingrad is nowhere close to falling, so that means the Soviet Union will hold out for quite some time still.
The Soviets are getting Rostov back here, though, so they are making some small pushes back, but I think the Bulgarian rocket artillery is just going to make short work of those, and indeed they are. I'm going to take a quick look over in the Pacific where nothing has happened as per usual almost. India is pushed back to the original borders. No real island hopping from either the Americans nor the Japanese. The United States have annexed Mexico, and they have invaded Greenland as well. So Greenland is now firmly in United States' hands.
But most of the United States troops are still either stuck on islands in the Pacific or at home in the US. They are not joining in on the D-Day.
Yeah, I mean, a D-Day will not be coming soon. We have
the D-Day is in Rome.
Yeah, true. But I mean, the Americans have not been impactful. I mean, we have spoken at length about the ineffectiveness of the Japanese players this game, but the Americans
have a look at the Italian. A few 5 British Marines are being eradicated up there in the north. This could be the end of the D-Day push here. It doesn't look like they're managing to get any tanks up there. Maybe the Canadian. Where are the Canadian tanks?
I don't know, actually.
I don't even see them. The South African ones
they
are
in Sicily, probably, no?
The South African ones are in Sicily, but I don't see the Canadians.
Yeah. But it's interesting that, I mean, Japan has been ineffective, but the United States has been equally as ineffective. So it evens out.
So I'm checking to see where the Canadians are in Rome, but they have only two tank divisions, and they are getting hammered right now. It looks like the Axis have sent the entire tank force back, and even though they lost 5 of them, I think in Sicily, this might be enough to throw the Allies back out. And
and the Germans are also producing tanks. The Germans are still churning out tank divisions. Probably the Allies are as well, but they have quite a long way to go, and this is a disaster for the Allies.
Yes.
Then again, the ones in Rome can quite easily escape because the Italian Navy sunk, so they can just get out, basically.
But how many UK Marines are still there? The UK Marines were the ones leading the charge, and right now...
I mean, these Marines are dead, but this pocket should not be killed if they play it correctly.
They will have 3 Marines left. Yeah, 3 UK Marines left. If they manage to get out with those, that's not enough.
Yeah, the Italians are taking Rome, though, but they are just ferrying out these troops, and that's the end of the D-Day. But most of them will live to fight another day.
France has already shot their shot, so to speak. So we won't see the French saving the day. The Brazilians are still in North Africa, it looks like.
I mean, at this point, quite soon, I believe the Soviets will actually capitulate, because once Stalingrad falls and the Baku, Tbilisi, Grozny, then that's probably it, because the Finns have done so much work slowly but steadily. Like, they are already at the Urals almost.
Yeah. And this is looking grim for the Allies at the moment. I can't really see a saving grace. The Indians are defending, but they're not able to attack. I mean, Australia can island hop until the cows come home. That won't save the day either.
We do see German tanks still in Sicily. I wonder why the Germans they're coming down here with their super heavy railway gun and stuff. But this is dangerous, like Germans keeping that much armor when they've lost the naval game.
Yeah, it looks like they just evacuated. Let's see, how many tanks do they still have left? 8. No,
the Germans 6 medium tank divisions, and that's
6.
Obviously less than they would have wanted, but now they have 2 new tank divisions that are going to be fielded rather soon here, and these are heavy.
Yeah.
Or medium, obviously, but it's a heavy medium tank.
They now have as many medium tank divisions that the South Africa has. So tank-wise, the Allies are still quite okay, I guess. They just lack the Marines at the moment.
I mean, a new D-Day could come at some point, but I mean, the Americans need to do it and step in for that to happen.
And the Americans don't really have a big Marine force. They've mostly gone for mechanized, as we said, and those mechanized are sitting on islands.
And we are seeing the fuel situation for Germany improving now. It's green. They are actually producing a surplus of fuel now, and looking over at the autarky, they are now both good on rubber, aluminum, and faction chromium, and they are steadily moving towards being good on faction oil as well. So the autarky is steadily going in Germany's favor. This is the Axis game to lose, so to speak. If they just continue like this, the Allies need to do something extraordinary in order to come back.
The US are producing 10 divisions that they call D-Day tank, but all of them require mechanized infantry, and they have a bunch of mechanized infantry stuck.
I mean, and this will take time. Looking over at the US and their production line here, this will not be fielded anytime soon. It's like probably like half a year away at least before those will hit the ground, and then they need to be ferried over to England or North Africa, and then you need to do the naval invasion. There is a lot of stuff that needs to happen before they are actually impactful in Europe. But Italy, however, is back, so to speak, and this little German division and the 7 Marines in Messina is holding for now. So the Italian Marines actually didn't die. The German tanks did, though, so that was sad for them. We do see a naval invasion of Sardinia here being kicked off by the United Kingdom, and that is working out in their favor. They will be able to take this quite handily.
Stalingrad is almost being surrounded now.
Yeah, and I wonder when the Soviets are out.
They are 11% to capitulating, so that means 11 regular tiles, right?
Yeah, I mean, Stalingrad is 30 victory points, so that should spell capitulation for the Soviets. Baku has fallen, and Stalingrad has fallen as well, so that's probably
6%.
6%.
Fall of Stalingrad. Ouch.
Yeah, I mean, the Germans overextended perhaps a wee bit into Stalingrad here, but I mean, they can pocket this and
look at that. They're strategically redeploying all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are 6% from capitulating. Very, very close to seeing the end of the Soviet Union, and that should be the end of the game. When all of this Axis infantry goes back to Europe, there's nothing the Allies can do. Even with 10 so-called D-Day tanks from the United States, that won't really swing the scales.
Yeah, people, we're getting communication here that my camera is lagging a bit, so I don't know. Maybe if I close down this.
That's odd.
I think perhaps that was better. I had the big Excel sheet with all the data open.
Lots of data, slowing down stuff.
Yeah, we will see if it lags again.
I'm keeping an eye here on the Soviet surrender limit. They are 5% towards surrendering now.
Yeah, and
this is definitely a countdown.
Yeah, stuff is falling quite quickly here, and no new developments around Italy. Free France have taken back the other Sicily or Sardinia. What's it called? Piedmont? No, Corsica, right. Corsica is in Free French hands. North Africa still firmly Allied control, but the Soviet Union is steadily falling here.
Yeah, this is looking grim for the Allied side. France is training some infantry since all his paratroopers were killed. That won't save the day, definitely. Yeah, I'm looking for the bright spot here for the Allies, but I can't really find it.
Yeah, there is really none. I mean, they could have capitalized on a weak Japan better, maybe, but Japan is quite back here. Like,
yeah,
they control pretty much the islands they need to control. And
if you have a look at the naval map mode there, they are not even close to getting choked out. They're fine on convoys. They may not be able to take Raj, but they don't have to at this point. They just have to stay alive. And the Soviets are now 4% towards capitulation.
Yeah, and we just see frontline orders. We see the Finns moving towards the Urals.
Oh, look at those encirclements. And the Soviet losses are almost at 6 million now.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to become so many losses that it even hurts the Soviet manpower pool. We only have 1.7 million Soviets left. They are only on limited conscription, but that doesn't matter at this point.
So the Allied Hail Mary will be towards the south of France, Marseille and Nice. That's where Smislan is planning his naval invasions.
Indeed.
So that's where the rest of the Allied forces that are left in Europe will follow. But yeah, I mean, even if the Axis do nothing but keep on killing the Soviets, they can kill the Soviets and then go back in leisurely time, and they will still win, I think.
Yeah, they actually
2% to capitulation.
The Brits actually lost a naval battle here as well. They lost a heavy cruiser.
Oh, wow.
So the Italian Navy still has some bite.
Yeah, looking back now, we can see a bit, evaluate how the different players have done. And I think Sarge has played a pretty typical Italian game. Like,
yeah, I would say so.
A bit gung-ho in the beginning, then they lose a bunch when the Allies come roaring back. We've seen the same thing happening many times. Nothing exceptional, but definitely not a bad game from him. The Axis are trying to push out from Sicily now.
Yeah, they are indeed, and yeah, it looks like it is working as of now.
It's just Italy right now. The German tanks have gone elsewhere.
Yeah, actually, the British fleet has lost 3 more heavy cruisers here. They are getting bombed quite a lot.
Ivan actually sent back his tanks to the Eastern Front to really kick the Soviets in the face, as if that was needed. Let's see now the surrender progress of the Soviet Union. 1%. We are 1% away.
And it will be the Hungarians that capitulate the Soviets once they take Uffa.
Yeah, so Rosen, Morten, Matthias, and or not Matthias, but Magnus. They fought a big fight. A special mention to Kalle on Mongolia. He really fought a good fight. I don't know if we look at the losses here a bit. See who's killed the most. Yeah, the Soviets are still ahead in a lot of the Axis losses here. Let's have a look at the Soviets here. Who's killed the most Soviets?
We have the Germans have killed 3.4 million. Romania 1.4 million. Well, impressive show.
Good game. And there it goes. The Soviets are capitulating. These are dark times indeed.
Let's see. I do see my camera lagging a bit there. I'm not sure.
Our camera.
Yeah, our camera. It's plugged into.
Yeah.
Yeah, F's in the chat for the Soviet Union.
Chat. So yeah, this probably will be.
Yeah.
We get.
Yeah, we get information here that the Allies are not going to capitulate. They are going to try to land properly, but
if they want to, they can. They get 1 year of grace period, and if they've landed in Europe and it looks like they're doing well, we're not going to end the game or anything. But unless they land in a year, they're done. But we may just see them capitulate now because there's not much
I
in
don't
their favor.
see how they are coming back from this. They could try some Hail Mary naval invasion of southern France, but I mean at this point, the entire Eastern Front is empty since the Soviet Union has capitulated.
Yeah.
So
all the Axis forces will be heading back.
Yeah, like everything, they could just drive them out quite easily.
So we're waiting for the peace conference here. We'll see what happens. Let's see in the chat if we see anything. Nothing.
No demands made as of yet.
I'm gonna check the gentlemanly communication channel. No message of capitulation yet from the Allies.
Yeah, we have the experts with us. Hello.
So we noticed that the US, they have quite a lot of mechanized units, but they are completely misplaced to help out anywhere near in Europe.
They are stuck on the islands. We've said that, and they are building a few D-Day tanks, but yeah, the D-Day is a bit too late at this point, I'm afraid.
Yeah. So we see that they have the force to do something properly in Europe, but they're not really up for it.
They're not in position.
It looks like an isolist US policy.
Isolationist, yeah.
Pacific first.
Pacific first.
Okay, so
there we go.
The game is rolling.
If we zoom out a bit, we can see how the new world map looks like. We can keep the experts.
Yeah, let's keep that.
And the D-Day has landed now in the south of France. Let's see how they do. So this is this is the last hurrah of the Allies. Who knows? Maybe they'll pull something out of their hat. It doesn't look terribly likely, but we'll see. So right now they've landed in Marseille. They are slowly expanding.
Why can't I tag in to other countries?
I can't either for some reason.
Yeah, same for us.
Maybe it was because we were on the Soviets and they capitulated. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. But we'll just watch from the German perspective, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a somewhat dangerous D-Day, but at this point, when all the troops are coming home from the Eastern Front, I do think that they will be able to kick it out quite easily.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like it. The Germans even have a couple of SS Panzer divisions now with tank destroyers and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. There are tanks landing. South Africa tanks probably. We can't really see from our point of view, and we can't change the point of view.
Yeah, so we have 6 South African tanks landed.
Right. Which is not bad. South Africa has really had a good game, I think. They managed to keep all their tanks alive in the debacle in Egypt in the beginning, and they didn't lose many invading Italy as well. But yeah, maybe they risked too little on the other hand.
Yeah, now we see the entire D-Day here falling apart.
Yeah, it's not looking great. And the Germans haven't even gotten there. The entire German army is now moving through Germany proper towards northern France.
Yeah.
Yeah, the air game is really Axis favored in southern France as well. So that's really making a difference.
Ah, right.
And they're out.
And they're out. Did they die?
And they're out.
Did they run away or did they die?
Good question. We can't really see.
Look at South Africa if they lost their armored units.
Oh, we can't change tags.
No, we can't. Yeah, okay, we can't change. Okay, so look at losses then.
Yeah, look at the losses. Let's see. I can't even look at the war screen.
No, I can't.
No, I don't think they lost anything.
No, looks like they're still.
Nothing happens when I click on it. Weird.
There's a bunch of German submarines in the Med right now, making life difficult for all the convoys there. It looks like Germany is sending most of their stuff into the Med right now.
Yeah, we can see quite a big D-Day wall defense right now as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, indeed. This will be very hard.
Yeah, and there's nothing on the other side of the channel facing them. They don't know this, of course, but yeah. The thing that could have saved the Allies would, of course, be a huge US intervention at this point, but there's none coming.
No. Yeah, I would say that this game is firmly over, but autarky will be achieved now by Germany.
Yes. He managed it. And this has been a glorious comeback for Ivan, because Ivan played Germany in the last game, and he lost to a D-Day. A bit later than 42, I think, but still, yeah, he lost that game. So this was a revenge, a comeback for Ivan, and he must be very pleased with himself. Maybe we could get him for an interview. He has time now.
Yeah, we have one more raffle in like 5 to 10 minutes, probably the last raffle, because this game is looking to be over.
Yeah.
So please join us on Patreon. We're doing a charity stream today, so all the proceeds from the Patreon will go towards protectukraine.nl. So you will be giving support equipment to Ukraine. And
you also get access to all the guides that only our Patreons get access to, which is quite the library at this point. So if you like in-depth analysis of Hearts of Iron, you should definitely consider it. It's for a good cause. You will help Ukraine, you will help us, and you will help yourself.
Indeed.
Yeah, so this... it was an even game, though, I must say. It was not a stomp.
Yeah, I mean, it could have gone either way on the Eastern Front with the encirclements. I mean, we had at some point like 10 German tanks being close to encircled, and if the Soviets had closed that pocket and not gotten encircled themselves, then it could have very well gone the other way.
Yeah.
And if the Eastern Front had gone the other way, or at least not as bad for the Soviets, because the Soviets held out quite long, but then eventually you got some big encirclements and the line unraveled. But had the line held, then we might have seen a more impactful D-Day. Like if the invasions of Italy had happened before Moscow fell, if the Soviets had been able to keep the line away from their key territories, then that would have been much more scary for the Germans.
Yeah, and the chance of a D-Day is always less, of course, when you have to rush it. I mean, you want to have time to prepare, you want to get all your ducks in a row, you want several naval invasions at the same time to do diversions and spread out the Axis defenders. Right now, they were really against the clock because the Soviets were falling apart, so they really had to hurry up. Things could have gone differently, but they didn't.
Indeed.
So the war is still going on in Asia, and it looks like the Asia Axis have actually managed to push back India. So even in Asia, the Axis are moving ahead. And
unfortunately, I can't tag into Big Manchu now, but
we can't change tag for some reason after the Soviet surrender, unfortunately. Spain is sending more volunteers to Germany. That's nice. And Sticky on Spain, it didn't have many divisions, but those few divisions did good work on the Eastern Front, I must say. And kudos also to Hungary with his infantry build. We don't usually see Hungary doing an infantry build, but they held on. And I think he still had manpower left at the end of it. Last time I checked, he was nowhere near getting out of manpower. So completely viable.
We did trash talk the minor Axis infantry builds quite a bit, but it did work out in their favor at this point.
Yeah.
Also, infantry Romania was quite smart, because had he been tank Romania, he would have been capitulated by the French paradox.
Yeah. And Romania was played by Gidon, a new player in our community, and Hungary was played by Lolse, also a new player. So both of them, they are at 100% win rate right now in the community.
Indeed. Oh, we see here the British submarine fleet is just being sunk everywhere.
Yeah, it's the Germans moved all of their remaining submarines into the Western Med where the D-Day was happening. The Allies are still holding on to Sicily, though, and Sardinia.
They are probably not going to get kicked out of Sicily anytime soon. They won't. They still will lose the game, but
it doesn't look like the Axis are very interested in kicking them out.
Yeah, we have when the chat just got here. Not looking good. Allied home is Levant. and you could indeed say that.
Yeah,
we are nearing the very end of this game. I would say we gave the Allies a grace period of 1 year to land in Europe proper, but by the looks of things now they will not be able to do that.
Yeah, so we see the Soviet players are disconnecting, of course, because they lost. Should we do the raffle? Yeah, why not? Let's do the raffle. So we're going to do a raffle for all our paying patrons, and if you win, you get 1 month free on the Stug 3 tier. Ooh, the Suez Canal is repaired.
Yeah, they did it.
They won the infrastructure war. But yeah, look at that world map. If you zoom out, it's not looking great.
No, it's it's not looking great at all.
Yeah, so we will have a raffle now for our paying patrons, and the winner will win 1 free month on the Stug 3 tier. We seem to have a bit of a latency issue with the camera, so it looks like one of those black and white movies.
I'm not really sure what it is, but it's probably my internet. I have the Wi-Fi antenna.
Yeah, but we're all on Wi-Fi. It's a bit weird, and it's been working all day. But anyways, I hope you can hear us okay. At least we are going to spin the wheel now.
Let's see. I think it's going to be okay. I can't guess now.
Number 24, and who is that?
Yeah, it remains to be seen.
We'll see in a bit. So,
meanwhile, I'm looking at some naval battles here. We have.
The weird thing is, we are on the German point of view, but we can't see Germany's allies even.
Yeah, I mean, something happened during the peace conference that bugged us out in the observer mode, so we can't change tags. And but at this point, the game is over, so we don't really Leave and Hotjoy and stuff.
I guess
for
there
that,
is there is still fighting going on, so maybe one of us should.
Yeah, I'll do it then.
Okay, yeah, you do it. Maybe you could switch the observer over to me. I think I'm sharing.
Yeah, we'll see if the technicians can do that, and I will just
otherwise
rejoin.
Maybe Falk could. Yeah, exactly, Seve. It's like it freezes and then a quick place to catch up.
Yeah, probably the camera itself is probably just like overheated or something, because it's been working all day and now suddenly it slows down. So.
And one person I would really want for an interview right now is Ivan. Look at this; they're planning a sea lion.
Oh, well, in that case,
they really want to show that the game is over. Falk is also rejoining. So we're waiting for a bit of for some hot joins.
Jonas from Denmark has won the raffle. Congratulations,
yeah.
Jonas.
Congratulations, Jonas. Congratulations. You can use that free month yourself, or you can give it to a friend. For those of you who've been here all day, really nice having you with us. And for those of you just joining us, this is a grand game that we do every month in the HOI community. We do it like this with a studio and casters. This time we had an expert couch as well, a bit of a new touch. I think it was quite
I think
a success.
Tell us in the chat if you like this new take, but the expert couch I feel was a very nice addition.
Yeah, very often when me and Victor are here alone, we sort of don't know the answers to questions, and then it's up to you in the chat to fill us in. But now we can always turn to the experts who knows a lot more than we do. And me and Victor are good at waffling about for several hours, but we don't know all the ins and outs of the game.
Yeah, and also you get their perspective on things, so they notice stuff.
Nice. Now I can tag to different countries as well.
And so they notice things and tell us, like, oh, something is happening in Sicily. Look at this encirclement, so we don't miss stuff.
So a new D-Day is being planned on Brittany. This is definitely a last hurrah. There's only one Marine. What he doesn't know is that on the other side of the channel, the Germans have the same idea. So we might see a last battle here in the English channel.
Yeah. I will replug the camera.
Okay.
And see if it...
Okay, let's try that.
Let's see here. Oh, right. It's in the front USB. That has lower transfer rate.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll have to re-share and stuff.
Let's try it. Or maybe I fucked up everything up.
Hopefully you can still hear us. You can at least see the experts now.
Yeah, I get a bit nervous when he plugs the camera out. So let's see what happens.
You can see on my frozen face there how nervous I am.
Exactly. I'm not sure who gave him the okay to do that.
We've plugged in the camera again.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you have to re-share it on the Video Ninja.
Yeah.
Do I re-share it?
Yeah, try.
Re-share it.
Okay, where do I press there?
Yeah.
We see a small icon on you.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe this one. Okay. USB.
Yeah, it should be that one.
Welcome to the tech podcast.
We were doing so well all day, and then now at the end, the camera failed to load. Yeah, no shit. Okay, so at least you can hear us. That's always something.
Yeah, this is weird.
And you can watch the game in its closing stages. As you can see here, there's a last hurrah D-Day from Britain. There's not much else going on for the Allies here. There are no South African tanks that I can see. Did they lose all of them? No. Yes.
So
maybe.
You can speak here also.
No.
Because they can only see us, but they can hear everyone, right?
Yes. Yeah. So South Africa still has some tanks. They're training at the moment. It's always good to train, I guess.
I probably shouldn't have unplugged it live.
Maybe try another port, I guess.
Yeah, but now it doesn't even show up here.
Yeah, but maybe if you plug it in somewhere else.
Let's try.
I'm having some trouble switching around here. It might be the fact that I spilled a cup of coffee on my keyboard. That could be it.
No, I heard some little plinking.
What a glorious end to a glorious stream.
Yeah, indeed. Now we got Okay, next.
Okay, so we're on the German point of view here, and as you can see, the sides are not really equal. This is the German army looking over the channel. I'm not sure, however, if they have the navy required. They still have the English channel blocked off, and yeah, this is the main. No, they don't have a fleet.
Oh, there we are.
And we're back.
I want to point out here, for hilariously enough, the United States of America just took Germany first focus.
Yeah.
More like Germany last focus. Yeah, so
I'm actually impressed that you solved that, Victor. I was certain that we wouldn't see you anymore. But
I mean,
it's
I think
still lags though. But
Yeah,
so,
I think it's actually the camera that is bugging out somehow.
Yeah, maybe it's tired after a full day of hard work.
I would imagine. I wonder if it's hot. It is quite hot.
Yeah. Let's just have it like that, I think.
the American tanks are actually headed towards Britain. They
Yeah.
are going for a last hurrah D-Day.
Let's see if they succeed. I'm not too hopeful, to be honest, but
still heavy fighting down in Sicily.
Yes, let's see here. Actually, these 7 Marines have they managed to hold on to Messina.
Yeah. Yeah, so we are in the closing moments of this game, unless something completely miraculous happens.
Indeed, we see Big Manchu here have established a bit of a further front line here. Nothing happening though, but
yeah, it looks like India has stabilized, and they even have some paratroopers here, or those. Yeah, those are not. They are French. So the French, the French are there.
I think the French are actually. Let's tag into Free France. I wonder what this is about.
Yeah, he's got his. I think he's preparing for the Axis, because the Axis are now bordering northern India. So he's hoping that they will just run on in, and then he will paradrop them in the back. Sneaky backstab. He of course had another sneaky backstab planned, landing in Romania and Bulgaria, but they were mopped up pretty quickly. Looked promising in the beginning though.
Yeah, indeed. It was a very smart idea, and it almost worked out. And interestingly enough, it looked like it would work out. And then a German tank just happened to pass by because he was on his way to Italy, but he didn't notice it.
Yeah, he was like, "Did I just see?" And then he turned around. Good times.
Let's see if they are going to kick off this naval invasion at some point. Is it planned? I can't see the generals now. They're gone.
We still seem a bit bugged out. It would be nice to have Germany's main controller here for an interview, if the studio could get him.
No, the generals are back,
and he's probably happy to come here and gloat a bit, because it's been a good, a really good game for him, I think.
Yeah, indeed. Now we see that the naval invasion is actually planned, so they can just fire it off.
Yeah.
We have 2 more Stug and 1 more Tiger 2 patrons.
Oh wow, that's
fantastic,
great.
amazing.
That's great.
Thank you so much. Cheers to you for supporting our channel
and for supporting Ukraine in their fight against the Russian aggression.
Indeed, and you will get access to a lot of guides also, and
a surprising lack of Russian trolls in the chat today, I think.
Yeah,
I would have expected at least 1 or 2.
Indeed. We are too under the radar.
Yeah, I guess.
Let's see. I'm interested in the German Seelöwe. Who is planning it? Because I'm tagged into Germany and I see basically no orders.
Let's see. It
is German, right? Yeah, they have planned it.
It's just one division. It's symbolic. He doesn't have a fleet though. It's just he has a few submarines. But he doesn't really need to do a sea line at this point. The Allies will do another attempt, but if you look at Brittany here, There's quite a lot of German troops here waiting. You see some tanks in the back ready to respond quickly. I'm a bit unsure. Where are all the Axis miners? What are they doing?
Yeah, interesting. We have a shout out.
Naval invasion on Sicily here.
Let's see this. And also shout out to Black Peak, Henrik, and Not the Weeb, who just signed up.
Yeah.
So those are our new patrons. So very welcome, and thank you so much for supporting us.
Not the Weeb, who just joined 15 minutes ago. Like, what did I miss? Not looking everything, good, man. But thank you so much for supporting us.
Now we have. This looks like the Axis will actually be able to get. To get Sicily back here.
This is a bit of a revenge for Sargia. He got pretty trounced by the Allies early, and look at this. He's taking out all of these tanks, which I can only imagine are I don't even know what they are.
They are Brazilian, right? Let me tag into Brazil. United States of
before
Brazil.
They die. We can only see the person we're spectating. We can't see the Allies. So this is
but this tank brigade is dead.
Yeah,
but it wasn't that nice.
Was that the Brazilians? Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Brazil
indeed.
only has his home defense left.
And now they lost the Capybara field marshal.
And here comes the last hurrah. Here comes the D-Day. And it's the British Marines leading the charge. Will they even be able to land? It doesn't look like it.
Doubtful, right?
It doesn't look like it. He's got shore bombardment and stuff helping him out, but he's not even landing. So the last hurrah was not much of a hurrah, and I think that will be it. I think we'll see a capitulation from the Allies quite soon.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat here. I don't see any GGs yet.
I don't mind this, though. I like them fighting until the end.
Yeah. We have a question in the chat. What are the skill level on these guys? And I would say it's
varied.
very varied. It's we have people that have like thousands of hours and play a lot of competitive with other communities. And we have like dad gamers that only join for one game a month. And we have some completely new guys that we don't know how good they are. So,
and that's a big thing with our community. We want to be welcoming to all skill levels, as long as you're a nice person that you would like to have a beer with, and you fight till the bitter end, like these guys are doing. You're welcome to play with us. It looks like the Asia Axis are trying to attack the Dutch East Indies.
That explains the templates. Yeah, I think actually the Brazilian templates for the armor there, it was not optimal. I didn't see it for more than a split second before it was gobbled
just
up.
6 tank battalions and no support companies or anything. But those were quite late, maybe just like a last hurrah thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean at this point in the game, we do usually have competitive templates from all the players because everyone shared those in advance.
Yeah. But yeah, let's. I'm not so sure if we will see a surrender right now. We should actually see a surrender, I think.
I think that the Allies will give up now. You can look at the little communication channel here and see if someone capitulated. There.
We have a GG from India. GG, we couldn't land in Europe. So yeah, he's conceding.
Yeah.
And that was the terms. They had 1 year to do a proper D-Day invasion, and they couldn't even land now. So that's it. And this grand game, the 30th of March, ends in an Axis victory. And I would love to have an interview with the German main controller as we close this out. Do you think we could get that, expert guys?
We're trying.
We're desperately trying to get him. We've been trying for the last hour, but he's not responding, and no one seems to want to help us to get him. So
he's probably running around the neighborhood like, "Woohoo! Yeah, finally, I did it!" Yeah,
a very good comeback for him this game. Last game, he lost as Germany. A contributing factor to that was the autarky thing. Now he did it pretty much the same again, but he managed it better, and they won on the Eastern Front and managed to get a victory for the Axis.
I'm a bit curious of his defensive templates. Yeah, look at this. He's got the little pawn icon, which is very deceiving, because if you look at the actual templates, they are
this looks like garrison divisions.
Is there anyone else you want to have an interview with? So maybe we can try to get someone else.
Yeah, what do you guys think? I'm thinking you get to close this out with us.
Yeah, so is there anyone you want to have?
Let's see.
Maybe some of them.
I got one.
Oh, yeah, we have one here. Yeah.
We're trying to catch one.
Yeah, we're trying to catch Italy.
That would be nice.
Let's see if we can get him.
Saga is always a good interviewee.
Yeah, definitely. And also, like, the only Axis player that did somewhat poorly in or at least the Euro Axis, because he did get pounced on quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's not too uncommon. I mean, he was alone defending against all the allies, and you can't really blame him. And he did get his revenge later on, throwing out the invasions on his homeland and whatnot, even retaking his islands there. So we'll see. Let's be nice if he does come.
Yeah, let's see if he replies.
Yeah, he has replied. He's coming.
Okay, he's coming. So let's see in a second.
So guys, do you have any reflections on the game?
You talk, I fix.
Well, it has been Axis favored for a long while. There were a couple of times when the allies could have done something, but I think the thing that finalized the allies' defeat was that the USA choose to focus on the Pacific. When the Soviets are on the ropes, the allies need to do something. And
might I interject there? Their focus on the Pacific was very defensive. I mean, if you want to really hold an island in the Pacific, if you stack it with mechanized, it's not getting taken over. So that's a solid defensive strategy. But you don't win through a defensive strategy.
No, and I agree. Those mechanized could have made a lot of difference in France or somewhere else, and just pulling tanks off the Eastern Front. But that was one of the major things that could have turned the game. But I also feel that the Soviets pulled back too hard too early, and that made sure that they couldn't take their emergency focuses, well, not until after Moscow had fallen.
What do you mean they pulled back too hard too early?
There's a system for the Soviets. If they take a certain amount of casualties, it activates different emergency focuses to spawn troops. And they couldn't take the first one before they had lost Moscow, because they had pulled back all the way to, the Moscow line.
Right. But did they pull back, or
they
beat it back? Okay.
They did a massive pullback when they abandoned Finland and the entire front line at, I think it was like half a year into the invasion.
Right. Yeah, they did get to Moscow very quickly, even though like all the armor was down in the south. So that was a self-inflicted wound in some respects, I guess.
Sometimes the correct choice is to like shorten the line. In this case, I felt that they should have fought instead, to have a fighting retreat back to Moscow instead of just letting them have it. Yeah, fair point. Victor, what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Eastern Front still could have gone either way due to like this very close encirclements. And if the Germans, for example, lost their armored core in that encirclement in the south, then things might have turned out differently. But the Soviet Union fell too quickly, because if they held out for a bit longer, then the D-days could have been scary, because it was really a steamroll from the United Kingdom in North Africa, and Italy got quite beaten there.
And it was quite close. I mean, they lost the last of their teeth, so to speak, when they lost the Mongolian tanks and the last light tanks. But that was quite close before the first D-Day invasion came. And if they would have had them still operational, maybe they could have hit back a bit when the Germans had to pull back to save Italy.
Yeah, indeed. And also, like, the whole Pacific thing, like, had the United States known that Japan took a defensive posture, then they could have gone Europe. But both Japan and the United States were scared of each other, but no one really did anything in the Pacific. So they canceled each other out, so to speak.
Yeah, very true. Sarge, can you hear us?
No. Sorry.
Oh,
We're changing. So it's not Sarge anymore. We're going to change to another one. So here we go.
But we would love to hear from you in a bit, Sage.
Yes. So
Stay on the line.
Stay on, Sage. So right now we have someone else here.
Instead, we have Jonte, who was the controller of India. How was your game? How was the famine in India?
The famine is gone since long, but the corporate of India was quite strong, but not strong enough.
Well, you did hold out, right?
Yeah, but I couldn't do anything with my offensive stuff, and he could push me when he wanted to, so it was a slow burn. But
they couldn't push you. I mean, they outnumbered you maybe 3-1, 4-1 in sheer troop strength, and you managed to hold on until the end. And
it would have looked okay if any other theater went well, I guess. So
we have a question in the chat. Why didn't you buy Japan?
That was my long range plan, but yeah.
And maybe it will still happen in the fan fiction after the game.
Exactly, but it was a fun game. It was this new tree with the East India Company. It was very weird, and I had a lot of anxiety this week trying to figure it out. But it went okay. It's a cool tree.
So, what is your take on the whole Pacific theater or the overall Allied game plan? Because from our side, it looked like the saving grace never really came to Europe. So, what was the plan, and how did you think it go?
I think the US they built to help in Europe, but it went too quick for them. So they had their 10 tanks ready now. So I think their plan was like from 43 and onwards. So I think it went okay for them in. Well, they couldn't take the islands because they didn't have any Amtraks, but they kind of sunk the fleet, I think. They sank part of the Japanese fleet at least, and it didn't go bad for us in Asia. So, it was the Soviets falling so quick, and as I understood it, maybe it was due to multiple reasons in Africa, and so it's hard to point out one singular thing that went bad.
Yeah. We can confirm here that most of the Japanese fleet is gone. So that's actually, we didn't notice that. So
it was in Bay of Bengal. I think half of the fleet at least fell. So they tried to do a naval invasion in Calcutta, and I kicked them out.
Yeah. So
well fought.
Yeah. So most of the Japanese fleet is definitely gone.
Yeah. So it was like with any other outcome in Europe, it would have been okay for me, I think.
Yeah.
It was a fun game.
Yeah, you don't seem too disappointed. A bit disappointed, maybe.
Yeah, it went a bit quick, but
yeah.
Did you guys have fun?
Yeah, for sure.
Very fun.
Exciting game. It was access-sided for the last couple of hours, maybe, but it was anyone's game there for a while. They had 8 German tank divisions encircled there for a bit, or so we heard. So. Could have ended differently.
Sorry, we just removed. I accidentally removed Raj now from the interview and moved in Italy. So we can't hear Raj right now, but we should be able to hear Italy if you're still here.
Thank you, anyways, Jonte.
I'm still here. Yep.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Hello, Sage.
Hello.
How was your game as Italy?
Roller coaster. Woo! It's always ups and downs. It's 1 second you're like, oh yeah, we're taking Africa, hell yeah, and then all of a sudden, all of my Africa troops are encircled, and okay, protect the islands, protect everything in Italy. And
do you have a feeling there for a while, like, hey, where did everyone go? I'm all alone here, and across from me is the entire Allied army, basically.
There were some feelings of that, but I was keeping the rest of the Axis updated, so they did know that it might be appearing, so they had troops ready to move if need be. So
would you characterize yourself as a pawn sacrifice?
Probably, but we did hold.
Yeah, you did. And you threw them out, and you managed to retake your islands. And at the end here, we saw you were even planning to go back to Africa.
I would have loved to. They gave up too quick.
Yeah.
No,
there was some major naval engagements, right? You managed to sink quite a few British ships here close to the end, right?
Yeah, so this is my first game where I've actually done anything Navy. And that's funny to say while I've played UK, US, Japan before. I've never really been a big Navy guy. So actually having some Navy content.
You stress me out when you say stuff like that.
It worked out in the end. But my plan was to never leave the Mediterranean, have a lot of naval bombers and fighters on the islands because I knew they would come with carriers. So try to counter them with that. And then torpedo attack on destroyers and torpedo cruisers together with some normal battleships. So yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, in my experience, if you manage to keep your navy sort of intact until the end of the game as Italy, you've done a good job.
My ships just kept coming. They sunk a lot of my ships, but for every ship they sank, we produced 2 more.
Okay. Well, thank you for a good content, I guess.
Yeah, well played.
Thank you.
See ya. And with that, I think we've had all the interviews we can take. We are quite spent. The game is over. The bad guys won. If you become a Patreon today, there's still a chance that you could help the good guys win in real life, since this was a charity stream for Ukraine, and all our proceeds from Patreon goes to the Ukraine army through protectukraine.nl. And for all you guys joining us today, we're really grateful for all your interaction, and the chat has been really active. A bunch of regulars. Really nice seeing you guys again, but also really nice seeing you new guys. Special shout out to Not a Weeb, who came, had fun for the 15 minutes I caught, he says, and then became Patreon immediately. Really good form. If you go to our YouTube channel, HOI4 on YouTube, you can find all the guides that are free, and now you're a patron, so you will get a bunch of Patreon guides as well. And yeah.
And also you will both support our channel, and also you will get access to all of the autosaves.
Yeah.
So you can go in yourself and see what you could have done better.
Yeah, not all templates are bad, I promise. So
yeah, definitely.
But I just want to say something as well, that thanks to all of you 7 that decided to support you as patrons. I am pretty certain that there were some supporters that donated directly to Protect Ukraine as well today. So thank you all of those who did that. And also, if you want to you think later tonight that you still want to support, then you can become a patron for the rest of the day, and everything before midnight at CET time will be donated to protectukraine.nl. So if you become a patron later tonight, we will still donate everything, even though the stream is over.
Yeah. And if you like this type of content, we'll be back in about a month with another grand game. So stay tuned to our channels, like and subscribe and all that stuff, and you will get to know when it is.
Indeed. So thank you so much from me and Petey, who have been your casters here today. Thank you so much to all of our wonderful players, and thanks so much to all of you wonderful viewers. And special shout out also to the technicians and expert studio here that has joined us today. It's the first, and it has really improved the content, I feel. And also thank you to Falk for letting us have the studio here.
Yeah.
And thank you to my girlfriend.
I'm kind of disappointed that Nelson didn't hump your leg so we could open up OnlyFans channel for that. That would have been much more profitable for the Ukrainian army if we could donate through that instead.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And you would finally have gotten something positive from that rapey dog.
Yes. All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
And on those words, thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.